How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have
bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me, 'cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac, take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, Lord, it runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night, all I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, right around noontime, right about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In the morning, well, it's early in the morning, late in the evening, baby, late in the evening, right around noontime, round about noontime, 24/7. This is 24/7, baby. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you, honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby, all I need is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Early in the morning, late in the evening. Well, it's about late in the evening, baby. Right around noontime, 24/7, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Oh, how, oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just to know, is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I felt head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day, as the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my walking by. Something about you caught my eye, yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot before you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right.
finally made it to the playoff stage of DreamLeague Division 2. Permasneeze and Winter here, taking you the first playoff series through the day. It's going to be one win up against Team T. We've seen quite a bit of these two teams already, but so much has happened, hasn't it, Winter? We've played a bunch of different Dota games. We've even had tiebreakers yesterday. Kind of went down to the wire. We had some pretty tight games. And now we're here. We have everything all laid out in front of us to find out which one of these remaining teams are going to take the 4 slots to DreamLeague. Keep in mind, the whole point of this tournament, not only is it to give these teams more exposure and more chances to play opponents they might not otherwise have the chance to, there are also 4 open slots at DreamLeague Season 27 up for grabs. That is the real big prize at hand. Of course, there's prize money as well. Who's going to say no to that? But let's take a quick look at how the group stage is all shaken out. Because, like we said, a lot has gone on. Let's throw up the standings on our screen. I think every single time we come back to this graphic, Winter, you never fail to remind me that things have gone mostly how you expected. There's not really any surprises here.
Is that a jab? You're like, oh, this guy has nothing to say. I'm showing him the graphic every day. He tells me, oh, everything is according to plan. You know, the teams are where they are supposed to be. This team is good because they have success standing, so they're supposed to play well.
Yeah, I mean, do we just a quick? Let me look through my notes here of standard Winter responses. Oh, a bit disappointed in Raw Gaming, you know, no surprise that Team Yandex and One Win are at the top. Group A, Passion UA, Kalmichada, OG, you know, they're quite chaotic. A little bit disappointed by Zero Tenacity. Did I miss anything, Winter?
I think that's about right.
Okay, there we go. Well, I think at least Group A ended up a bit more straightforward than I expected. And I know you're going to raise your eyebrows at me, Winter, because we did have a 3-way tiebreaker, right? Kalmichada, OG, Peru Rejects all end up with a score of 4-3. You ask, Sneeze, how the hell is that even considered tight, right? Like, how is that considered straightforward? Like, we have teams fighting for very crucial spots. Well, I think it's more so that even with the current standings, it really feels like these teams could beat each other on a good day. But when we got to their series, things ended up kind of going the way that we thought they would, right? There weren't any major surprises or big upsets or stuff like that. Like OG, on a day where they didn't look really that great, they would proceed to kind of flub up the series. Same thing for Kalmichada. They would kind of have some mistakes here and there, but at the end of the day, they'd always pull it out. So the scores don't really tell the full story. But what we do know is this opening series, it's going to be One Win, who have not dropped a single series, up against Team T, who were the replacement for Mouse. Coming up into the tournament, they had a shaky start, but they managed to stabilize. As you can see here, this is our upper bracket situation. We got One Win versus Team T. We got Pipsqueak +4 versus Kalmichada, Passion UA versus eSpoiled, and Team Yandex versus Peru Rejects. So all pretty, I want to say, fiercely contested games. Pipsqueak +4 versus Kalmichada, of course, is going to come up after this series ends. All the games for today are going to be on this stream. So today, we're covering One Win Team T, Pipsqueak +4, Kalmichada, Passion U, and eSpoiled. But of course, the upper bracket is not all that exists. We do have teams starting in the lower bracket. OG, of course, Raw Gaming, Zero Tenacity, and 4 Pirates. I think slight surprise for me to see 4 Pirates here. Based on the one game that we saw from them in their series, they looked pretty solid. So I'm not sure what happened to them with the rest of the games, but maybe just not being able to maintain that consistency.
I mean, it's tough, you know. Sometimes you're playing so many games back to back. You kind of have to, I think you have to make a lot of like quick adjustments, you know, along the way. There's a lot of I think things that you need to pay attention to. I think when I was a player, when you're playing long events, I tend to have a notebook with me, you know. I don't know if you have that experience, but you have a notebook and you write down every day, where was my mistake? What did I do wrong today? You know, so I compile it and I just keep reading my notes before I started the game.
Okay. Well, does that actually help, you find, or does that add mental pressure? Because I know some people, when they keep revisiting
it helps because I forget about things, you know. I don't know if you forget about things, you know, but I tend to forget about things, like, especially in the lane, you know. Like sometimes, I forgot to do this, you know, in this matchup, I have to always remember to do this, you know. So I write it down, so I make sure that before the game, I'll have like specific notes for specific heroes, right? So I just go to that hero and then I look at what I wrote down in the past and I try to see which is going to be useful in that particular game.
Flip to the Crystal Maiden page. Okay, need to make sure I level this spell into this matchup, kind of thing, right? Like, just in case you forgot, the last time you didn't level Frostbite into a Lycan, you got absolutely steamrolled. I went 0-8. I was a feeding monster. And then you make sure that never happens again. I get it. I mean, that makes sense. On that topic that you mentioned, Winter, of course, apart from DreamLeague Division 2, there's a lot of other Dota 2 events happening, right? Namely, things like EPL, we got CCTs. A lot of these teams that are participating in Division 2 are also playing those tournaments at the same time. So even the games that we're not necessarily watching on our stream, it's still more officials that are happening. I know for a fact that there were some teams where immediately after they finished their DreamLeague Division 2 game, they are starting another official game in another tournament already. So yeah, a lot of little notes and adjustments you want to try and make. It's kind of hard to keep things compartmentalized, right? It might just all blend into one. At the end of a long day, you barely remember what even happened in that first game that we lost to. Oh, must be this. And then you maybe hyperfixate on some things that are not that important. But I think hyperfixating and focusing is unfortunately what Team T will need to do, because there were some major gaps. I think specifically for you, Winter, you pointed out the off lane being a bit of a weak point. If they want to beat one win here, they're going to have to check all their notes. Make sure they got all the notes written down, follow all the rules. Let's hop into the draft to see how exactly they plan to do so. What heroes are up for contention here? One win, easily one of the strongest, if not the strongest opponent, along with Yandex in this entire event.
This is going to be a tough game, for Team T. They've already shown that they are not like a very stable team. I think as a stack, they have a lot of like issues amongst the team. I think they make a lot of like mistakes in the game, like in general. I think especially like the games that we watched, I think Cloud was one of the key components that we were discussing about, or at least I was discussing about. Or he's like one of the main weaknesses of the team, right? His lane, he always doesn't really do well. Then he messes up in the mid game, like the way he initiates. And you were telling me, oh my god, Winter, how could you say that? He looked like the most promising upcoming player when he was playing on what was it? You said VP or something? You said
one win. He was on one win. So this is a bit of a grudge match.
He came from one win.
He came from one win. Yeah.
Okay, he came from one win. He looked promising for a young player. And then what happened? What happened to him? Did he like fall down and he knocked his head or something? What actually happened that made him not look like what he's supposed to, right? He looked like he had so much promise, and now he's stuck here drinking tea with Soneko,
I feel like, Winter, there's a very good real-world analogy to apply to this situation. Sometimes people come out of a long relationship, and then one of two things happen. Either you hit the gym, right? You start posting those Instagram pictures. You're like, you're just so convicted to glowing up and really showing your ex that they made a mistake. Some people, it's a bit of the opposite effect. Maybe they can never truly recover. Maybe that relationship was the best one they ever had. Maybe Cloud will never be able to achieve the same heights as he did with one win, because he went on to Team Secret, went on to these other rosters, just couldn't really find the same success. And unfortunately, there is a script that he needs to rewrite here if he wants to try and put Team T ahead in this series. I think that's for sure my matchup to watch, right? Because he's going to be playing against his former teammates, the same people that decided, you know what? You're not good enough for us at the moment. Let's bring in Triple S. And so far, Winter, I would say one win were right, because Triple S has looked phenomenal in his games on the offlane.
I remember his Timber games. He looked really good on Timber, so I think he's more like, I think, a very different type of offlaner, right? I think Cloud strikes me as more of like a team player. Like, he buys the aura items, he plays the Pango, he plays the Mars, he just plays for the team, Triple S is, you guys relax. My back can carry all this weight, Just hop on. I'm here with my Timber Saw. Come to me. Give me the rune. Give me the last hit. Give me the tower. I'm gonna carry you.
It's a scary thing, Winter. the games that we saw from Triple S, he was also playing the Pango and the Mars. So it's like, okay, Cloud, anything you can do, I can do it better. And we talked about Cloud really liking his Lycan, perhaps one of the highest win rate heroes for him at 67% across his entire pro career. One win, I'm going to start the draft by snatching that up. Because guess what? Triple S also is excellent at that hero. Just really show him what's what. Now, Team T, they get their hands on the Hoodwink here, and when Team T were successful, it was when they had strong side lane supports, like this Hoodwink, like this Jakiro. With the setup, with the Ice Path, the Bushwhack, these kills are going to be very easy. Also, these two supports are pretty hard for Lycan to chase down.
10 seconds remaining.
Wink, you have the Scurry, Jakiro, you just have the Dual Breath, Ice Path.
Remaining.
If you're a Bane, you see a Lycan, good luck. But if you're Jakiro and Hoodwink, you have a chance to survive. Oh no, Bane is here. He's
Ruh-roh.
happy, you know. The Lycan is on his side.
Yeah. You see the Lycan
Knight-
picked, you can safely pick this support
The
hero.
Night Vision brothers, you know, they like to hunt around at night. Jakiro and Hoodwink, they're more of the daytime dwellers, you know.
10 seconds remaining.
They wake up 7 a.m., rise and shine, they see the
5
sun,
seconds remaining.
they want to come out and work, right? But Lycan and Bane, guess what? They're sleeping during the daytime, they're hiding.
Mm. And as soon as the sun sets, ooh, you just hear over the tree line the wolves coming for you. Scary, scary business.
Radiant team
And so far, I feel like whenever we see Lycan, there's an approach of trying to keep him in one place, right? We see some Mars, unfortunately that's banned out. We see some Disruptor. We see just AoE control that the Lycan shapeshift cannot help him escape from. We don't really have that at the moment from Team T. And honestly, I don't know what else is available, really. The immediate thing I can think of is something like a Puck Coil, perhaps, to hold him down. We're going to see the Sand King come out though, so overwhelming team fight and magic damage. That's what they're hoping to bring out here. You got that Hoodwink Sand King combination. You love to talk about that, how that spell M from the Boomerang just blows people up. But one win, they pick the Ringmaster, and now they're going to have a save for whoever gets jumped.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
wonder why did they just pick the ring there. It's a very
5 seconds remaining.
It's a very, very
Interesting.
I think a different approach, right? Usually when you see ringmasters, right, you pick him into say like there's an X, right? You want to save against the X, or you want to save against let's say a Bane. You know, if Bane is on the other side, then you pick ringmaster. You know, they don't really. I feel like they saw Hoodwink and Jakiro. Ring is like not exactly that great against
10
those two
seconds
heroes, but
remaining.
I guess they just want to have like, because Bane is single target, right? Ring is more like a team
5
fight.
seconds
You can
remaining.
hit multiple heroes with your ultimate. So I guess they feel like there's a lot of synergy between the two heroes. So they want that specific combination. And now Sand King and Abaddon comes out, they have a lot of magic and they have a front line. So you're starting to see the whole setup right now for Team T. Abaddon, I know it's your favorite hero to talk about. Oh my god, can't kill that hero. This hero is strong late game. And you're telling me, oh, which team has what, 0-10 against?
It was
say
OG.
right?
OG cannot beat that hero at all. It's kind of funny, but it just, I mean, you were saying it goes to show that OG are a team that love to fight, right? Maybe that's kind of the mindset behind this Abaddon pick as well. If you want to fight into us, it's not going to work out for you. Whoever you try and sleep set up on, we're going to have a shield. Same thing with the Ringmaster. Very easy to dispel the impalement arts or whatever the hell you want to throw our way. It doesn't really strike me as good into the Lycan though, but I guess it's one of the rare position 1 heroes that a Lycan cannot push out.
I mean, sure. But I also feel like you can just outskill the Abaddon by picking like some morphing anti-mage hero, you know, against this Abaddon Sand King. They're gonna go for the Ursa, the more, I guess, the more stable one, quote
Yeah.
unquote. But I would actually really like the anti-mage a little bit more. I think anti-mage against Sand King and Abaddon, you kind of have a better matchup against those two heroes. Ursa, you're kind of
10
counting on.
seconds remaining.
I feel like maybe your item build this game. You need to have
Radiant team back.
BKB. You need to have your. I don't know if you want to go the Octarine Axe build, but I think BKB is a necessity this game. That's why I was feeling more towards the anti-mage, because anti-mage can play this game without needing to buy BKB early. Ursa kind of needs to buy BKB early, and you don't really. I mean, I guess there's also the factor of the lane. My aim is kind of maybe a bit weaker in the lane because you don't really
Sure.
know your
5
matchup.
seconds
Sand King could be mid,
remaining.
Abaddon could be carry, so you don't know who you're laning against, and they probably feel like Ursa is just the carry of the patch right now.
It makes sense. It's a hero that Munkushi is very comfortable with. I think Munkushi has always struck me as if we have a scale of active to passive farming carries, Munkushi is probably slightly towards the active side. He does love his farm, but if he has a hero that can get involved, something like a Sven who can pop out with a God Strength, and Ursa who can start things going as soon as they get a blink, I think that's kind of more of Munkushi's style. He would rarely see him really succeed on these late game scaling, Medusas or Morphlings and stuff like that. So maybe just a stylistic thing.
I just think it's good against the heroes on the AM. Hoodwing, Jakiro, Sanking, they're all like magic damage, right? So anti-mage is definitely going to be good into that, but we are not going to see any anti-mages for sure. So one min, they are going to need to round out their draft with a mid laner. So what is it going to be? Storm Spirit. Catch, they kind of need someone to start moves. Bane and Ringmaster a little bit more on the, I guess, the slower side, or you want to follow up. I mean, I guess Bane can kind of be the person starting out the moves, but then there's a Abaddon, so you need someone else to kind of deal with the other target. I think overall it gives them the right balance. You have the Wolves to scout out those pesky supports, right? Holdwing and Jakiro, and then you find them at the Storm. I think ideally that's what you want to do with this combination, the Lycan and the Storm. And Team T, they are going to need an answer, I guess, overall. Sand King is probably going to be mid, Abaddon on the carry or off lane. And what is it going to be? So another new offlaner, Pangolier. He is going to, I think, give them even more team fight. It's just all in team fight, right? You have Sand King, you have Pangolier, you have this Jakiro and Hoodwing, and you have a front line in Abaddon. Like, they just want to brawl. They just want to fight.
Small little thing to note, maybe, that this Pango is, number one, not going the Thunderbolt facet, which was kind of a problem for us in the previous time we saw Cloud play this hero. It just was very difficult for him to actually connect his Rolling Thunders. It was him. It was, in fact, him.
It was a mid Pango, right? That I felt like he should have gone. I think it wasn't him, Somebody else was playing mid, and he went double jump instead of Thunderbolt in that game, and he couldn't really do enough. I don't remember what was the matchup, but I just remember it was a mid Pango that took double jump. I
mean, double jump or not, this is also a Pango pick that's going to go into a Bane, right? So you're kind of hoping that if you get gripped, that Abaddon has to save you.
And you have to just get a Lotus Orb, right? I think against counters, especially, you don't really want to play around Thunderbolt so much. I think Thunderbolt is good if you kind of have good matchups and you're in the mid lane, because you have to run around and set up kills more. Like, double jump is more about sustain and being a front line. You just roll in, you scout, you're not afraid of dying because you have the double jump, and then you just create more openings for your teammates, right? I think they are totally different styles of the Pango.
Sure, and we'll see whether this style of Cloud's Pango can face up into the first pick Lycan from Triple S. Again, a little bit of a grudge match here. Cloud versus his former team, his home for what felt like 1 or 2 entire seasons of Dota 2. Has some friendly tips coming out here as we start off this best of 3 in the upper bracket. Both teams have done well to make it to this point of the playoffs. And both teams, I would say, are in pretty strong contention for one of those 4 slots in DreamLeague Season 27. I mean, Soneko, no stranger. Even when Warwick was on Avalus, he was making it to some of these Dream Leagues. Soneko as well. I mean, he's been competing for a long time. He's seen the ups and downs. Maybe lately, not so many ups. But yeah, one win.
Do you remember his Winter Wyvern? 10 years ago.
I do remember, but also, you reminding me that Winter Wyvern was a hero 10 years ago feels a bit wrong.
What? The dates
to me,
are wrong
she still
again?
feels like. To me, she still feels like one of the newer heroes, which is crazy to say.
Sure
Right?
It's more than 10 years ago. I remember
That's crazy.
He was with Hobos. You remember the games where he played the Amazing Wyvern, where they had a video about his camera control, like how he's flying around everywhere with his camera, and they're trying to explain why he's so good at Wyvern, because he's checking out so many things in the team fight. Okay, right. Here we go. We see the 3-man split on both sides.
You still haven't come up with a name for it though, Winter. We still
Triple threat. All right, triple threat.
Oh, the triple threat. Okay, that was weak as shit, but it's okay. We'll workshop it.
Relax. It's just my
chilling.
first attempt, right? You're gonna give me
Yeah.
more than one chance, right? Come on.
Of course, of course. You get 3 chances in line with the theme of that triple threat. As we get off to the races here, no major big bounty rune heists. Ends up being a pretty even trade altogether. 2 for 2. Now mid lane, just gonna be a bit of a snooze fest as Warwick will sandstorm the creep wave, go back to his stacks, push out. Very interesting. He
Oh my God,
gets
he missed all
one
the
last
creep.
hit. What the hell?
Oh no, that's a disaster.
Bro's still waking up. It's early in Eastern Europe, I think.
11 a.m. 12.
Yeah, I got 12.
Well, not that early. Come on, bro.
I mean, what time do these gamers wake up? Be real. They're up late until 3 a.m., 4 a.m. playing those pubs, brother. This guy just rolled out of bed, hopped into this official. I don't know what you want. No, he's getting denied. This is not a good look. Okay, let's look away. Let's stop looking over here. This is depressing. Top lane,
Oh, 5
Cloud and
denies.
Desire versus Kasane. This, I guess, is a manageable lane because of the double jump.
Yeah. Holdwing is also really strong in the lane. Acorn shot, one of the better trading spells in the lane. Secure the range creep, get a good trade off. I think overall they should be able to survive in this lane. Or maybe you could give the Ursa and Bane a slight bit of advantage. Maybe when it comes down to CS, maybe along the long run they'll be able to trade better. Especially at level 3. I think
Sure.
Bane at level 3 they should be able to start asserting some sort of dominance on the lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, this bot lane, Triple S already taking a lot of pressure, but as you always like to tell me, Winter, with a Lycan, you are not too fussed in the lane about getting a kill.
I'm
You really
so
just want your
happy
levels.
You actually
do.
remember what I tell you.
I pay attention to what you say, Winter. I know you don't believe that, but I do. And Triple S, I think as long as he's getting levels, he should be okay, right? You're not really expecting to find much with Ringmaster Lycan.
Yeah, you're certainly not going to want to find much. I think you just want to stack, go help mid, get runes. That's about it. Lycan doesn't want you to steal. Okay, share his XP. Steal is probably not the
It's a
right
little
word.
harsh.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little aggressive. A bit accusatory, if you will. I just wonder, I feel like in a typical Lycan ideal world, at like level 3 or level 4, he can be left alone in the lane. I just wonder, even when he has that Helm of Iron Will, is it too much pressure from a Jakiro Abaddon that you can survive by yourself? I feel like you're gonna get run down if the Ringmaster leaves.
Yeah, but nobody can stand in the face of that two-headed dragon, right? So,
Yeah, Ringmaster is dead, actually. He's just gonna get chased down. Yikes. That's the Jakiro experience, baby. Dual breath. Bye-bye, Sweden strong, slowly but surely. Bada bing, bada boom. Seneko drawing first blood there in the bot lane as Ringmaster very unwisely tries to use his body to contest that Lotus.
I like how you start calling it the, welcome to the Jakiro experience. He's level 2, you run. Oh, he's level 3, you die.
Yeah. There's very clear levels to it, right? Specifically, level 3 is when you die. I think level 2 Frost, like Liquid Frost, is just way too disgusting. Nice steal from Kasane to keep himself relatively safe, but you can see the traits start going the favor of the side of Team T. And this is promising, right? I think we were talking about how Team T, maybe the early stage on the off lane is one that's quite weak for them. But if they're able to come out with pretty good farm on the Pango, I think they will be...
Close.
What's going on?
Almost died there. To the nukes.
Yeah.
Bane, on the other hand.
Desire might be dead.
One more hit. Blood grenade
Blood
damage.
grenade. Bam. Okay, nice. Kasane able to play bodyguard for his carry there. Keep the duo away and even get himself a kill. Maybe a bit overextended there from Desire.
Yeah, Bane is definitely one of the strongest bodyguards in the game. Maybe not, you can't say that to when Jakiro's around. When Jakiro is gonna have some words to say about that. He's the strongest right now. Chen, Jakiro, Bane, those are the, I think, the top heroes right now. When you're looking for a bodyguard, if you're looking for a bodyguard to protect you in the lane, those are the 3 heroes you're scouting out.
Yeah. Twin-headed dragon security services. You know where to find him. In your pubs, in the
It
bands, in
used
the
to
pro
be
games.
Dirge, when you talk about the security in the lane.
Yeah.
And Dirge is like, oh no, I'm a core hero now. Bye bye.
Yeah,
He's got
Is
promoted.
that
you're not-
promotion? I guess it's not too bad, right? I think we even see teams like Navi Junior. Like I know this is a specialty hero pick, but I think I saw Niku actually run it yesterday. Rest in peace, Navi Junior. They're not making it to Blast Singapore.
Oh,
but
on mid? Oh,
yeah,
yes,
on mid. He does like that hero mid.
I think
but,
that's more than a promotion, you know. If you're talking about support to mid, you jump 2 rows, 2 ranks.
That's
You're
like
supposed to-
being hired through nepotism. You know what I mean? Like getting a mid like Undying. He's not supposed to be there. I don't think he has the qualifications to be mid, but
Oh, it depends
somehow
on who you're asking.
exactly. If you ask Niku, that's my very accomplished brother. Actually, how dare you doubt him? Okay, things
How
starting to
dare you.
even out here. Warwick able to get the farm in the mid lane, but Squadic snatches away the shield rune.
Yeah, there's stacks. Sanking wants to see stacks. Bane is here to scout. Kasane sees the stacks. He's like, guys, please, do not let the Scorpion King clear the stacks.
Yeah. We saw yesterday that was kind of a problem, right? Because even after you succeed in the lane early on, you know, either the Storm or the Sand King, they just go back, clear the stacks, and then nobody's punishing them. And that's kind of the situation right now. The Storm was a little bit busy in the mid lane clearing the creep wave and won't be able to contest. I think Warwick will have cleaned up most of this at the time he arrives. They take the Watcher away,
honest,
but
Middle tower
Being there to steal the XP sometimes is good enough, you know.
sure.
Like,
I
if
mean,
you can't
I think...
force the engagement, then just steal the XP.
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
We'll see if that ends up mattering here. Squadic's still doing well over the Sand King. He's beating him by 300 gold at the moment, and Warwick is actually taking the long way around back to the lane. He's worried that maybe the Bane is still sticking around somewhere in the triangle, just playing absolutely safe, worried about Squadic's all-inning him.
And this is going to just be a time where the Sand King just wants to farm, you know. He doesn't want anyone all-inning him. I mean, you're going to be playing very defensive with this sort of lineup at the moment. I think even the Pango and the Baron, they're getting really good farm on their side lanes. I think Pango is actually doing very, very
Oh,
well.
great setup. The bushwhack there, Desire with the gank in the bot lane. Triple S was not expecting that.
Radiant's bottom
Hashtag for Cloud, they say, as they run down the Lycan.
Hey, relax, man. You're always trying to stir the pot. Every single day you start the game. All right, for whoever gets kicked, for that person, you know. Oh, for inner circle, you know.
Dire's middle
You get
tower
kicked from
Yeah,
Titan, you get-
literally. It's all these games, honestly, are just for the content, right? Like, of course, there are DreamLeague slots. Of course, there are, you know, prize money, schmize money. You know, who cares?
Dire's bottom
I
tower
care.
is under attack.
Yeah, and the teams
Who
care as
cares?
well. I'm the only one who doesn't care because I don't get a cut of it, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Such a selfish
okay, though.
person.
Structures are
Mike,
fortified.
you gotta
I'm trying
think,
to.
you gotta think for other people too, you know.
I am, and I'm thinking, Cloud's probably laughing. You know, Cloud's having a wonderful time right now. This game on the Pango, and he's looking at that Lycan on the other side. He's like, yeah, eat shit, man. Get him, gank his ass, tilt him. It'll ruin his day. How dare he steal my position on the team?
Yeah, it could be somebody else's fault, you know. It might not be his fault.
That's true. That's true. He was just the
Why are you
innocent
so-
bystander
why are you
replacement.
so certain it's Triple S's fault, you know? It's not
I'm
like
not-
Triple S went to the boot camp. Hey guys, look at my track record. Look at my MMR. I have more.
Yeah, he
MMR than
suddenly
you.
shows up one day at the one-win boot camp with a long resume. He's like, guys, I'm here for my walk-in interview. And they all turn and look at Cloud. Cloud's like, what the hell is this, guys? And
Based
they're like,
on
oh shit,
statistics, Cloud
sorry.
throws the game 50% of the time, you know. He always
my
has the wrong
goodness.
neutral item, subpar skill build, doesn't skill his ulti on Pango. And this is why you need me.
You know what's crazy? I still maintain what I was saying about Cloud. I think when he was on One Win, he was actually one of their most notable players. So it's weird that a team that was doing well at that point in time maybe felt the need. Okay, we still
Mike,
want to make changes.
Let me ask you this. So if
I'm listening.
he looks good when he was in One Win and he doesn't look good when he leaves One Win, is it safe to say that it was
see,
One
I
Win
see.
carrying him?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well,
Uh-huh,
we'll
right.
find
Makes
out
sense,
as
right?
there's a setup onto the Storm. Very nice bit of magic damage. Warwick just setting that up for his supports. The Sand King leading the way, and they get themselves 2 kills. Kasane and Squadix taking a tumble.
Time to pause, yeah. After he killed the the mid laner.
Classic Southeast Asian move there.
What has he got to do with SEA? It's just a Dota thing, you know. Everybody likes to do that. It doesn't matter if you're from NA, you're from Europe, you're from China, you're from SEA. When you kill the enemy mid laner, you pause and you tip them.
Okay, so what you're saying to me right now, Winter, is irregardless of where you are from,
Yeah, I don't like you tying
you are
this,
a piece of
tying
shit
this to
if you played.
Why are you even tying this to SEA? You're trying to make us look bad, you know?
Oh,
Why?
okay, right, my bad. Sorry about that. You know me, a very notable SEA propagandist. Okay,
SEA
jokes
pubs,
aside
the best
though.
pubs, right? The best pubs.
Yeah, they do have we do have the best parts. We got
I can't even
we got bro, we
mention
got
them with a
everything.
straight
We got
face.
Chinese players from China, some players who were from Perfect World, more Chinese players. It's crazy up here.
We have an abundance of cultural differences in SEA.
Yeah. When else are you gonna find someone calling you
Well, Mike, let's just not go there.
Yeah, no,
Something's
that's fair.
happening in the game, you know. There's a smoke gang, there's a haze rune. Sand
I'm
King is
listening.
looking for a kill.
I'm looking. Kasane is still doing his god-given duty of bodyguarding this Ursa, so he is literally holding hands with the bear, putting himself in the way of where he thinks Team T might be on the prowl. He's kind of right, but they don't actually reach that far in, as they haven't taken the tower yet. So they finally get that tier 1 tower in the top lane. That will open up the ganks a lot more easily. And they were trying that move without a Warwick blink. He basically had it on the courier if he wanted to, so that was kind of a strange timing, honestly.
I mean, right now, so what are the timings that one win is actually kind of waiting for, right? They need to kind of find a moment to join the game, you know, because they haven't really been playing the game for the last 5 minutes, right? They've just been getting picked off on the map. I mean, the Lycan with the helm, he only has his helm yet, not the Overlord yet. Gonna need a couple more minutes, but they have to try to, I think, use the shapeshift to at least, you know, pressure the tower, get some kills on the supports.
Yeah. You kind of, compared to Team T, I feel like the avenues of plays you can make are not as straightforward. You'll look towards the Abaddon now, under the tower, a little bit overextended. Still has the borrow time, he's holding on to the spell.
Where was he farming? Okay, he doesn't die. Maybe he wasn't insane.
Yeah, he has a spell, Winter, that basically makes it so that he doesn't die for like 6 seconds. And unfortunately, as you can see on the one win side, they don't have any way to control him during that time. So they use Shapeshift, and they're gonna lose the tier 1 tower.
Couldn't they have just put him to bed with the nightmare?
Well, see, the
when he
Bane
popped?
just died in the mid lane. That's the problem when they
Okay.
were making that play.
So Bane failed to attend to that event.
He was trying to get his level 6, right? You can't really blame him. But right now, the initiation
why not? I could still blame him, you know. Why not?
That's true. That's true. You
Just
could.
because the man is getting his level 6 doesn't mean he has
Oh, this
no-
is bad. Hang on, hold. This is awful. Look at this giant stack being stolen away. My goodness.
Okay,
I mean, the
this
net
you
worth
can blame.
disparity was already...
This you can find someone to blame.
Sure. Whose fault would that be, Winter?
It's hard to say. You know, it's hard to pinpoint a location. It feels like a team problem.
Okay. Well, I don't think this is what we were necessarily expecting, right? When we started this series, we were thinking One Win were the absolute favorites. They're going to try and turn the script around here onto Cloud. Fully focused down the Pango, but he still manages to get the roll off. They eliminate Munkushi and Kasane, even through the Enrage, and now they're looking for more. Cloud, you gotta be careful though. 350 HP left, enough to swash, enough to jump. Not enough to kill Sweden Strong, but a Bushwhack should finish the job. Desire now with a double kill, as Squadix still looking around the tree line, maybe trying to pick off a stray Pango, but now he's just bone dry on mana. Ice Path comes out, still has 21 charges and a Soul Ring, but the Bushwhack holding him. Bro, you need to get the hell out of here. He held on to that for the very last minute. Still manages to survive thanks to the Sister Shroud and all his low HP, but very successful fight in the mid lane. One win, narrowly missing the kill on the Pangolier. I feel like that cost them big time.
Safe to say that was the off-lane diff right there, you know.
God damn!
Lycan not being useful, and then the Pango stands in front, takes a grip, and then Sand King comes in. Epicenter, Power Strike wins them the team fight. 7k goal lead. Soneko. There's a lot of T's to buy, you know, with a 7k goal lead.
Indeed.
And
And
they're not done. They're not done.
yeah,
They're
Winter,
coming in.
now you're speaking my language.
What? What's your
Off-lane
language?
diff? That's what it's looking like right now.
Radiant
Ah,
are scanning.
I thought you're gonna go to the meme language, you know.
No.
I'm
the
joining your meme
language. What
party
the-
today.
What the hell are you talking? Okay. Triangle
What
now
the
being
hell am I talking
forcefully controlled by the side of Team T. This area is now theirs, and the map gets smaller for one win. And this is kind of what we were concerned about with the Ringmaster Bane, right? You have a Ursa, you have a Lycan, you don't really have anyone that can make plays. It's just all on Squadix's shoulders, and it's kind of hard for the Storm to zip into this insane amount of magic damage.
Yeah, the support duo kind of set a lot of the tone of the early game for the Team T side, the Jakiro and the Huing. I think the main issue that they had in the early game was they couldn't really find plays, right? The Storm, he got runes, but he wasn't really able to find an opening, right? I think part of the reason is this overly obsessed Bane, right? Remember he tried to enter this triangle to scout a few times, and that led into like a pick off. You know, he just dies, you know, when he comes in. And these are all the small little things that, you know, creep up your head, right, when you're playing in Sand King.
Hang on, set
Hang
up
on
onto
a-
Cloud. This could be a good kill.
Yeah,
They'll
big.
blow
kill.
him up. Nicely done.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think that's just the over obsession, right, of the Bane coming into the triangle. Because I
Sure.
think he needed to go actually to the Lycan to get the tower, right? Like it's very rare to see 16 minutes in, you're playing against the Lycan and the tower's not down. And hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Ursa, Munkuchi. Guess
Yeah,
what?
this-
It is the Hoodwink Sand King duo. Not with the shard yet. But still.
Oh, so you're telling me
deadly.
it's just gonna get worse? He has the shard flying out to him right now. So these guys are gonna die even faster. Very scary stuff as well. Up to 7k
how
gold
can
lead.
you die even faster when you already disappear after the 2 swing? Is there actually a way to die faster than that?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see it in action. I'm very certain.
Well, so he's
Yeah, but I
gonna
get-
disappear before the spell lands on
Yeah,
him.
all you see is his little claws on the ground. You know, the rest of him just evaporates into dust. But we have a bit of a situation where Team T, they're just controlling such major portions of the map. At least it looks like the Storm is able to farm the Ancients in the bot lane, and you still got your triangle. So it's not that bad, right? One win. At the moment, they're just playing keep away from the Sand King Hoodwink. As long as they can dodge this duo, heroes shouldn't die. The problem is Warwick and Desire seem to be everywhere.
Right now, it's all about controlling the Tormentor as well. It's going to come up in 2 minutes. Can you find a way to stop it? Oh my god, that is definitely not a way to stop it. You know, he pulled the creep instead of that Pangolin.
He was just trying to farm Winter. He's like,
No,
oh, I
he
need to.
was- Oh, come
Yeah, no.
on. He wasn't trying to.
I'm
Why
trying to. I'm just yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just rage baiting you a little bit there. Yeah, not ideal. They were clearly trying to set up some sort of a play now that the Wheel of Wonder was up. Same way they killed the Pango earlier. 7k gold lead still maintaining. One win. What do they need to do to try and find their way back into the game? Because as we can see right now, when they're just standing around the map, it's so easy for Desire to get these pickoffs.
Radiant's
Way too easy.
structures are fortified.
I mean, the lanes are getting pushed out. They have very, very good like deep wards on the lanes. You see all the across all 3 lanes there's a ward, so they see pretty much everyone who walks past into the lane. I mean, this is what you want when you're ahead, right? You want the lane wards to kill them when they come over to defend. And Abaddon, he does not give a shit because, like you say, he has that one spell
Yeah,
that makes him invulnerable to everything.
Dyer's top
he's actually going to run down this creep as well. 250 gold in his pocket. I think that's something I really like about how Shigetsu's playing. When you see your teammates getting up to trouble all across the map, they're finding kills. Sometimes you might feel, hey, I want to join that party. I want to go have fun and kill heroes too. But I think he understands how much value he's giving his team just by anchoring the bot lane and being immovable.
You do not win games by killing heroes, my friend. Shingetsu understand. You win
Hell yeah.
games by killing creeps, maintaining your towers, defending your map. And these are all the unseen things, in Dota. To the naked eye, it might look like, oh, this game, it's all about the number on top of your screen, right? How many kills you have. I mean, to a certain extent, you're right. But there are also the unseen things, right?
Sure.
How much are you farming on the map? You draw the line. You draw the territory. This is mine. You can't have it.
Yeah. Many
about sending a
unseen things
message,
right
right?
now, Winter. Like I love that you mentioned it because in this game alone, we haven't seen the Lycan, we haven't seen Mukushi, we haven't really seen one win. This is a 7-0 team right now, but I'm not really seeing that prowess that brought them to the top. Now, maybe there is a world where they scale up and pull this one back. The game's far from over, right? They just need to try and make these pickoffs happen, and they'll start onto Cloud. Immediate roll up. You ain't making this kill anymore as Cloud. Now looking at Sweden Strong. He's still got a box. He's still got a strongman tonic. Can he actually get out of here? He's trying to play, so he's bounced down to the low ground, but he's caught himself in the corner right next to the trees. That is awkward. And he will go down. But meanwhile, Triple S was actually able to run down the Jakiro with his creeps. Not actually sure where the Jakiro died there. It's like right behind the tower. So, okay, Lycan, still finding something. Very nicely done.
Trade actually. Because they're behind. The Jakiro kill matters a lot more.
You use the Rolling Thunder, right? You trade it out for the Shapeshift, you'll be fine with that. But now one win. Without the Lycan Shapeshift, do they feel confident enough to go into this Rosh? I guess this area belongs to them. Here they go.
Probably you can just try to steal with the Storm, right? If you want to go in as one win. I mean, it's hard to fight without the Shapeshift. It's a big source of your damage.
They know this is happening because the scan connected in the pit. There are heroes of one win kind of in this general bottom lane area, but if you look at the movement, they're starting to split up across the map. Quick check in with our items. The Ursa working towards that BKB, just one component away, so that's probably the timing they're waiting for. I want to say the Storm also a component away. Once you have these BKBs, maybe that's one win's opportunity to turn things around. They'll try and kill the guy with a second life. Yeah.
What hero are you trying to... Okay, I guess they're just baiting people to TP in.
250 gold for Shigetsu again. Yummy.
Yummy. Yeah, I think the idea there was to just try to bait some TPs, If you don't commit bigger spells, people are not going to TP. And Kasane, in the meantime, he's waiting in the bottom lane. He's waiting for a lonely target, He wants to find a prey here. He sees...
Maybe not the guy with an
team.
Aegis.
Yeah, definitely not that guy. Wait, how did he... There's no ward. How did he just blink and stun him?
I'm a little confused.
What?
How did he do that? Someone check his PC, please. How did they know he was there?
Yeah, how did he just jump and stun
Bro,
him?
he just blinked up and stunned, like no info whatsoever. That's crazy. That's crazy work from Kasane. I mean, rather Warwick.
I probably
Sorry.
think what actually happened is he just wanted to blink up and go to the twin gate, and then he sees a hero and he's using quick cast. That's why it all happened so quickly.
Yeah. I'm sure. Because there's no way he would have known. That's just crazy.
Bane was like,
Wait, Bane's
what
coming
just
back. Yeah, he has a sentry
I have a
right
sentry
there.
here. There's no ward. Like what? He's so confused.
He's like, is it around the trees or some shit? Like maybe they've ward here. He's like testing it, right? Is anyone gonna come for me?
If he couldn't find the ward and he still came back, like the moment you don't find the ward, you're like, oh, there must be some vision here. I just don't find it, right? So you don't go back there, But he just elects to go like for some reason. He thinks that there's no way there's a ward.
I respect it. He believes that just like us, that was a stroke of complete luck. Shigetsu getting the tier 2 tower in the top lane. Meanwhile, there are members of One Win perched around this bot side area. They were kind of spotted out by Kasane behind the tower, though. I believe he saw those TPs coming in. So the evacuation is being made. Storm and the Ringmaster are going to back up, get themselves a nice rune, smoke up, and maybe look for a lingering target still farming in the top lane. Of course, we do know that there's no one home.
In One Wing, they're still keeping I think a pretty good amount of space on the map. They're farming with the Lycan creeps. They're farming the ancients. I think Kasane, as much as I'm making fun of him, but he's like making sure that he checks he has control over the ancient camps, right? I always tell you, there are 4 ancient camps on the map. You gotta make sure you at least control 2 to break even, you know. And yeah, you're doing a really good job controlling minimum just 2. You know, the top one and at least the one in the triangle. They're making sure they're hitting both.
Yeah. The 7k gold lead has basically stayed at this point for what feels like the past 5 to 7 minutes at least. So you have your BKB timings now on 1 win. I feel like that should be good enough to fight once the Aegis expires, maybe?
Dire's middle tower is under
Mm,
attack.
BKB Ursa. I mean, I guess I feel like Ursa still just wants to farm. You need like Aghanim's, you need the Basher. I think you need a lot more, you know, other than this. I think this BKB timing on Storm and Ursa, it would be good if the game is at least like closer to even. I think right now, you probably not just want to wait out the Aegis, but you probably want to get one more item on Ursa. I think the Storm is also gonna be happy to farm one more item, you know. They're not really in a hurry if you compare their heroes. Like late game Ursa, Lycan, Storm, they have very, very good scaling, at least comparable to what Team T have by the Sand King, Abaddon, and Pango. So I don't think they're in any sort of rush.
Yeah, Ringmaster gonna get picked off, try to plant a cheeky ward there. Unfortunately, there was a sentry and the
Space.
entire team of
That's
1 win
what
here.
That's what we call space, you know.
True,
And
yeah.
You want to check on their neutral items. I know neutral item is one of your most disliked topics, you know. Like, what are neutral items? They gotta get rid of those neutral items.
I'm looking at them right now. I feel like there's nothing particularly that stands out to me. The fact that Kasane went for greedy, I guess makes sense because he's been AFK bot on the Bane for what feels like forever at this point. You got a bit of
greedy is
attack
like-
range on the Lycan with poor
Greedy
man
is like
shield.
the best thing to have, you know, in this sort of game. Nice
Is this
dodge.
really beautiful
Ooh.
sleep dodge? Gets Munkushi out of trouble. Although I don't know whether they'd be able to kill him 100 to 0.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, probably not, unless the Epi blinks.
Oh, Shigetsu blinks in. Right into the fray there, onto the Bane. And now he doesn't have a sleep to save himself. Well, he's also silenced, so that's not very feasible.
Yeah, look at bot. The creeps are getting cut. The Lycan creeps removes the creep wave. So this is
Yikes.
only going to be one wave in front of your tower, but it is already gone. I mean, this is the thing, right?
His bottom tower has fallen.
One team has a helm, the other team has no helm.
Yeah. Hasn't been a problem for the side of Team T so far, but it's going to continue to mount up. We're already seeing as well. I believe Kasane was the one who bought this gem for Squadix. They want to try and make sure they aren't seen when they're splitting the map, and they're trying for these pickoffs. I feel like I've just seen 1-win heroes perched up on these high grounds on the sides of the lanes. They're trying to find that lone defender. It feels like their game plan for the past maybe 10 minutes or so. They just really don't want to fight.
Tower is under attack.
Nope. They're just happy trading farm, playing around the map, using the vision. I think the gem on the storm is...
Oh, this Cloud
really
Pango
smart.
might go down now. He doesn't have help and he will drop.
I mean, this
Even
is
the
one of
Enrage
those
being
things
popped.
where you have the gem, you're confident making this sort of plays, right? You don't have to worry about, oh, maybe they have a ward here because you're running out of sentries. I think this is a fantastic gem pickup. Like understanding that gem is an item that when you're ahead, you use it to get further ahead, and when you're behind, you use it to come back into the game.
I still feel like even in this day and age of Dota where so many things are figured out, the gem really is an advanced litmus test, right? To see how
ask
teams
yourself,
use it.
Mike, how often do you actually buy a gem?
Oh no.
Just ask yourself that question. No.
I-
I buy
you see-
Midas more often than gem, you know, that's the answer.
You know
you're
what?
getting.
You know what, Winter? I think the reason why I don't buy gem is because I'm so afraid to lose it. I'm a bit of a hoarder. The concept of if I make a mistake and I give such a big advantage over to the enemy team, that scares me a bit too much. You know what I
Then
mean?
you're not-
It makes
then
me
you're not
feel
playing the
like
game. Then you're
Yeah,
not playing the
that's true.
game. If you're afraid,
true.
you can't play the game.
well,
Don't worry.
I think one win.
Gem is an item that I think you really gotta understand when to purchase it, but at the same time, you must not be afraid to purchase it when the
Yeah.
time comes. You know, I think a lot of players, like you say, they worry a lot. What if I drop the gem? What if, you know? There's a lot of questions coming
Yeah.
to you when you are deciding, wait, is it a good time to buy a gem? Is it not a good time? When you feel that it's a time to buy the gem, you just buy the gem. You don't be afraid. Just buy it. You gotta trust your gut instinct, you know. And right now,
Okay.
Shingetsu, he's trusting his instinct. I'm gonna TP down and they can't kill me and they won't touch me.
Yeah. Well, they haven't been able to touch him at all this game. 1-0 and 3. Honestly, all things considered, a pretty low kill game. A lot
How
of
is
the
goal lead down to 4 now, yeah? Well, what actually happened? Was it Tormentor the last 2 minutes? What actually did happen?
No, I mean,
just
look at the
weak?
position of the side of Team T. I feel like these supports have not left Warwick's side the entire time. They're just so scared to be out on the map alone. Cloud previously, when he was pushing out bot lane, he got picked off solo. So now he's joining the gang, all grouping up
But is
together.
this-
There's a
is
gem as
this
well on
all-
Warwick.
Is this all just because of the double greedy? Because one side has double greedy, the other side has one greedy. So it's just the one extra greedy? No way, man. It's
I
just
don't
the creeps, you know, they're just farming creeps on the map. A lot
Yeah,
more creeps.
they are. I mean, look at the split of the one-win heroes,
They have
right?
Look at the ancient camps right now. They just farm 3 camps: the top, the bottom, and the one in the triangle. So the team with 14 kills are actually only hitting one ancient camp. So that is the problem, Mike. I found
Not
the
good.
problem.
There you go. Detective Winter on the case, and right now, they're going to try and action on that, maybe punish a hero. It feels like Team T have faded into inactivity in the past few minutes. Maybe they're trying to find a pick, maybe they're trying to play the map. I'm not too sure, but they've all grouped up. Oh, just through the twin gates in time. Gets a courier though. That's a Sanj on it. A little bit unfortunate for the Storm, but he'll be happy he clings on to his life.
Well, they need to find something soon, you know, Team T. This is not looking good for them, you know. They have lost 4k gold lead just by getting outmaneuvered on the map by 1win, you know. And that's why 1win is one of the strongest teams in Division 2 here. They're gonna find Kasane.
Not
Finally,
even gonna bother using the bots. Sweden Strong decides it's better to keep his life intact.
yeah, need to know when to ditch your friends, you know. Don't want to have that save your buddy syndrome and you die together.
Yeah. Alright, Shigetsu finally getting the chance to hit mid tier 2 here. I think so far the map has been very nicely managed by 1win. Heard a shape shift
Wait, I
being
heard the
pump
wolf?
faked? Oh, wolf bite. It's just wolf bite.
Oh,
Gonna try and fight. Into the Baden. Nice bushwhack. Ice path to cover his tracks. The wheel is not gonna connect as he blinks out. In comes Storm, looking for the initiation, pulling in Desire. Big Lotus, big shield. It's not enough though. Squadix will still get the job done. It's now Cloud rolling over, but that's what the BKBs are for.
Wow, my
Desire
bad.
actually buying back in this fight. Not...
okay.
Yeah,
That is that is the type of buyback where I'm done with this game type of buyback. You know, they've been dodging us, they've been running circles around us for the last 10 minutes, and I'm buying back. I want to fight right now.
Yeah.
And 1win, they're not gonna give it to them, you know, just backing off. Well, at least they're gonna have their Roshan if they can actually finish it. But 1win thinks that Roshan is the line where we draw. No Roshan for you. 30 seconds before Wolf Bite is available, and you have also the Shapeshift coming up. They need to buy some time, and they are buying some time here.
Send a couple of wolves in, scare Team T. They don't have the Wheel of Wonder and they don't have the Shapeshift like you said, but still a grip available. If Kasane lands it on a key target without the Photic Shield, it's going to be troublesome.
Oh, this is going to be very dangerous, you know. Team T, they're committing to the Roche. This is very,
Kinda
very
have to.
dangerous.
They bought back on the Hoodwink. Here comes Desire looking for an initiation. Akon up to the high
online.
ground. They're waiting to come in, but Warwick onto the high ground with a huge epicenter, forcing the Ringmaster to buy back. He's trying to escape now, but the physical, the wolf bite, Munkushi, he's chomping into the Sand King,
Pango's
and the
dead.
Pango's dead as well. Shigetsu has to be forced out of the pit, and the E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter, sorry, saving the Chikiro for now, but Suneko, he'll get run down. He was trying to recover the gem, but
Gem
won't
is
have that
gone.
luck. And Shigetsu able to blink out, but Roche now falling the way of 1win, and they were patient. They've spent the past 20 minutes dodging on the map, and it has paid off. They take a big fight and the Roche to boot.
Yeah, this is very, very good map play, you know, by 1win. Just finally getting their reward there, getting the right fight, reclaiming the gem as well. My Team T, they have to really be a little bit more patient. Right? They're just like too bloodthirsty, looking for kills all the time. You know, not really focusing on the macro side of things, not making sure that they are scaling and farming camps. You know. This is definitely something where if you finish the game, you look back, you'll be very disappointed to see that the type of lead and the manner you let it slip away.
Yeah. I mean, I think also props to One Win, right? They weren't in a rush. They understand that this is a lineup on the side of Team T that cannot roach fast, right? They aren't going to suddenly steal it away from under you. They're as scared as you are. They're dipping in and out of the pit. You have time. So they were just waiting till the wolf bite came back up. And that's when they made the goal. Munkushi, he is a monster right now. See how much physical damage he was doing to the Sand King and the Pango. They just don't have the armor to stand up to him.
Yeah, BKB and X. There's no way you kill him right now.
I mean, the serrated shift as well, right? I saw it proc like a whole bunch of times on these heroes. Just that additional damage. I mean, he
How many
ripped them
do they
apart.
have? They have two. One on the Lycan and one on the Ursa. Storm has gunpowder gauntlet, so all the cores have just damage items, whereas the support also kind of has damage items.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
very
it's just nice to have the True Strike sort of procs into the Radiance, right? Like, that is kind of a small, annoying little thing that you need to deal with facing into an Abaddon. Now it's not too much of a concern.
And Team T. It's time for them to rethink their priorities, right? Are we going for kills or do we need to farm, you know? And it feels like they're gonna need to get more scaling done, you know? Like the Sand King has to farm more items. Like, hopefully we get to see some big ass Sand King with Daedalus.
Yeah, I thought that Warwick landed a pretty sick epicenter onto the high ground, but he did dive into the entire One Win team, but the only person that he killed, the Ringmaster, instantly bought back. Everybody else was already BKB'd or had dodged out of the fight. So, realistically speaking, he didn't really get much impact from your Sand King, and that's like your big team fight out, right?
He kind of needs to, I think, be more patient. Like, you start the fight, like, Power Strike, then you come out, and then as soon as the Pango rolls in, there's going to be another chaotic exchange, and then you come in with the second, the second goal, right? I think usually with Sand King, you win with the second or the third goal. You don't really win with the first goal. The first goal is usually you're trying to bait out the BKBs, you're trying to bait out their spells, and then you make sure you survive, you come out, and then you land a big epi, you know? So that's usually what you have to do. You need to be patient, and you don't want to rush things, you know? Just let the Pango and the Abaddon just do their thing, right? They're gonna go first, they're gonna create the right situation for you to land a big epi.
Yeah, just really smart play from One Win. The entire time that they were behind or supposedly behind, realistically speaking, none of the calls were dying, right? They were all farming, you get support pickoffs. We've seen this time and time again from the better teams. They're so much better at macro play on the map. As now Munkushi's the one on your high ground. 1.5 minutes left on this Aegis. So come back on Shigetsu. You don't really want to push the issue. Again, the theme with One Win here is patience, right? They have shown they have discipline, they know when to pull out, they don't sort of let mistakes bleed into one into another. Sure, the laning stage didn't go ideally for them, but they've been able to recover cleanly. And even though it's 17-8, you get the feeling that One Win are the team in control.
Yeah, just based on how they were playing the whole time, you know? They were calm, they're just playing the map, they're using the vision well with the Bane scouting everything, with the Wolves and the Storm with the Jam as well. I think everyone just understood their role, right? Perfectly. What are they supposed to be accomplishing, you know, despite them being behind from the lane.
She's like, you're just getting all the items you need now. The Bane looking towards an Aghanim Scepter.
The high ground is still going to be tricky. You're running into the Jakiro, Sand King, Pango. These are all heroes that are not easy to bypass in the high ground. Like they can just hide behind, land a big ice buff. They do so much damage from far range. So it's definitely going to take some time before they feel comfortable sieging high ground. Lycan is going to have his BKB. That is definitely going to help.
I guess you can just do the sort of Team Falcons classic maneuver of farming the entire map while choking them out, right?
I mean, why not? They have very good scaling, you know. They are not in any rush. Any risk they are considering to take now is probably not worth it, right? Because they're in a good position in the game. Like why do they need to take any sort of dangerous risk?
That's true.
I mean,
Just
do,
chill.
do you feel like the high ground being so difficult to breach kind of makes the game like dull? Sometimes you can't. You have like a good position, but you can't siege because it's too risky.
Yeah, but then to be fair, also, I think with One Win's lineup, they don't actually have the best pushing heroes, right? You can argue that Lycan's great at pushing, but he's good more so at split pushing and ghost pushing. In a full-on, like if he runs up to your tower, we talked about it before, the one weakness of this Ursa hero is he's not really the best at hitting buildings. So it makes sense that One Win are in this position, but I kind of get what you're saying. Maybe this game is not the best example of that. But then I also feel like
it's like a discussion about whether you should be rewarded more, right, for dominating the game. But right now, it seems like it's just very difficult to bypass the high ground defense because the defender has a lot of perks, you know, standing on their high ground to use the buybacks and everything else, the glyph and everything to waste your time.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they need to make buybacks more costly or something like that. Or scale with time in the game. I mean, they already do gold-wise, but at least like the cooldown or whatnot. That could be interesting. But for now,
Here
One
we
Win.
go.
They're the ones on the prowl. Okay. Who do you have in your sights? Suneko hiding away in the tree line, even the Glimmer. The smoke will break, so they know someone's in the trees, but they're far too late. Squadix misses the jump. They actually
he
use the
doesn't have-
Wolf Bite as well.
He doesn't have Shivas, you know, so it's difficult to find this sort of openings. I think Shiva is a must item to have in late game because it just gives you the advantage. If he has Shivas there, he can just ball in with Shivas, then it's easy to determine whether they can take the fight, right? Because they don't have a Shiva, he balls in and he doesn't really see much, right? So you're unsure if you can commit.
I mean, also just good positioning there from Team T, right? Tucking themselves in the tree line, making it very difficult for One Win to find the initiation. They can just hold this triangle area. That seems to be their plan at the moment, and with the Wolf Bite being down, One Win back off for now. Should be up in about 30 seconds. Yep, that's the time that's left on it. The Wolves being spotted here. I'm not sure whether One Win are paying attention, but this time Team T, the one starting to move out on the map here, they know that Wolf Bite is still not available, but look at One Win. They're just playing so safe. They don't want to take any risks.
Well, this is
the
going to be a
shrine.
crucial fight. Oh,
Storm on the front
Can they
lines,
find an
getting
opening?
barrel struck, getting silenced. They need a save, but they control the Ringmaster on the side. The boss can't come through, but he manages the BKB anyway, and Warwick just gets swiped down. Fiend's Grip up now on the Pango. This is the counter that we talked about. And Wolf Bite Lycan, Wolf Bite, poor Ursa is at your door. He's gonna chase on for more, just blow up the Jakiro. Meanwhile, Desire getting hunted down by Triple S. That was maybe the best situation you could have asked for from the side of Team T, but they still can't find the Storm kill because he's just a bit too tanky. Able to BKB and just escape, and from there, it just all falls apart.
I mean, couldn't really see what Pango was doing there. I think the moment they go in with the nullifier, somebody had to find the Bane. You know, somebody need to. I felt like it was the Pango's job to kind of look for the Bane, but maybe he did it too late. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm afraid we won't have a replay for that. But when you jump on the first hero, I think somebody has to deal with the Bane and the Ringmaster, you know. I think the box kind of got dispelled by the Nullifier, if I wasn't mistaken, as well. So I think they got that covered. It was just like the Bane, you know, later with the creep, you know, nobody could stop him, you know.
I think the sequencing is just a bit awkward, right? Because you're at this stage in the game where you need your Sand King to land this huge ultimate, but if he's the one barrel striking in first, then suddenly he's such an easy target to bring down. We saw the Ursa just eviscerate him in like 2 or 3 hits, right? With that Wolf Bite and Triple S as well. I think he's scaling up.
It's probably time to rethink how you initiating. Remember earlier I said that you want to like poke first and then come back out and then epicenter in. Maybe now because he can't really come out due to other reasons like the grip and everything.
Yeah.
You might have to just wait for Pango to go in or Abaddon to go in, and then you have to go in first with your epicenter.
Yeah, I mean, Abaddon goes in. He is going to have that Basher or Bissell eventually. You rely on him to be that initial lockdown. Although I'm saying all of this, I don't know whether they're going to have the time. Up to the high ground now. The Storm just popping the BKB, eliminating the Jakiro. That's going to be a buyback, and borrowed time already popped. Munkushi, his BKB is running low though. Doesn't have that magic immunity no longer, but they traded out for the Rolling Thunder. So they're going to feel confident going back up to the high ground. The lingering duration on that little Wolf Bite.
The box.
I mean, Warwick comes through with a Burrow Strike, but it's just an easy
was-
escape there.
That was nothing done with the epicenter.
Yeah, yikes. Okay.
I'm afraid this is going to be a lot of problems right now for Team T.
Yeah, they just used the refresher shot just for the second wolf bite. I love that move because honestly, how do you contest Munkushi when he's this strong? Look at this tower evaporate. My goodness. You got all 5 heroes, but you just can't do anything, right? You use most of your ultimates. Warwick's gonna come through with a BKB, Burrow Strike, but onto 3. I mean, they just don't have the damage, Winter. They're dying on the Abaddon, they're dying on the Sand King. I think this game might be over. I mean, sure, you can't get all lanes of Rex because there's a tier 2, but like, how do you even fight into this?
Yeah, objectively, the game is going to be over soon. I mean, they're just running out of damage, not scaling as hard. On their heroes, there's a grip onto Shingetsu. He doesn't have ulti for another 5 seconds. He should be able to have it now. I mean, they're going to kill the rest of the heroes, so he can't really do it all on his own, Mike.
Yeah, not at all. Looks like it's going to be one win who have the last laugh, at least in this game number 1, heading up towards the top lane. No buyback on your Sand King and your Pango. I mean, it just looks so easy for them. The 2 supports are able to cast their spells without any interference whatsoever. The sleeps, the enfeebles, the little boxes. Nobody's stopping Sweden Strong from just getting these saves off time after time. And then because of it, you can't get a clean initiation, right? You're jumping in with the Sand King. His Epicenter's doing absolutely nothing.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
As the box is giving you like 80% magic resist, and then there's a Glimmer Cape on top of that as well. Back up to the high ground. Again, Squadix is just so free to do this. Yes, you can just throw a Bushwhack his way, but then he just pops the BKB off cooldown. Abyssal Blade now onto Seneko. His Ghost Scepter has run out and he's gonna drop. That's a dieback on your Jakiro, so I mean, this is gonna be Megas. I mean, this might just be game. You have one final Epicenter Rolling Thunder in about 10 seconds. You're gonna try and use it. Warwick doing a lot of damage, but the grip coming out. The Bane ends up going down, but so does Warwick. He has a buyback. He might just have to use it. This is their last stand, and your carry, he's dropping low. The borrowed time now Shigetsu has 2 or 3 seconds to work with as Cloud trying to go in. Sweden Strong now on the front lines, getting slept up by Kasane, who buys back to rejoin the fight. And now Shigetsu, without the borrowed time available, he's gonna call GG because he knows it's done. That was a very difficult game to lose, I feel. It's not even like you did anything wrong, right? You just didn't do enough. That's gotta be a sour feeling for the side of Team T.
I don't really agree that they didn't do anything wrong. I think they just didn't know how to play the match. I think the wrong part was the way they delegated their resources. So they had this 7k, 8k lead from what, minute 15, I would say, if I remember correctly. And they just didn't have the right heroes pushing up. They were not farming. So you can have like a specific hero running around to gank. Say for example, if the Sand King and the Whole Wing they're together, they're looking for a hero. They shouldn't be dragging like the Pango or the Jakiro as well, you know. Like they need to be farming ancients, they need to be pushing out waves, you know. I think every time they tried to make a move, they were bringing too many heroes. I think that was partly the huge problem that they had in the early mid game when they had this lead, but they couldn't really extend the lead. They couldn't build on the lead, you know. I think that was the reason. They couldn't deal with the creep wave because the Helm Dom and the Lycan Wolves, they were creating a lot of problems, right? So I think you had to assign somebody to deal with it. I think Jakiro probably the best hero to do that. You want the Whole Wing to be moving with the Pango or the Sand King to set up kills. So I think that was the biggest reason why they couldn't really build on the lead. And on top of that, they couldn't build on the lead, but it gave One Win a lot of room to kind of maneuver around the map, right? They were able to find kills with the Storm slowly, 1 kill here, 1 kill there. And eventually it came to the Roshan fight. They won that fight. They got the Rosh. I think things just slipped away, you know, from Team T. You know, I think they played the early game really, really nicely. They built themselves a lead, but they need to figure out how to extend the lead and how to keep moving on that lead. You know.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that this was a game where the Storm Spirit got his first galvanized stack at 30 minutes. Like, that was the first time he was able to actually get out on the map and find a kill. But patience pays off here for the side of One Win. They proved themselves to be the better team, at least in game number 1 playing the map. Let's find out in game number 2 whether it's going to be a swift 2-0 or whether Team T will stabilize and come back.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Gotta be you. Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah. All these choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better, gotta be you. Always got to be you. Voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street.
she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand.
Not exactly the start that maybe we were expecting from one win in that game number 1, but they still managed to show us exactly why they remain undefeated, right? Maybe at the start of the game, the first 10 minutes didn't look too clean. They ended up feeding up some kills here and there on the supports. But at the end of the day, they show their worth. They just play patient, very, very disciplined, managed to get farm on their cores and won in the end. Just kind of felt like what you said, Winter. Team T, maybe got a bit too antsy, tried to bring so many heroes to make the moves, and they forgot that you don't win Dota 2 by grouping together and trying to find kills. You win Dota 2 by out-farming your opponents, hitting your timings, and crushing them underfoot. The second they got that wolf bite on the Lycan, that Ursa was going to town.
Yeah, it was difficult to stop them, at that point. But if they were to, I think, have more items, on their heroes, just maybe, just maybe things are gonna be easier. And it's also the fact that how they are taking the team fight, right? It's not just about the items. They were approaching the team fights, I guess, in a wrong manner. Like they needed to focus somehow the Ringmaster, the Bane. I mean, those are the two heroes you need to kill. They kept going on the frontliners, right? They try to go on the Storm, they try to go on the Ursa. Like, Ursa is probably the last hero you want to lay your hands on to start the fight. Right? He is just like a bait. You need to touch the other heroes that you can kill. Ursa, you can't kill. So I think that was also another issue as we saw the game progress. Like there's a lot more team fights happening and they're always going on the wrong heroes.
I mean, it's easy to say that, I guess, like, okay, ignore the Ursa, but by the time they actually started taking these team fights, by the time one win actually decided to meet them on the map.
It being easy to execute or not easy to execute. It's about when you think of the team fight, you got to envision the team fight, right? How are you going to win with your 5 heroes? And who do you need to go on first, right? I mean, that's the first thing you have to figure out. I mean, you can't say, it's too difficult to touch this guy, so we're not touching this guy, But then you can't kill the rest of the heroes. If you can't kill the Ringmaster or the Bane, right? Obviously, they're all very competent players. They're gonna be hiding some tree at some spot. You gotta find them. You have to figure out how are we supposed to find them, right? And then you immediately get to the point where we have Rolling Thunder. So Rolling Thunder can be used to scout them out, and also we have we have a Hoodwink to scout out with Bushwhack. Scurry around. So there are definitely tools that you can use, right? Save the ward, put the ward in a good position when you're running in with a smoke. I feel like there's ways, it's not like I don't think that you can say that their lineup just doesn't really match up against their lineup when it comes to the 5v5 engagements, right? I don't think you can just point everything to that. There's definitely a way to play around certain hurdles that you are encountering in the team fight, and you just need to figure it out.
Unfortunately, Team T, of course, they weren't able to crack that code by the end of the game, right? It was weird because I think at the first initial phases of the game, we were praising the Jakiro, we were praising the Hoodwink, talking about how these two supports had really dictated the tempo. It looked like the Team T lineup was so much more straightforward to play. Every single place you go on the map with the duo of Hoodwink Sand King, you're finding yourself kills. The Jakiro's counter-initiating with really nice ice paths, but it was just a matter of item timings. The Nullifier comes out, the BKB comes out, we see this Hoodwink, this Jakiro just start to fade into almost irrelevance, right? Their spells weren't really hitting the same. Meanwhile, you got a Bane on the other side. You got a giant Wheel of Wonder. You got a box to save. I mean, this is where the Ringmaster and Bane really started to sort of pick things up. And we'll be picking up a draft on our screen very shortly, folks, so don't worry about that. Let's see how the side of One Win continue to try and decimate their opponents versus, Team T. Are they going to adjust anything? Are they going to try and remove the Lycan? Because I would dare say that the Team T draft, they probably got a lot of the heroes that they wanted, right? The Sand King Hoodwink combo, that's huge for them. Jakiro, I mean, you keep talking about how that's like the best position 5 in the patch. They got mid Sand King. These things all seem pretty decent. Maybe it was just all down to execution, you reckon, Winter?
Yeah, I don't think there's one hero that you can single out, I mean, we're going to find out soon, what the teams are going to do. But at the same time, if you really look at the replay, it's not a hero problem. It's just execution problem where they just got outmaneuvered in the team fight. They just didn't really understand how many heroes is supposed to be used in a smoke gang and how many heroes is supposed to be pushing out waves. I think those are the macro things that you need to. I think before the game starts, you have to kind of really have a pretty good idea on how you have to play on a team, at this level, right? Like what you gotta do, what is your job, what is your role? You're a dedicated wave push out, so you have to do that,
Yeah. Just kind of felt like they started chilling a lot, and then after the Pango got picked off like once or twice, then he started feeling uncomfortable pushing out these waves, right? He didn't want to show.
Because he's not supposed to be doing it. Some of the farm should be taken by the Jakiro. He's gonna be fine pushing out the wave. Like you don't even need to show the hero you're pushing out, or even the hoodwing. You could just do it from a far range, cast your Akon shot and bush back. Because he had a really early shot, right? The boomerang helps you clear out waves too, I think they have a lot of tools how to play the map. They just didn't really, I think, play accordingly. They were too scared on certain heroes to push out waves, and they gathered and they grouped up together a lot, And right now they left team 1win left the Timbersaw. Team T picks it up, and there we go. The counter to Gyrocopter, the team counter to Timbersaw. The magic damage coming out from the lane against Timber.
Is it good enough by itself, you think? Because I
don't
still
know.
feel like
I don't know. Against the new Timber, I'm not sure. But in theory, on paper, this is good. But I'll need to see the lane play out to understand if the matchup is still remains the same, after the buffs to reactive armor.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, what can you do against Gyro is I think you definitely need a range position 4 to kind of bully the Gyro at least, or some sort of like way of disengaging, like maybe Cookie, you can just jump away from the rocket barrage. I think something along those lines, would be very, very nice for Timber against the Gyro matchup.
Snapfire could be nice. Just like the slow from the scatter blast, the Cookie getting you out in case you get stunned or whatever.
I think Snap is definitely the number one hero right now. You're looking at what do I need to pick to enable the Timbersaw against this Gyro? Because you need to be able to get a couple of levels so you can survive until you have Timber Chain, right? I'm not sure what is the best time to get Timber Chain right now with the armor buffs. Maybe you can get 1 to 2 points max. Maybe just one, because in this matchup, maybe you need the chain to kind of run away. And now with the Bane in the pool, so this lane is very, very strong. Gyrocopter and Bane. So they elect to go back for the Hoodwing, which kind of won them the lane the last time. So why not, go back with the same lane? But this is not going to be the same game as last time where the lane was pretty straightforward. I think Timber and Hoodwing, you definitely need to kind of play around each other much better because you can kill off the Akon tree, if you're not careful with the Timber, and then you cancel off the Bushwhack. So there's definitely going to be more coordination involved here.
There's also the chance that they kind of play some advanced tactics and Hoodwink plants a tree that like the Timber chains to or something, right? That could be pretty cool to see. I feel like that's one aspect that we haven't actually seen explored quite as much. Shadow Demon going to come through, so now 1win have a save to help them out in case anyone gets caught out by the Hoodwink combo.
Partner counter 2, remove the decrep with your Perch. I think all in all, it's also a very solid hero against Timber because he has a lot of magic damage when you start to stack up the poison. I think Timber doesn't like to play against too much magic damage usually. But nowadays with the new build, I think it's more doable because before you don't really want to get any pipe or any sort of item early. You rely on your BKB Aghanim's timing. Nowadays, you get Power Trade, Soaring, and maybe you get a Kaya, maybe you get a Lotus, then you get a pipe, or you just get a pipe after your Power Trade and Lotus. Power Trade and Soaring, then you get a pipe. I think there's a lot of ways to battle it right now as Timber because your build is very, very different. And with the Axe in the pool now, there's one of those heroes that's also very, very, I think, strong in the lane. Especially with the build right now where you go Phylactery. I'm kind of a big fan of that build. I like the Helm Phylactery build more. I think it's a lot more dynamic where you can just play the map and you can hit your timings later. You're much better at the team fights. You don't really rely on solo pickoffs so much. Whereas for Team T, they gotta find some answers to this. Right now they don't have a Helm hero, and they're gonna have to find a way to combat the Helm hero, right? Because Pugna and Holdwing, they don't really push out waves that quickly, or that safely, Like Holdwing, you can kind of do it, but if your Holdwing is pushing out waves and dealing with the shadow push, then what is the Pugna supposed to do, right? You don't have stun on this hero, and now you have a Timber, so you're definitely already lacking in terms of disable.
Yeah, this Axe is going to be a major problem for the supports. I'm not sure which one of them can even really deal with that battle hunger. You start running at them, set up with the Shadow Demon. Also, SD, one of the major gameplay aspects of him is he wants to set up stacks. Excellent for both the Gyrocopter and the Axe. But speaking of stacks, Team T will also be looking to engage in the same tomfoolery, right? They want to maybe get big, fat, ancient stacked up for Timber. He can clear those easily. Same thing for the Sand King. Kind of want to see whether teams will be making that excursion into the opposing triangle or maybe into the opposing jungle to steal those away from each other.
Oh, it also depends whether you can steal it, Sometimes you just can't, like, remember, I think Kasane was trying to just go in and then he almost died and he died. I think he died a couple of times too, like trying to scout. I mean, sometimes you just have to admit defeat, you can't contest and you just have to just stand there and sap his XP, You just can't go in, just based on the heroes. I think this is something that a lot of the players sometimes struggle. Because right, Sand King is very strong because of the stacks, right? And then when he's getting stacks in the game, it kind of messes around with your head that, oh no, you feel like, I cannot let him do it, You just have this urge to contest even though you don't have the right heroes to contest. And then you lose even faster. Right now, Lifesteal ban, that's a great ban against the Axe. You're definitely going to be looking to remove all the heroes that can stay in the lane against this Axe. Abaddon and Lifesteal are the two strongest ones. They're all out of the pool. So what else is going to be able to stay in the lane? It's actually not a lot available. You need a hero that can dispel it or some high regen hero with some sustain, I mean, the thing with Juggernaut is Axe is a good matchup against you.
Yeah.
But
because the Blink Call Blade Mail, you might just die.
Yeah, but you have to go the Blink Call build, If you go the Helm build, I don't know if you're too worried if you're the Juggernaut. If you go Helm Phylactery.
Yeah, but then the Axe also gets so absurdly tanky. And the Jug, we've seen it struggle before, right? All these Lotus Orbs, Yules, Ghost Scepters. Now you have a Shadow Demon that can banish. You have a Bane that can sleep. It feels like such a difficult Jug game already. Doesn't really play well with this lineup as well, right? There's no inherent synergy
Yeah, but there's
between
nothing
these
to
heroes.
stand in the lane already. I think the other remaining picks available, like Morph, TB, all this, you struggle, in the lane, like Sven. You get pushed
and then
out
you're
in the
into
lane.
like Shadow Demon as well, so they create like illusions of you. It's like miserable.
Yeah. I think it's very hard to find like a optimal pick, right? You just have to pick your poison on what you're giving up. Okay, there's still a TA. I think TA is also one of the more durable ones. But the thing is, like TA with Pugna, I kind of don't really like that together. Because Pugna, you want to have someone that you can really use your heal, right? Like I think TA, you prefer to be with, say, like a stun or something that can catch because you have so much damage. You want heroes that can set up for kills. So we'll just see how it works out in a game. I think the TA is still useful in other departments. The shard, especially, you mentioned the grip, the sleep, the disruption, the shard on the TA is very, very useful.
Any chance we see a bit of a switcheroo, right? Maybe the Pugna goes up to the top lane and then you have the Hoodwink in the bot. One Bushwhack onto the Axe or the Shadow Demon, then the TA can do some damage.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think with how Dota is played right now, there's no clear 4 and 5 in the game. There's just heroes that go to lanes which benefit them more. I think we're going to get to a stage where the supports just constantly move around, just depending on lane, depending on heroes. I don't think everything is set in stone. And Lashrak is going to be the closing pick for Squadix here. Very, very strong hero against the Sand King and TA, one of the strongest mid heroes right now. It's very difficult to contest Lashrak in the rune. Like he's basically I think he's the king of the rune right now. When he runs down with his Misanthropy, no one's standing there to fight him.
Yeah. Not a Pugna, not a Hoodwink, certainly not a Sand King. I do know some mid laners believe that Lash is a good matchup into SK because when he's trying to put his Sandstorm down, as long as you cleared out the creep wave, he can't actually stand in the Sandstorm anymore. You can push him out of it. I really like this 1-win draft. I feel like they have all the tools again to scale up and get to the point where they are just out fighting Team T. You got good saves to deal with the Sand King. Maybe you don't have an immediately obvious Timber Saw counter, but on paper, Munkushi is kind of in a good matchup, at least lane-wise, right? You got Bane Gyro against Timber, Hoodwink / Pugna. That should be pretty fine. What about you? Do you think Team T have what it takes here to maybe force this to a game number 3, or are you also in the 1-win basket with along with me?
Based on lineups, I think they do. If they can play their cards right, I think their side lanes are strong still. Laning wise, I think they could play very, very well and just win both side lanes based on heroes. Mid lane is kind of like going to be a wash, right? You don't really lose as Sand King. I think most of the time, you should be able to 50-50. I think even though the matchup probably favors Squadix a little bit, but I don't think it's like a huge margin where Lesh is going to run away with this lane, you know.
Sure. Let's see. I mean, a lot of this is also going to come down to the support rotations, or maybe the amount that is stacked in the triangle. All the heroes on the side of Team T can farm Ancients, scale up. I think to a certain extent, I don't want to reach, right? But I think maybe they identified their problem from last game, that they weren't really scaling and farming enough. So they've at least solved that.
What's happening here? They place a lane ward this early.
What the hell? Oh, they catch the smoke.
They know that something is happening around this area, you know. They place a lane ward. I don't know if it's meant for the smoke gang or it's meant for the lane where later the gyro is going to be pushing out waves and you want to see him. Because this ward is not a usual ward.
Yeah. Because of that, though, Team T are going to be aware that 1-win are on the prowl. They like to kind of stick back up towards the top side. They don't want to fight. I'm trying to look at the heroes at level 1 and trying to understand which lineup would prefer to run at the other. Both have pretty strong spells, right? You got maybe a Burrow Strike. You don't want to level that, but
it's hard to say who's going to win the level 1 fights. They're both very strong. And in the end, we will just get a peaceful exchange of double bounty runes aside.
Yeah.
Everybody's happy. Everyone's contented. Nobody's going to lose the lane because of some level 1 shenanigans.
Yeah. That's the way you like it, right? Especially if you believe that you've drafted yourself solid side lane, solid mid lane. You don't want to give away an advantage for no reason. And we're off to the races here in game number 2. Now, just a reminder, folks, that we are in the playoffs. This is upper bracket. So both these teams, they've worked very hard in the group stage in the past entire week to get here. And because of their hard work, they've been awarded a second lease on life, right? Even if they lose this series on Team T, they still have lower bracket matches to play. They still could make it back up to the top 4. Top 4 places in this DreamLeague Division 2, of course, qualify to the main DreamLeague Season 27 to play up against the likes of Heroic, Liquid, Spirit, all these other big dogs.
Where shall we begin, Mike?
Well, on one hand,
begin in bot lane.
Glem in fact wants to begin. Yeah.
He must be a big fan of gyro. I think every time we have a gyro in the game, his eyes is on to the gyro.
Glem is muted. Glem is our observer, by the way, but I'm certain every time the gyro casts flat cannon, and then, you know, like he's farming the whole way of creeps, Glem is actually moaning into the microphone. We just can't hear him. He's like so pleased. I wouldn't be surprised if he's a carry player.
Yeah, I guess this ward is to play against gyro, right? Because I can't really find any explanation for this ward. It's so strange. I think it's for the gyro, so they want to see when the gyro is doing this and maybe set up a kill when he's pushing out the wave so you can gang him later.
Right. Okay.
That's the best I've got for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good info, I guess. Maybe you're not expecting the Shadow Demon or the Bane to rotate much to the mid lane. Maybe you're certain that your Sand King is going to be safe regardless, so you're not too worried. Maybe you're also kind of protecting yourself, right? Because if Kasane on the Bane tries to gang towards top, he's very likely just going to cut across the lane because the lane's always pushed out. That's kind of maybe a few more points.
You want to put it on the gate then if it's for the Bane, right?
Yeah, but then if you put it on the gate, then it gets very limited information unless the Bane specifically goes towards the gate. Right, so this kind of covers both bases, right? If you can still kind of see them in the lane, and then if they walk towards that area, or maybe if the Bane's setting up for the Lotus fight, you still kind of get that information.
Yeah, we like some of this rune battle conversations, right? Totally ignoring the other two lanes, just talking about that one ward they place in the lane.
It's an interesting one. I share your sentiment, Winter. I think this is kind of out of the blue. I don't know what it has achieved for them so far. I guess it helped them dodge away from that kind of first blood initiation that happens up in the top lane anyway. So nice little setup there from Triple S and Sweden Strong. They get the catch onto the puck now, who was trying to contest the Lotus.
It's the power of battle hunger, my friend. You do not contest the axe.
Yeah. What do you even do versus Axe? I feel like I've had so much trouble personally against this hero in the offlane because he just battle hungers me.
Are you asking from the perspective of the partner, or you're asking what hero you should pick right against the axe?
I guess both, right? The perspective of the partner is obviously more relevant for this game, so let's start there. Like, what is the plan here for Soneko?
I don't really feel like you can actually contest the axe. I mean, you just need to pull and make sure you get your levels. So I think at some point you just want to leave the lane because you cannot do anything to this harass. You want to go gate and pressure the other carry, right? And right now, look at this Gyro is having such a good time pressuring the Timber. They picked this as a counter pick, so clearly this still works.
Yeah, that buff to the reactive armor not exactly helping him out a ton against the Brain Slap. Rocket Barrage, just heaps of magic damage being poured into this poor boy. They're just cowering under the tower. They can't even walk up. They push the lane all the way up here. You have to ferry salves on both Desire and Cloud.
Yeah.
Kind of an awkward position right now.
Partner needs to get down here because the wave is always pushed, right? So it gives you opportunity to gank through the gate. Just come in from behind. I mean, that's the
Yeah, but
downside
even
of
then, look at Munkushi's facet. He went for Afterburner, so if you're like right next to him on Cloud, he's just gonna Afterburner and speed himself out of there. I don't think this is an easy kill to get.
The Bane. You can kill the Bane. I guess it's still... I mean, it's possible for them to kill either one of the hero, you know? I mean, I know he has Gyro. The Gyro has a quelling blade. He cut down all the trees because it's against Bushwhack and Timberchain, you know?
Yeah, I like that adaptation.
Yeah, but still, if you don't do this as a partner, I don't see what else can you do as partner right now. Maybe 6 minutes he can go for the rune, but before that, like he's clearly like not really having much impact in the lane, you know, in the game.
Yeah, it kind of feels like regardless of whether he's here or not, Shigetsu should be able to muscle out the axe, right? Like Shigetsu is laying in so much damage into him at the moment. You got Helm of Iron Will, actually trying to chase him down here. Blood Grenade for the slow. Just when there was a TP from the Shadow Demon to the bot lane, I think Triple S is actually going to die here. Meanwhile, bot lane...
Oh, he survives. Cloud survives.
Nicely
so the
done.
bottom gank didn't work out and they lost the axe, you know. So that was a pretty neat exchange for Team T. Not a good exchange if you are one win.
Kasani's going to move into the triangle, start spotting out these stacks, though. We know he has a slight obsession with this from last game.
Yeah, he's the man that's on a mission to stop the stacks or to steal the stacks.
Squadix hitting that level 6. There's a bit of a setup, but the disruption's there, and the lingering damage from the poison. Is it enough to finish off Warwick? Blood Grenade off the mark. Desire somehow able to slip out of trouble because the sleep transfer wasn't clean. Ends up being a regen rune in the top lane for Warwick, and he will be so happy about that situation.
This is such a big turnaround. Now the Lash kind of has to... I guess he just has to play safer. He doesn't have to go back to base. He has still some resources. He still has health, but...
This is what the partner was picked for, Winter. We see this from Soneko every single time. He leads his mid laner into the opposing triangle, puts down a ward, and it's so hard for them to contest. But maybe they overplayed their hand. They stole away so many of those creeps, only to die here. That's going to be a problem. Lesh comes through and kills off his counterpart. It's SSS who gets the last hit. They still got a Thunder Strike and the Poison to finish off Soneko. So yes, they get the big payload of the creep stacked up, but they end up dying to Squadix.
You do not contest the Lash Rack, Mike. You do not. That is a
Shrine
very
of Wisdom.
steep price to pay, and the Gyro steals the Shrine.
Yeah.
This is really, really bad news, you know, because you use the thing with using your mid laner to steal a stack at 650 around there when they went in is this is going to be the risk, right? You die, something goes wrong, then you cannot contest your own shrine, right? This is like a domino effect because of that. This is now one bad move into another bad move.
Yeah, maybe in an alternate universe where your Timbersaw wasn't first picked into probably one of the most difficult lanes he could go up into, he might have hit level 6. He might have been able to force out one win. But the reality is, you're trying to face down a Gyro at this stage of the game. It's just not going to happen, especially when he's backed up by a Bane. So, you gotta try and continue the aggression, at least play through their one winning lane. Epicenter onto SSS here, even going ethereal, but the disruption now saving him. They need just a bit more damage, and they should be able to find it with the blast. In comes Munkushi though, the TP in far too late. It took a while for him to get there, and the call downs connect on nothing, but I guess at the very least he can start farming up the triangle. I don't know, it's a long way back to bot lane.
It's almost a very costly mistake there. Warwick decided not to use the epicenter initially when he went in with the Barrow Strike, thinking they had enough. And then it took too long to kill, and then he had to use epicenter. But then the disruption came in. That could have just ended very poorly for them, you know.
Yeah.
Probably breathing a sigh of relief that the gyro rotation didn't amount to anything.
Because if they had to dive a little bit deeper, if they didn't reach through with that Pugna blast, could have been troublesome. Now, Triple S, he has died twice now, but he is just about 300 gold away from his Helm Dom, and that's where the pressure on the lane is going to start to mount. Still stacks being built up and uncontested at the moment. Keep in mind, OneWin know about this, right? Surely they are aware that, you know, Desire is continuing to stack these up, but at some point you need to bring a hero, either the Sand King or the Timbersaw, in to farm this, because Kasane, he's planted a sentry down at this point. He's going to block all future stacks. Meanwhile, Warwick and Soneko, they look to hit back into the opponent triangle. They don't find anything though. They're going to try for the Ancient stack. This is risky to say the least.
You're gonna die. Why this is so crazy. They're gonna die.
Blood Grenade, slow down, Axe there with the Battle Hunger. I mean, you had stacks in your own triangle you could have gone back to, but you choose to try and attempt burglary. I have no idea, Winter, because they're gonna die on two heroes again.
This is the same movie we just saw 1.5 minutes ago when they went in the first time and they saw. Okay, that first time, I feel like I could understand
that was fine.
more.
That was okay.
They could have actually got out on the Sand King and only lost the Pugna. That was okay.
Yeah.
But this one is like insane, you know. You know that they're ready for it because you can't just make the same move twice in a row and then expect your enemies to like, well, just let you get away with it.
No.
I
Not
mean,
against one win.
If you're a shaker and you go in, you just click the R and you run. I feel like that's more understandable, you know. But when you have to take it slowly with the Sandstorm, I don't know, man. That was some risky ass move right there.
I mean, clearly there's a concept because this is not the first time Team T have made this play, right? Every time they pick the Pugna, that's kind of the goal they're trying to get. They want to run into the enemy triangle, plant down the Nether Ward, and their idea is that with this Nether Ward, they can't lose.
Yeah, but
unfortunately
then
for them,
bring more heroes, maybe because the enemy brought 5 or 4.
Yeah. Not the best look, as now, because of those kills, the Lesh gets a very early Atos and is able to convert that into a kill onto Cloud. Cloud is the poorest core by a long shot here. And now this tower is going to go down as well.
That is definitely an interesting choice here. Not going for Dagger, not going for Kaya. Atos is something that maybe he feels like he wants to be a little bit more survivable. Like you don't want to die to the burst from the Sand King and Timber as much. But interesting change up with the build here on Lash. It's not like a very unpicked item on Lash, but it's just...
Mid lane, Epicenter in onto the Bane. They get that clean kill. Trying to set the EXP was Kasane, but gets punished for it. This is... Yeah, he gets the Fiend's Grip, so maybe we'll see a play of it soon.
Yeah, they still have the shield on the Lash rack with the Atos. He is looking for another fight. He is very strong right now.
I mean, he can just come through and Atos again, right? That's the power of it. Without the Atos, he doesn't actually have the lockdown, but now he's just going to get a free stun. Now you get the follow-up, homing missile, use the perch, slow to a crawl, and Cloud, he isn't getting out of this one.
Yeah, he also has a different skill build, right? Usually you don't get so many points in the stun this early on. So this is definitely a very interesting build. He thinks that they need more lockdown, you know, more setup. You know, that's why he's going for this.
Mid lane, jumping in, Triple S, found a kill onto the Pugna. That's the first Fiend's Grip used for a very nice pickoff. I mean, OneWin, they're starting to heat up here. 8-3 on the board.
Things are definitely looking much better for OneWin in the early game compared to last game. Last time around at this stage, I think they were already, 2 to 3k behind of the lanes.
Yeah.
a significant improvement from the last game, and right now you are kind of, I think, happy to trade farm, because your Lash, he didn't really go for like the early dagger, so you're happy to just farm, sit back. You have a helm on your axe, and you're playing more for the scaling.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this Athos was really smart. Now, Warwick's going to come through onto Kasane. Again, another situation where they're fully focusing down the Bane. This is 4 heroes on the side of Team T to punish one support. Yeah, like, who cares, right? The axe is fine.
You're the Bane, you die like this, you're like, whatever, guys, it's just space, But if the axe dies, then it's probably not going to be good.
Cloud's going to get called on the high ground. You got to watch yourself here on the Timbersaw because Squadix, he's rolling up. Maybe it was just a bait after all. Holding on to the Lash, there's a disruption. Gyro wants to participate, and the Athos holding Cloud in place. Again, he'll get chopped down, brought down back to Earth.
I mean, this is like a death pit, right? Every single time Team T enters the triangle, they die. Like, somebody is going to die,
Can we just, someone's got to make a call to not go there anymore, right? Like, at some point, you got to be like, okay, guys. Like, look, 9 deaths, 7 out of 9 of these deaths have been in this area. Maybe we just play somewhere else.
You actually kept count? Is that the right?
No, I was kind of estimating, to be honest.
The Timber died twice. Okay, so Timber died twice in the lane. So 1 death, that's 1. Then
yeah, and then everybody else kind of died mostly.
No, the other 6 deaths, I think at least 4 or 5 were in the triangle. So you're not that far off, actually.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it felt like.
Kept count.
Almost. Mid lane, Saneko's trying to maybe bait someone in to react to him. He's hoping that the axe will start running at him and then they can do a wraparound move because, again, the deadly duo of the Hoodwink and the Sand King are smoked up. They're going to use this to steal away the shrine. So double shrine secured at 40 minutes. That's nice.
They kind of more than evens out the 7-minute shrines that they lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, they have to try to find the move, right? I mean, you get the dagger on Sand King. I feel like one of the more common mistakes you see with teams when they have Sand King is when they get a dagger, they're very eager to fight, right? And this hero, it doesn't mean that when you get dagger, you need to go all the time. You need to still play for your other timings, right? All the important 15, 20, 25 timings, agonyms. This is a hero that you don't want to be rushing with.
Yeah, the scaling was something that was lacking on the side of Team T the previous time. And now I thought they were going to address it. A nice TP out from the Sand King, managing to escape out of that very dangerous area before the response was there from OneWin. They get a nice D-ward on the Observer placed behind their tower. Hold on to their territory. Meanwhile, mid lane, Squadix just gets another freebie. Yeah, the Athos, it's amazing.
Too much. It's doing way too much right now. I mean, they just have to expect it, right? I mean, I understand it's not a very common pickup. So if you lose 1 or 2 heroes to a new item, to a less common item, I can get it, but you just have to expect it from now on. You can't just walk up to a lane, let's try Athos, I guess I'm dead,
Well, it's gonna happen a 3rd or 4th time at this point. Cloud getting caught out by that item.
What on earth?
What is he doing there?
He just killed your teammate in mid lane, and then he goes into fog, right? So you gotta expect that he might be moving bot, right? You can't just move out to the lane and take the wave, right? I guess you can also make an argument that okay, he didn't know about that lane, but still, it's just those deaths are really, really bad for the Timbers game. And mind you, this is the overall first pick Timber, and he is not getting anything out of this game right now.
I feel like we've reached the state of Dota 2 drafting where if you want to pick a hero first phase, you got to be comfortable on it even into counters, right? And it's clear at the moment that on the side of Team T, they weren't prepared to deal with this Gyro Bane lane. They didn't really have a recovery plan for the Timber. Maybe in their mind, they were going to put the Sand King into the opposing triangle, steal away all the stacks, and that means the triangle belongs to the Timber. But we know now that that was never going to work out for them. OneWin was so prepared for these moves. Now they're the ones scouring the map with a 4k gold lead. This Lash Athos has paid dividends for him. He actually hasn't even gotten the blink yet. I like this plan. I really like that Squadix is kind of playing long-range catch instead of jumping in, because I feel like if you jump in on the Lash this game, you could just get blown out.
Sand King, Pugner, Timber. Yeah, you're definitely going to get blown up.
A shot on the Hoodwink coming out soon as well. That's absurd amounts of magic damage. But for now, Squadix keeping the train going. This time he finds a much bigger kill on Shigetsu.
Yep, now he gets his dagger. Like, he's fairly certain that they are strong enough to play even more aggressive. I think this is a very, very, very difficult couple of minutes to play, you know, if you're Team T. You gotta somehow find a way to stabilize the game, right? With either you have to play with the Timber, you have to probably with the Sand King, right? I think Sand King is your best bet right now. You have to try to like hold a certain area, at least make sure you get to farm Ancients on your TA, you know, because right now I feel like the TA is kind of, he feels like it's a bit difficult to find camps to farm, you know, he's scared all the time and they have to do something to address it.
We've yet to really see the lineup of Team T come together this time round. I mean, the cores themselves don't have the most inherent synergy. The band together now, try and defend this tower. Triple S getting the immediate call onto the Timber, and Cloud is just dead again. Okay. But the rest of Team T can't even follow up on that. They tried to make a go. The Timber just brazenly Timber chains in. I don't know how that was ever going to work out. I got a disruption. Shigetsu immediately blinks forward. He's feeling confident even without his Timber Saw, and he gets the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Very nicely done.
That was a good read. He did not flinch at all. He thought like, well, there's no way this guy can do this to me, you know. He blinks straight up to him.
That's kind of crazy though, right? Like, can you imagine if you blinked straight up to him and then Kasane just grips you?
Yeah, but he has backup. He has teammates next to him. I think he probably feels like as long as Sand King is next to him, he'll be fine. And he knows he is stronger than the Gyro right now. So one win, definitely sharing the same sentiment as Shingetsu. So they are running away.
Looks like another Barrow Strike. They found another support, Kasane. This is starting to look a bit more like it. Team T starting to put some kills on the board. Yes, sure, it's just supports at the moment, but they need every little bit of help they can get.
I mean, Tormentor is going to be even a bigger help. They have TA, they want to do it right now. Spawns in 10 seconds. They're in position. It should be theirs.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Now, who's going to get the shard? Hoodwink is secretly praying. Not the Pokna, please. Not the Pokna. Not Soneko. Oh well.
Well, it wouldn't be possible for Desire to get the shard because he purchased his own shard already, so...
Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. Sorry, Mike, that was my...
Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's like the flamethrower on the Timber or something. That could have been okay. Instead you get this weird life drain shit. Now rotating over to the bot lane. Bright as day on the high ground. Akon going to catch Triple S, but he has the pipe completed. He's going to resist a lot of damage. Holding the Sand King in place. The grip from Kasane. Catching out Warwick. Shigetsu will punish though. Getting a trade 1-for-1 at the moment as Cloud able to chop through Squadix. That's not too bad, but Squadix now being focused down. Death Trap in the bot side of the map. As it looked like one win, they were very prepared for that move, and the Axe, he's still at full HP. Munkushi, the big winner of that fight. It costs you your Lash, but you're happy to pay that price.
Yeah, it was actually really good that he actually went in and he ate a bunch of damage, but at the same time, during the process of him tanking all the damage, he's also dishing out the damage, right? I think that was a very good selfless play. Lash going in, just tanking everything and doing as much as he can, and the Gyro just came in, I think, somewhere towards the end to clean up the TA, right? He managed to just finish off the TA because he took too much damage from the Lash there. Just basically killing himself, and he brought the Sand King and TA together with him.
I mean, that was also a really great grip from Kasane. This is what we talked about a bit earlier. If you blink in and your Sand King's being controlled, he's already getting called on one side of the fight. He doesn't have an option to bail your TA out.
He probably needs the shard on the TA, right? We're talking about shards. The TA doesn't have his shard yet.
He's going straight for Daedalus.
I mean, he's going to just get gripped by Bane. Like, not really exactly a very good way of like stopping the grip. I mean, your Sand King is going to be starting the fights on the first target, so you're probably going to only be counting on the Bushwhack to land on the Bane, right? Which is not exactly going to be 100% reliable most of the time.
Yeah. I don't know whether I like that very much, because at the moment, I feel like Team T have this idea that the Timber Saw can chain in first and start the fight that way. But we've seen how that works out for him, right? He just doesn't have the durability to stand up into one win at the moment. So maybe with the pipe that changes things for him, maybe he'll be able to frontline a bit more reliably. But yeah, the shard for TA, that's something we'll be keeping our eyes out on. For now, she has oodles and oodles of damage though, right? She has Deso, almost the Daedalus, just maybe, I want to say, like 1,000 gold away. And also the Brigand's Blade with the attack speed. So if she's allowed to hit heroes, they're gonna die. It's just a problem of the rest of the team setting up for her to do so. Here's one win though, on the smoke move, Prowl out. 23 minutes on the map. No major objective. I guess they want to get a kill and then go into Roche.
Yeah, that was probably the right thing on the agenda there. A kill into Roche. And now Shadow Demon abuses, or maybe not abuses it in the game, it's just you can do Roche with your Disruption Illusions, it helps with Roche damage amp.
Yeah, he is taking 67% more damage and that Roche evaporates. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we're referring to the Shadow Demon Innate. Speaking of the Shadow Demon, the setup in the mid lane, Sweden Strong finds Suneko. They're gonna get a call and another chop. Nope, Triple S doesn't unfortunately find that. Way too much magic damage coming out from Squadix. It's gonna be like, curse you, Lash.
No, it wasn't the Lash, it was the SD. SD took
Oh,
the
was it
kill.
actually? Curse you, Sweden Strong! And he's like, bro, I'm your captain. He's like, yeah, okay, right, my bad.
Well, using the captain card now, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, what other card does he have? He's a SD. You got any other good excuse for why you didn't give him another Code of Blood?
No, zero.
Yeah, neither.
I think
You
the
gotta
best
pull
one
out the
you can
captain
come
card.
out- The best one you can do is, I am 100 gold away from my Aether Lens.
Yeah. He hashtag needed that kill. Oh, he's gonna have the Aether Lens. I mean, all these items coming up on the side of one win, they are so strong right now. Daedalus complete for Shigetsu as grouping up near the bot lane. This
they're
could be
getting
risky.
sandwiched.
They have gotten caught on Shigetsu and they don't have a save on the side of Team T. Getting gripped and caught out into oblivion. TP out on the squirrel, narrowly missing the split earth there. Whew.
This is looking like things are getting worse and worse right now for Team T. They're not really sure what they need to do, right? And because they're behind with the Timber a lot. He only has a pipe. This is not a hero you want to play from behind.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of feels like they're out of options. They also lost the Aegis, right? You have a TA lineup, you're not getting the first Roshan, and that is also very, very bad news. They don't really have much timings right now. I think the best bet they have is to farm and get your level 20, 25 on Sanking. You know, this is going to be a very long one if Team T is going to have any chance of coming back into this game.
Maybe hope for some throws on the high ground. You get a big fat epicenter type shit.
Dire's structures.
It's not looking optimal. 4k gold lead doesn't sound like the most right now, but with how the lineup of Team T was supposed to operate, you'd love to be ahead. This Gyro is very quickly rising up to raid boss status, and I mean, this overall, it wasn't overall first pick, but it was first pick for one win on the 9th, right? And I just feel like they haven't really answered the Gyro. Like, what was their plan to deal with him? He was going to have an excellent lane. He basically AFK farmed most of the early game. You just haven't touched him. He's 16k net worth, and even though Shigetsu's done a great job keeping up on the TA, it's a quote-unquote good carry matchup, but it doesn't matter if you don't have a team to back you up. Playing Gyro games like this must be so fun. You know, you're working your way towards the Satanic, you're at the point where you can just go up to high ground. Anyone who even dares to try and touch you, you got an axe backing you up, you got a disruption, you got a grip, you got a sleep. You know, all these tools.
You're
Just make
only
it
as
so-
strong as your team when you're playing Gyro.
Yeah.
I think when you're playing Morphling and teammates, it's different, you know. You're strong, you know. It doesn't depend on your team.
Yeah, but we talk about Munkushi as this player who is very much a carry who plays for his team, right? He's
Hang
not
on a
those
minute.
typical.
He's getting
Alright.
stopped. Epicenter
I don't know
coming in.
who's stalking who. Munkushi still has that second life. The sleep comes through onto the Sand King. They get the Aegis for now. Where's the rest of One Win? He needs his team. Like we said, in comes
we
Triple
didn't get
S,
the
missing
call.
the call. The TP out. Do they have a way of stopping? No, they don't. Very nice play from Shigetsu, and they don't see him in the tree line. The Athos comes out at the very last moment. Squadix at least finds a catch. So it ends up being the Aegis and the support. Team T, that was probably the best situation they could have asked for.
Yeah, that was amazing for them. They got the Aegis, they got a trade for the support, they got out on the course. You cannot ask for anything more. This is as good as it gets, you know, if you're Team T.
Yeah.
And they have a gem on Soneko, by the way. So it's going to allow them to do some dewarding and just make sure that they still have a map to play, you know. I mean, if Sand King can actually get to his talents, you know, level 20 and level 25 with the Axe and Shivas, I think in the team fights they can still do it. Like
Yeah.
Sand King is going to win you those team fights, you know, if you get to that stage, you know. It's all about like trying to find a way to persevere and just hang on, make sure you don't give away too much and get to your timings.
There's still no shot being looked at by Shigetsu at the moment, as he is just fully focused on trying to scale up with regular items. Can understand it because of the state of the game. Maybe he feels like he just needs more damage, he needs more survivability. He can't really afford to pivot and get these fancy little gimmicks or tools. Let's see One Win try and push this tower, but as we can see in the backside, maybe Warwick trying for some sort of a wraparound play on the Sand King. He's come through the twin gates behind them. They're taking a very safe position. It's Squadix on the front lines, caught up by a bushwhack. Rutro, barrel strike down. Hunter's boomerang in. Squadix does have that BKB, but the physical coming through. Shigetsu chops down the lash. I mean, on the flip side, Triple S finds Soneko, but again, another good trade for T, as they want to chase forward for more. Fortunately, the rest of One Win have evacuated this area, but again, One Win kind of stopped in their tracks a little bit here. The game's starting to slow down, and Team T, they're getting the time that they need.
It's like a very ambitious move there, you know, by Lash there. He was trying to, I guess, he felt like he was invincible, right, with BKB and Haze, but I think you already said the right clicks, you know, he just couldn't really stand up to the right clicks. He's going to need a plate meal right now. And there's a sleep. They caught Cloud here on the Timber. He's probably gonna just die.
Getting gripped up. No hope for a save. The bushwhack comes out far too late. Now the secondary setup onto Desire.
Epicenter, they're going
Kushi
in.
just chasing
Oh my
Epicenter,
God,
but
why
it's
are they
into a
going in?
BKB. I'm not sure what this is about. Maybe Shigetsu making the call, but you can't even TP away. And now the call onto Shigetsu himself. This is a TA that doesn't have much life left. What was that decision from Team T? Why did they go in there?
The Timber was dead for 10 years already.
I gotta lose the gem as well.
They just wanted to save him somehow, and then they tried to go and save him, but then realizes it was too late, and then they says, F it, let's just go since we're already here, and then they all die.
Yeah, cool. Now you gem on the ground. All right. Soneko has lost his, so you're not going to have that advantage of clearing out vision on the map. And Munkushi on your high ground. Very cool. Just when
this
we
is
were talking
why,
about
Mike.
how Team T was slowing things down too.
Yeah, this is why Dota is such a mental game, right? You just have to back off, you know. I think it's really, really difficult to back off when you're in position to do something. You know? It's something that requires a lot of discipline and dedication to be able to back off, you know. Like, I agree they were strong with the Sand King and the TA there, but they just couldn't get there on time. And so once the Timber dies, you just have to accept your losses and back off. But they couldn't accept
also,
the losses.
It's not like they didn't see the Gyro BKB, right? They know he has that item. So when you go in with the Epicenter like that, at most, with the Timber dead and
He didn't even land the stun, right? I don't think he stunned
I don't think he
any hero.
did. Yeah, but that was, I also don't know whether that was like Munkushi pressing the BKB in time and it didn't tag him or whatnot, but like, regardless of what that was, the Sand King simply doesn't have the damage to burst through eggs, right?
This is the Hail Mary, Mike. I mean, this is it, right? If this fails again, I think this game is going to be out of reach. They're going to smoke once again. They're like, it wasn't supposed to be us losing the team fight. We just need 5 heroes together, and also immediately they smoke up 5 heroes. Soneko's going to show in the lane as bait, but no one's here to take it, and they're going to go rush.
Also, keep in mind, One Win scanned this move out. They know that the side of Team T are in the Roche. This is not a secret at all, and this could spell disaster. Desire on the
Desire
high ground, but
breaks the
Squadix
smoke.
already initiating. He breaks the smoke, but it
Roshan.
doesn't matter because here's
Roshan.
Triple S in with the jump, and he snatches the Aegis. This is over. Team T, they are getting cooked here in the pit. All their moves
GG.
just mapped out. GG is called, so Neko will be the one to call it, as One Win very swiftly send Team T to the lower bracket.
Man, Triple S is just saying Cloud, these 2 games, it is just an off-lane diff, right? Like both games he's really outclassing Cloud on the off-lane, like just making the difference. Whereas like both games for Cloud, he couldn't really find a way to impact the game, you know, like he's just, yeah, having a really, really difficult time, you know. And I think Team T, there are moments, again, they were looking like they were doing really well as a team. They're starting to slowly mount a comeback. And then all of a sudden, like one mistake, and then I realized like every time they make a mistake, right, they cannot seem to find the strength to chill, relax. We gotta reset. We gotta rethink our priorities, and you know, find another way. You know, they always like just bash their smoke and go back in, and then they just die again. You know, it just seems to be the team of Team T every time when something fails. When everything's going well, yeah, great. You know, they look like a pretty good team. You know, but when things go wrong, they just look abysmal.
Yeah. We have yet to see them really pull off a comeback, and maybe that is a testament to an inability to figure out their problems in the middle of the game, right? When they run into an issue, when they have something that doesn't work, they just keep trying again. The repeated moves into the triangle, these getting picked off by the same Lesh Athos over and over. It feels like things that you need to try and, you know, fix
And
before.
the stacks as well, they kept trying to steal the stacks. You know, Sand King is not meant to steal stacks. Sand King is meant to clear your own stacks. You know, if you have the right heroes, maybe you can do it, but you need to bring in the numbers, right? They're not really involving the carry, and TA doesn't really want to come over and steal a stack, right? It's not like she's a Bristol bag or something, you know. That's why I felt like they were just clearly being way too aggressive, you know, with the way they are playing, and yeah, just not really understanding how their heroes are supposed to be played.
Yeah, well, I guess at the end of the day, if you just look back to the group stage scores, you could have probably seen this result coming. One Win ended up only ever dropping one map across the entire group stage, going 7-0, 14-1 is their overall map score. Meanwhile, Team T, it was a lot more of a struggle sort of upwards for them, right, to make it to that 4th spot. They were not 4-3 overall, you know, had some wins, had some losses, not the cleanest games as well. But because of that, the 4th seed coming out of Group B will be sent down to the lower bracket. That's where they'll play tomorrow for survival up against either OG or Raw Gaming. I'm not too sure which one it is. But we're far from done with the Division 2 action just yet. We have more games coming up. Specifically, more upper bracket games where you'll see probably the highest level of Dota that we have here at Division 2, Pipsqueak +4 versus Kalmichada. I think those two teams are going to be very evenly matched, extremely exciting to watch, and you'll have the pleasure of that series in 1.5 hours from now. So go take a short break, maybe cue a pub, get a meal, chill out. We'll see you back here for that match in a bit.
Here today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Got all these choices, but I so made
she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in and out of trouble for much too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. Sure, I'm glad she's mine. Hey.
I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I died a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I died a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take
Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. Well,
Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. Those nasty things mean really nothing to me. Cause lately it's so plain to see. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, you can take away my mint Cadillac. Take my Harley too, I don't need them back. I got an engine, oh, that runs so right. As long as I get your loving each night. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, 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 yeah. In the morning, well, early in the morning, late in the evening, round around noontime, round about noontime, baby, 24/7. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In the morning, well, it's early in the morning, late in the evening, baby, late in the evening, round around noontime, round about noontime, 24/7, this is 24/7, baby. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take away my bag of bud, my camels and jack. Go ahead and take them all, I don't want them back. The only thing I could ever really miss is what I feel when I get your kiss. All I want is you. Honey, is so true. Give it to me, baby. All I need is you.
just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Leaning on the window pane, I found my mystery woman. The flame drives me insane. She's heavenly creation, the spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotion. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. something about you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. I wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. I'm trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Wanna know what makes you happy. Wanna know, can I make you mine? I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night?
Now I got worries pounding in my chest. It's so hard to sleep, baby. I can't get no rest. All sorrow and sadness. Tell me what I'm gonna do. 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know. I fell in love, but a long time ago. I sing the same old song, been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be. be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. Don't keep me waiting, I need your company. Ooh, I know I did you wrong. I'm hoping it won't be too long. Oh, come back. Tuesday, you took my heart and then you ran away. Now it's been 16 hours and 7 days. And now the hardest part is begging, baby, begging, baby. People say it's just a waste of time and we don't care. But I'm holding on and hoping that will be another chance for what we had, what we had. Never gonna be another way. No more windy days. Come back, I'm gonna find a way. Yeah, back to me. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without your loving around. Baby, I will be waiting until you come back home. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me. Baby, don't keep me waiting, don't you set me free. Baby, pick up the phone. Baby, pick up the phone. Don't leave me all alone. I don't want to be alone. When are you coming home? Please, come on back to me. Ooh, baby. Oh, yes it is. Come on, baby. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you here with me, baby. You're gonna be a cold winter, baby. Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel Don't be afraid to scream and shout. 'Cause when we dance to the music, you know that's what it's all about. Yeah, yeah. Hey, girl, shake that body. Shake it to the left and to the right. Yeah, girl, shake that body. We're gonna shake it all night. We're going down.
yeah, yeah. Ooh, everything I want, everything I need. Got everything I want, everything I want, everything I need. Everything I need, yeah.
Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
How I used to be was so good for me. In my mind all the time, no one I could turn to. Now that I can see your love has set me free. You came along, made me strong. I've waited such a long time, and I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. Oh, I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever
my head. Got the whole world at my feet, and there ain't a cloud ahead. There are stories I need to tell. There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa fa fa. Let's get together now, baby. We will be the perfect team. Like the hand in a glove, like cherry pie and cream. There are stories we need to tell, and laughter we need to share. There's joy and love all around, good vibrations everywhere. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. We're living the day as it comes. Might be tough for a while. Still rolling with the punches, and we do it with a smile. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing strong while I'm singing this song. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa. Fa 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 fa, fa 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 fa,
I took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, how could you not see it all coming? Stuck in our ways and running out of time. Time to change. We've got to at least try. But what will the
Coming out the gate with the heat. Everybody's playing in the street. We got the summertime magic in this beat. Sun is in my eye, feeling high. Only good vibes, I'm alive. And if you see me driving by, don't be shy. I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up.
Blow up, show up, soak up aromas, float to Sonoma, roll up to Nola, trope up, blow up, slow up, show up, get real, choke up, you're flowing, you're glowing. Astral samosa, you're landing on Europa, your horns blowing, you're chosen, all the deep cuts you know it. I got the pre-glow and the post-glow, inspiration knows no boundaries where it flows. Your fingertips to the globes tilt to the universe on stilts, hold on and chill.
I'm so excited. You know just what I wanna do. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. Don't it feel like summer? I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up, I'm glowing on up. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I've been running from a dark cloud. It's hanging over me. I gotta find me an angel to come and set me free. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. I need to find me a little sunshine to wash away the rain. It's the only thing I know that will take away the pain.
sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark. Down the hall, pictures fall. Even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart. Every artery, a part of me. It's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Dota enthusiasts, welcome to another series of DreamLeague Division 2, which will be covered by a different crew. Well, a crew consisting of two. I have my Australian boy right here with me. I think it's, 3 a.m. for you once again? It's always 3 a.m.
Bro, you
for
say this every
Mr.
time.
Aries.
It doesn't change. No, it's not 3 a.m. We're starting, it's 11:30, so it's actually okay. It's not too bad. I'm a little bit tired, but that is, I can't complain. This is a chill schedule we got going on right now. How you doing, brother?
Oh, doing great. Looking forward to the upcoming series, the upcoming games that we've got, because we've got some good ones, right? Like we have covered in the last couple of days, a lot of them as well. These Division 2 teams, like you can say anything about them, but they definitely bring a lot of hype to their games. Like you never know which way it's gonna go, especially now that we have more or less weeded out a couple of teams in the group stages. Was there anything like kind of from the group stage that you got surprised by?
In regards to teams being eliminated or just results as a whole?
I feel like in general is a safe way to ask this question.
Not really. I guess just team-wise, I thought Zero Tenacity were going to do better. Is probably like the big one I start the tournament, but besides that, I think the Slaughter, if we're speaking about heroes, just the priority that we saw on Slaughter, like this hero being like first phase, first picked, which I thought was pretty interesting, expecting heading into the tournament. And just a minor thing as well, wasn't expecting Team T to be after 0-3 be 4-3 and make it into playoffs. I'm really happy to see though, because I think the team has a lot of potential. But yeah, a couple of different answers for you.
Yeah, we'll see. Pipsqueak and Kalmichata, these two teams that we will be covering. From these two, like nothing crazy, right? Like Pipsqueak and 4, they kind of looked strong, as expected from them, and I feel like the same from Kalmichata, in my opinion. But by the way, I just want to touch on your what's it called, Slardar. I played it mid as well, and yeah, the hero is pretty damn strong. Looking at the playoff brackets, though, we'll see which one of these teams plays with Slardar. OneWin, I believe, have been doing it quite successfully, and they already won versus Team T. So this is the playoff brackets that we've got. Pretty stacked day, I have to say, for us, at least for the series that we are covering. Pipsqueak +4 and Kalmichata, do you see like general? Do you see a team that you think might take it a little bit easier? Do you see like a favorite here, or is it 50-50 for you?
I think it's a bit difficult for me to answer just because we didn't cover Pipsqueak. And this was a team that we were like seeing in the other group, or like in the results that were having a lot of success, but we just never had the opportunity to be able to cover their games. I think Kalmichata for me, I believe I covered 2 of their series before I started, before you stepped in. So they were not a team that I was expecting to actually look as good as what they were. I'm still not quite sure like how strong this team actually is. So I would probably favor Pipsqueak just going into it just because of the names, but Kalmichata definitely impressed me. This was a team that was very exciting to watch. I mean, Ethereal, their mid laner is like rank 60, So incredibly talented. You got Woe as their carry as well, who's been on teams like One Move for a super long time. So I think they're definitely led by their cause, but their supports is also like the Rare Gods in position 4. He played Wind Ranger in like the first 2 games that I covered of them, and then I just thought he was going to be one of these like new up and coming position 4s that only plays like one hero, and then that wasn't the case. They just started busting out like a bunch of different heroes. So yeah, Kamachado definitely interesting team though.
Yeah, in the lower bracket, of course, we'll see Team T facing up against OG already. The other series, obviously, we don't know yet. But overall, Kamchatka, for me, I have to admit, there's a lot of these teams coming into the DreamLeague Division 2 that have had players that I truly don't recognize, like from pubs or from previous games in general. One team that kind of surprised me being in low bracket is probably Roar Gaming, considering how strong they looked in the games that we covered them, right? Like these guys, I mean, looking at all the teams, they're probably the team with most ex-tier 1 players or still tier 1 players. I don't know how to call them, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I'm trying to take a look now and see. Maybe honestly, Pro Rejects.
Yeah, they're also there.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. I mean, it's hard. You could probably make an argument for like a couple, but yeah, no, I definitely. And I just don't know how much of a factor the ping is, to be honest. But they must be playing with like, what is it, like 200 ping from China to Europe? So that has to be something you consider.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Are they even playing, by the way, from China, or are they maybe boot camping somewhere in Europe? Like I actually don't know. They're still in China, right?
I thought they were still in, but I'm not entirely sure. I thought they were still in China, but I'm not sure.
Because I have seen a lot of Chinese teams just move to Europe, specifically to Germany and Serbia. Like a lot of players have moved and they've been like just screaming and playing there for the last couple of years. Pretty much 2 years, I feel like at this point. And I truly believe that this is the best thing that happened to the Chinese scene in a long time, because they have so much talent, but they don't necessarily have anyone to play against in their own region, like in pubs.
Yeah.
And scrims are also kind of weak. So just moving to Europe was maybe a very shrewd option for them. But our upcoming teams, I feel like Pipsqueak and +4, like you said, they're mostly, well, they're all of them are Europeans, right? Like Nande is Georgian. I don't know if you can include that, but let's say we can. And Kalmichat are all Eastern Europeans, plus Kazakhstan, which also kind of can't include. But let's give them a go. From Kalmichata, these guys are pretty young, right? Like they have a Yellow Submarine ex-player as well that you mentioned. What happened to that Wind of Ranger game that you watched that he played? Was it like strong position for performance?
I think it was a nice supporting cast performance on the 4. I don't think he like shined, but I think his itemization was impressive. I think in one of the games he went ATOS. I don't know if the second game I saw he went ATOS as well, but it was like it was like a utility Wind Ranger. His shackles were really on point. But then I started seeing, I believe, like Ringmasters. I think you're pulling out some other heroes as well, which is not what I was expecting. Now also looking back at some of the drafts, just really quick, Kamichata, their Warlock I'm a massive fan of their Warlock. I think they play the best that I've seen so far, at least in this in Division 2. We actually haven't seen that many Warlocks ourselves, but they would just like rotate mid with Warlock level 6, drop Golem, get a kill like onto one person, and then just do and take the tower. And it's as simple as that.
Tower,
and he's just like super, the ability for him to be able to combine the rock with a kill into an objective, or even just farming, is very impressive. And he gets like a pretty early net worth lead, honestly, on the Warlock. and you just see his levels like skyrocket, so he gets more points in Fatal Bonds. You just see like the utility items of usually it's like a Solar Crest first item, and he does a lot with it. So this is definitely something to look out. I mean, this early Warlock pick for me for Kamichara was the thing that was maybe most impressive.
Yeah, for all of you in the chat that are waiting for the game to start, the two of us are the biggest Warlock enjoyers, but that's not why we are keeping you hostage. Some of the players are unable to join to their Discord, I believe, or something like that. Like the Discord channel isn't working out, so we're going to be waiting a little while longer. But speaking of support on one side, miss you Aries. On the other side, like the supports are probably the shining stars of the team, right? Like we have Eki and Kidaro. The other ones as well are definitely up there in skill. Like, I'll give you my take and then I want to hear you. Eki for me is like, position 4 that can bring a lot to the team. I feel like the T is that kind of a bad player or whatever, He's very creative. But Kidaro on the other side, I feel like he still maybe has some room to grow, but a ton of potential with that guy as well. At least from what I've seen him in OG.
I honestly don't have the biggest opinion. And largely that is just because I haven't covered enough.
I think our friend
games.
might be trying to connect. Are you trying to connect? I
am
see
trying
your
to
camera.
connect.
Yeah, I saw your camera blurring out as well. I think your Dota is killing your video feed as well.
It must be messing with my internet when I try and connect into the lobby.
Dude, what the hell? By the way, for anyone unacquainted, I'm gonna throw Aries under the bus as always. Every time we wait like this, he is trying to connect to the lobby, which is at this point kind of funny to me as well, because what's the issue? Like there's some ISP problem or something that literally just restricts him from being in the lobby when the game's played. At the same time, though, Aries, I gotta give you some credit because you cast still off of the feed alone. You do a pretty good job, I think, at times.
At times. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I think my internet's back. I don't know. Apparently, it's the first time I've noticed now that when I'm like trying to connect into the lobby, that my internet shits the bed. So, no lobby for me again. Back to what I was saying though. Yeah, I really didn't see enough of Kidaro's games to even have a minor opinion. To be honest, I would probably just like be a parrot and say I also agree in regards to him maybe not having as much experience. I mean, I know he hasn't been around in the scene for a super long time. He is relatively like new and up and coming. So, we'll see. He had a long stint on Dandelions, Into the Breach. I mean, it's been around since 2015 was his first competitive. So, I mean, maybe that's wrong, but I feel like
Look,
you're really
I know why you're feeling that way. I know the guys at home probably will not do this, but do me one favor. Like, open up Kidaro's Wikipedia profile and go through his pictures, like as they were updated through the years. I feel like, did you watch the movie The Curious Case of Benjamin Button?
I mean, I haven't, not for a super long time.
But you know what it's about, like that a guy aging in reverse. Like, look at Kidaro.
Can you see the different ones? I can only see one. I don't know how you see others.
I think if you scroll down, you'll be able to.
Oh, okay.
But in any case, I feel like this guy is just ageless. He's just getting younger and younger as the time passes. But his skill is improving, specifically since his OG trial and OG stint. I feel like that he has gained a lot of, if not like individual skill, I think what you gain from playing in OG is you just hang around with Notail and Seb a lot, and you learn. Those guys tend to have a lot of input on your games. I'm surprised they didn't ban out. Eki's bad, by the way. Gets first phase, of course.
They got a Maper ban instead. Interesting. Huskar
Mhm,
first
mhm.
phase too. I just saw the bans. Okay. Um,
Kalmichat is just banning out all the nasty picks, right? Like they don't want to play against the Meepos, they don't want to play against the Huskars. I kind of respect this, I guess. The problem is when you're banning out like this, you're leaving a lot of broken stuff in the game. They did get themselves a Naga, I guess, which isn't too terrible. Pretty good opener. So Pipsqueak get themselves like a full comfort zone in the bat, and on the other side we get the Naga. Will be played by Kalmichat.
I think it's. I mean, the Naga is a little bit interesting for me with Komichad. I'm just trying to remember the other games if they have prioritized the Naga or not. I've taken a look at Kabul and haven't seen them actually play the Naga. So, I mean, this is more than likely also a bit of a block pick against Pipsqueak, but it's definitely a different route they're going down. You know, I've taken a look maybe 6-7 games and haven't seen them play the Naga.
Yeah, keep in mind that most of the time you cannot get the Naga, right? That's another issue. Like the hero is just way too strong, so it just unfortunately it gets banned in the first stage in a lot of games. I think the combo with SF is pretty damn legit, like even if it's played or mid or safe lane, and I won't mind seeing it. But this man is getting picked all the damn time in Division 2. And we've seen it position 1 as well, that highlight reel with Yuma. I don't know if you probably saw it as well, right? Like the 3 hooks before the lane started.
I saw the. I didn't watch the clip, but I saw the title.
Basically, he hooked Toronto like 3 times. Like the last hook was literally as the creeps are connecting. But yeah, Ringmaster used to be like a solid counter to Jakiro because of all the matches.
What's going on though? Is this a Pudge core? Like this is a pretty early Pudge core reveal, no?
Yeah, I think they revealed it already. The only question is like, where is it gonna go? And you know what? I dislike Pudge core in a way that you're gonna be playing it maybe with Naga. Like you do have a slow and you have a hook into ensnare on ensnare. That's it, into hook. But this Pipsqueak draft looks like they might not care. Like Bat and Axe can easily creep skip. They don't have to lane into you. I think they even win the lane if they lane into you. Then on safe lane they've got Jakiro plus Ursa. You gotta find an answer to this Ursa now on the off lane.
What are the best ones you feel like come to mind? I mean, Ursa Jakiro sounds like a formidable lane.
Is there anything that lanes well into that? I doubt it. Like you can survive the lane, you can get heroes like let's say a Mars that can spear the Ursa away. If you really want to, you could go for something like an Enigma or Venomancer that is being more popular now. Like Veno could do all right, depending on how you play the lane. Truly, it's not only about like the hero being strong. I feel like you still have to play the lane well. I think that might be an interesting take to the current meta if they went with Veno. But they're gonna pick Medusa first. So this Pudge will be a core, but it will not be safe lane core, it seems like. That's how it looks like to me. I sincerely doubt that Naga will be mid or off lane.
Yeah,
so Pudge yeah. With Ursa picked, do you think that Pudge can be off lane? Like Pudge into Jakiro plus Ursa.
Oh,
sounds rough.
I mean, look, no, I don't think so. Because I believe to play into Ursa, you need to have a hero that can spam abilities, and I don't think Pudge can. Like, you're not going to rot trade versus the Ursa, I don't think. And it would need to be like some whiplash from the Ringmaster, for example, right? Or, you know, when we speak about like Timbers playing into the Ursa, you spam Timber Chain or Whirling Death. You know, this is very different for the Pudge, you know, spamming Hook or whatever. So I don't think so.
Yeah, they have Ringmaster with the darts and Tame the Beast, which is nice. But like you said, Pudge. Like, I'm not really sure. Like my take on Pudge is like this hero is not great into Ursa, of course, but at the same time, like if you hit a lot of hooks, Like if you're connecting all the time, and if Ringmaster is also in position all the time, it might not be like the worst lane ever. And in the end, of course, you can just resort to creep skipping. Jakiro is a very strong laner, but a really weak stopper of creep skipping shenanigans. I mean, sure, dual breath, and you have your liquid fire, liquid frost to work with, but you're really slow as well. So you'll damage the enemy position 4 that's creep skipping, but you won't stop it like, let's say, a Bane does. Let's see, from the mid laner, Anti-Mage has been banned out. Maybe you need to ban, I don't know, what would you ban? Maybe an Invoker, like with some Quas Vex for the Medusa. If you're even worried about that, Pango was banned out by Pixweek, interestingly. Because I thought Pango would be alright on them as well. Like, you'd be playing into Medusa, into Naga Siren. Like, the sleep does not affect you. You're a natural diffusal builder as well. But okay. They ban it.
I like the Invoker. Oh, yeah, I like the Invoker a lot for Pipsqueak. I'm kind of surprised we haven't been getting that hero a lot. Maybe we've covered like one Invoker game.
Mm-hmm. Could be a good vessel game as well on him, right? Like playing into Pudge. Like, not terrible. I won't mind it. The only question is, like, do they want something a bit faster, maybe, on the mid lane that can play the tempo, one of the spirits, perhaps. Like, they have the ultimate last pick on Pipsqueak, so they'll be able to decide. On Kalmichata, it's a bit harder. I feel like they'll be... they desperately need a playmaker from the mid lane. And preferably something that buys Yules as well. They ban out the monkey. This is like an Ember, right? Or Void. They get themselves the Void.
So they're going to lane Pudge into Ursa, huh?
Yep. It seems that way. Or maybe Void Spirit off lane with Pudge safe mid. I doubt it. By the way, Puck is in the pool.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, I'm banned.
You played it. Yeah, true.
5 seconds.
I mean, minus the Void Spirit lane, it's a very good Puck. And the Deucer as well. I'm looking at Ember. What else?
Ember is pretty solid. Like, you could go for a Storm. Beast into Ringmaster, maybe not as great. They go for Storm. I mean, it was one or the other, I think, the most casual pickups that they could have went for. Let's see. It's gonna be interesting no matter what. Touch has fresh meat, by the way. Which, if he doesn't change, it makes his laning stage significantly weaker. Not having the rot double damage early on. So, yeah, let's see. Unless he changes it.
And you would expect he would be prioritizing the lane, right? Versus the Ursa, considering Ursa Jakiro, we're quite concerned about how this matchup's actually going to go for the Pudge. Exactly.
Like, in general, I think... I'm not really sure. Like, I played some Pudge recently. And I sincerely like the other facet a lot more, but I haven't tested this one out too many times. Just that having that DD on Rot catches people off guard still. So it's kind of crazy when a hero that right-clicks you one time for, let's say, 100 damage, and then his right-click is 150 damage. It catches you off guard when you're trading. That's like one of the benefits in Dota that you get from this. And in general, I love when you have a tool that can catch someone off guard. It just raises your chances of success significantly. But yeah, okay, he's gonna go with the Stranded gain from Dismember. Another thing, like on the other side, you have an Axe. Axe for me is maybe the best offlaner at the moment, so we'll see how he does. Like, they picked it into Naga, and like overall, I love Axe into Naga because the moment you initiate with your Berserker's Call, the target is controlled for the full duration. So even though you might not be doing damage, the target is still controlled.
I didn't know you valued the Axe so much at the moment. I didn't know you felt like it was that strong.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't play it That's one thing. Like I play a lot of offlane, but I'm not playing a lot of Axe, so I might still have a wrong read on it. But from what I have seen, I have been impressed with Axe. The downside of the hero has always been the same. He comes online way too slowly in comparison to some other offlaners. Like you need a blade mail and you need a blink, and sometimes the game is over by the time you get that there. But in most of our games, he's had more than enough space to buy it, and it looks like he's gonna go for the New Age build as well, which is Helm of Iron Will into Dominator instead.
The battle begins.
Kill the illusion. 2 gold. Nice. Slight advantage for Radiant. It's an earlier bottle. What is the? How do you pronounce the mid laner's name as well with the Storm? You know?
Storm? I don't know. I think it's Honey. I
Honey?
think, but I'm not.
Oh man.
Maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Sounds like it could be like completely right or completely wrong.
Yeah, 100%. Because there was a player that had like XN. He had the same. Nickname. Like he used a very similar one, but it's not this player. A long time ago, and his nickname was pronounced Honey. That's why I'm calling him the same way.
I see.
Because X is H in Cyrillic. It could be the case.
What do you make of this with Kidaru actually laning top on the Jakiro instead of having the Bat Rider in this lane?
That's a peculiar approach. Yeah, we can call, by the way, the mid laner Benjamin. That's his real name, so we'll call him Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Benjamin. But he is Benjamin.
Okay.
He is Benjamin.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why the switch up. Like you have AoE into Naga from both heroes, but I guess because of mirror image, it's a bit better for Jakiro. I don't feel it. Like right now, I don't feel the huge difference. You know, there is one thing. Jakiro is extremely slow, and hooks are so easy to land with him. Bat is the opposite. Like it's a very speedy hero in the lane, very agile. Good turn rate, good movement speed. A bit harder to get on top of him.
Oh, top lane. Yayo or Palantimos, whatever we're gonna call him by this game. Able to find first blood. The assistance of Kidaru, not bad. Kidaru is also gonna get a decent amount of damage to the Naga before the illusions are used. Man.
Oh, the hook on bat down bottom was really good,
Nice hook.
actually.
Yeah, perfect. Ankal. Not going to be able to hold Eki down, though, but he does still land another Impalement Arts on Rare God, so has another souvenir now to look to utilize inside the lane. And it's by the Lotus timing as well, so they will be able to get this for free.
Damn, that was a really good hook, because he also used the salve, by the way. So they kill the bat, and they also take out his region, like resources. Really damn good. And it wasn't like the easiest hook to land as well. Pretty cool from Anko.
Dude, so only got 9 last hits. Really struggling versus the Axe. I mean, all the cores right now having a very good time on the side of Radiant. I mean, Ethereal even pretty much with the Storm Spirit, but he's the only core on Kamichata that's actually having a good time.
Yeah, what's happening on top? Why is the last hit count so low? I guess the Jakiro harass was realistically like Battle Hunger plus Jakiro casting all of his stuff. It's kind of mad how much damage you can deal to someone. But Axe is just lasting everything on top. This is problematic to say the least.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And look at Yayo, not even give a single care about the wave. Just pushing past it to continue to put a little bit more pressure onto the Medusa, making sure that she doesn't feel safe in her own lane.
Doing a really good job so far. The only more or less even lane, slight Storm advantage is mid. At least so far, Storm has had a slight advantage, but he has like 2 waves under the tower. So the CS should equalize if Void Spirit gets some of this farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, the question is, can he get the farm? Like, Storm's still got a little bit of mana to continue to put pressure on. Top lane, mirrored image. Gets rid of the Jewel Breath, but it doesn't really matter. Kadaro, it's only 1 point Jewel Breath, so with a second in Liquid Fire, along with the Blood Grenade, it kind of just, baited the use of the image. Also gets a really nice courier as well with the Falcon Blade for Woe.
Oh, this is a problem. At least he does have blades of attack. Like, he was struggling getting these last hits, so... Just as I say that, he misses 2 range creeps and he might die again.
Yeah, he's getting dived. Yeah, you're with the call early. Mid lane, now they do get the Storm Spirit though, so this is why we see that the Dusa was so easily dived onto the tower, because they were putting a little bit more attention over to try and set up for Ethereal and combine with the level 6 that he has.
I don't mind Medusa suffering in the laning stage too much if your mid laner is winning. Like, I don't mind that as like a general approach to the game. I mind it when she's suffering into an axe though, who's got a Helm of Dominator. He might die though here. Let's see. Void Spirit to stop as well.
Is he... Okay, with Void here in mind, yep. Yeah, you... Trying to get the kill before he dies. He actually will be able to do so, so it gets a little bit of extra experience as well. Ethereal is, putting himself further up in the net worth and starting to get a little bit more of a gap in between him and the Storm Spirit's farm.
Yep, he got the rune as well, right? Like, he got the rune, he instantly used it, they got the kill on Storm. Ursa is going to try and contest bottom. Now, Void Spirit doesn't have a TP to help with this. They'll need someone else.
They're actually going to look for the kill. Try and start the Fury swipes going on towards the Pudge. Is he committing for this? Oh, no, this seems a little bit greedy, no? Illusion's trying to block the pass. They've got the hook. It doesn't get the Ursa, but it does drag back one nonetheless, and
so
they're gonna get him, right? It seemed like they left him for the Pudge, but it will still go down. I mean, it is a cramped bridge right there, but 3 heroes make it a little bit difficult to walk on past.
Absolutely. Top lane, though. This tower, if they don't respond to this aggression, will fall right now. It looks like Medusa will try to TP out. TP to the tier 2. At least something, she gets to continue farming a little bit. This top lane is still a disaster. Even with that 1 kill on Axe, he's top of the net worth by a big 1k margin, more or less.
Oh, wow. Yeah, immensely farmed. Did you just go blink straight off the Helm Dom? I'll hold that, Eki. Side the roof. Meanwhile, Ethereal as well. Nice hook. And Cal's going to be able to drag Eki up to the Dire's high ground. And there is no escape with all the heroes that are surrounding him.
Besides the top lane, which was an absolute beatdown, the other lanes aren't that terrible, unless Pudge dies here as well now, which he just might. Or JB.
Is Nande in trouble? Tries to turn this time onto Rare Gods, but the hook's going to drag him out of the tower. And a rage will be committed from Nande, but is he vulnerable once his expires? He could also be baiting. Nice sidestep, actually goes back in towards Rare Gods. And up the Storm's going to be in with a zip as well. They will force out the TP from Ethereal, and Nande still quite cautious. Ethereal is also unsure on if he wants to commit his last astral step for the kill into the Earth, so he's going to go for Kadaro instead, who does land a pretty decent ice path, and now Ankar may have stepped a little bit too far over the line as well. Nande's gonna wait for another round of the overpower, and once he has this online, we'll just sink the claws into one member. And he's looking for a second as well, but Ethereal's a little bit more slippery. Actually goes in.
Damn.
Ethereal commits for the
Are they
kill,
gonna
but he's
clean
got
up?
the assistance of Rare Gods. They might be able to. This massive use of the team, the Gods almost bursting down Nande along with Eki, but they will not secure the last little bit of damage. Still lacking this at this stage of the game. So the Ursa, along with the Bat, are able to limp away.
Can I say I just love how Kamchatka are playing? Like both of these teams, this fight was pretty cool to watch, but the way the trio of them kind of played around Ursa next to the shop and kited him. Still, good play from him, of course, to go back in and get the kill on the Ringmaster. Ace will be taken by the Void Spirit, I believe, right? Will it?
Oh, Ethereal's in trouble,
Oh.
no? Okay. Gonna try and run him down. Can everyone else get on top of Ethereal? Another round of the Dual Breath. So I'm sure it's gonna kick into the slows. They'll do their best with the wheel, which is pretty good, but it didn't catch the supports on the right side of that fight. So Kadaro and Eki, I mean, utilizing their spells perfectly together. It's a 3,000 net worth lead now.
Pudge was nearby, but he was way too low. Couldn't really help out. Maybe with some hook if he was closer. I'm not sure. I think he was farming the ancient camp or something. Looks like he was. They definitely needed him there. Maybe a small mishap from Kamchatka.
We didn't speak about it that much in the draft, but what's your opinion about this Ursa and Tadusa matchup?
You know, of course, Ursa has some benefits to the matchup, right? Like you play a bit faster. You can control the tempo of the game, and if the game is going well, you can blow up the Medusa before she even comes online. Eventually, the Medusa does become a problem, of course, right? Like versus any melee core that doesn't necessarily like to build into Diffusal, which might be the case for Ursa this game. It's an interesting matchup overall. Let's say I would rather play Medusa in the matchup, but it depends on how much your team is doing. Your team can actually not feed Ursa out of control, which usually is the case. Mid lane, they do have a blink, I believe, on Axe, right? Flying out. Yep.
And still, unfortunately, the Naga's only level 5, so they won't have the song to save. What a perfect opportunity for them to be able to get the initiation, and they get another 2 as well. And look at the follow-up. Macropire lay it down with the core, so that damage that they were missing is there with the supports, and Ethereal actually jumped in. They're going to be able to line the hook. There's a way to be able to cancel the dismember. Storm Spirit's a little bit too late with the Vortex. They got the Lasher to be able to drag at least another to their own grave. So a 3-for-1. A pretty good reveal of your blink for Yayo.
Mm-hmm. Every single time they're fighting, Pudge joins, but he's on like 15 to 20% HP. That's one thing that I'm seeing that is hurting Dire quite a lot. He's lacking resources. And I'm not sure if it's because of the build or because he's just not buying enough, like regen, but like right now when you look at his inventory, he's got Soul Ring. That's it. I mean, overall, he has nothing but Dismember to heal himself up with. Which is... his hooks are landing great. Don't get me wrong, but there's a higher impact on the axe at the moment. At least.
And we could see that impact continue here. If he really wants to on Yayo. And top net worth, what do you do? He's going to be currently positioned around the triangle. But you could put him mid. How low is this tower at the moment? Oh, it's pretty low. But and it's a potential objective where they could continue fighting around, but you know, they feel like they can slow the state of this game to a comfortable position where they're the ones dictating the pace.
Yeah, what's also interesting, like they have Axe and Jakiro, and Ice Path is a level 1 battle. Berserker's Call, of course. Dude, this bot lane rune is starting every single war of this game, I feel like. But yeah, my point is like they have enough catch even with only level one call and level 1 ice bat. And now it's gonna get even better, right? Like you will have higher levels of these heroes and they scale quite well. Spirit?
Zip in.
Has fallen.
Pel's gonna go down in the end. Let's see what they want to do now with the open map state. Your Dire only have a little bit of control towards their own triangle, where Medusa was currently farming. She's actually gonna look to TP top and they ping her out straight away. They got a pretty good read that maybe she TP'd in. Storm's gonna at least get one TP out of the Naga, who importantly has Song that we didn't see previously with the fight around mid.
Do you think that he was... Because generally, jumping like that isn't going to do anything. So, I think he was just baiting out some TPs. Just baiting out a reaction. And that's it on Storm. On his own, there is no way he kills her. And his teammates were way too far away. So I feel like, yeah, they were just baiting TPs and now they can fight mid instead.
Oh, the call's off. And he actually goes back onto the high ground instead, so further away from Eki. Who will not be in range for the last one. Nicely done from Ethereal, quick fingers.
Yep, yeah. Very nicely done. Mechanical skill of these guys is on the same level. My only problem is the fact that the map is shrinking for them. Ursa is absolutely free-farming, so is Axe. No way of stopping the Ursa, seemingly, at this point as well.
No, this Ursa is absolute boss. What's the item build at the moment for Ursa? What's he got queued up?
He has a blink and he's queuing up another blink.
Sick.
He wants to double hop, yeah. Bunny hop, maybe.
Mid lane. Smoke up. Have they got the scepter? Yes, they do. Ethereal's revealed with the double silence and it. Extra stun lock wasn't there on the Storm, and now it's a defensive Song. Naga wants to come in, but is this really a fight?
Look on Ursa.
Brew will be able to set up the hook, get the burst. They got him. So they messed up the goal on the Storm Spirit, but this time they're able to make amends. And what a big one. The kill onto Nande, 3-time streak. Even the Pudge and injection of gold, but they're going to go back in onto Ethereal for the Resonant Pulse. Stops the call, but the blink's going to be up in a couple seconds. They're going to be cautious if they group up. It's on to 3, but there's just no more follow-up. Storm wants to deal with the Naga on the outskirts, but that is not a valuable hero with the Song already used.
Oh, you saw what was so cool in that fight? What happened is, like, they jumped the Void Spirit, but he doesn't go back. Instead, he silences everything around him, which prevents Axe from using his call onto him or anyone else. Because it was a nice sort of counterplay from Radiant that got punished. Okay, I was worried if this Pudge is going to be able to have some impact, seeing that he was only farming on the offlane, but a couple of hooks and he's already there. By the way, the first time Storm survived only because Wheel of Wonder was just on the edge. It didn't clip him. It was really close, but it didn't clip him. So he could just zip out.
Do you give the Aegis to Ursa or Storm?
I think maybe Ursa. Like, he died so quickly, but Storm as well could do so much with it. Ursa. Ursa will be the call. He doesn't have a BKB yet. I don't know why he still has a blink queued up, by the way. Of course he's not gonna buy it. But it's gonna be like a Basher or BKB, one or the other. I'm not sure which one you'd like more first. Because you are playing into an AoE silence, and not having a Dispel could mean that you are dead, basically. If you get hooked, you might be just gone.
Yeah, I'm BKB versus Naga too. Feels like a must. I don't know. Like this hero just absolutely requires you to go BKB.
Yeah, like you're like waiting it out. On one side, Basher gives you more solo kill potential. On the other, BKB actually makes you not feed like a pleb, so probably BKB weighs more.
Yeah, but surely Basher is not warranted right now with every single hero on your team has a stun, and you can follow up on anyone. You can follow up on the Storm, Axe, or Bat, and you know there's also going to be Jakiro Ice Path that will follow. So
Absolutely.
I would kind of be surprised if he goes BKB at this, like in this moment, next item.
You gotta think like a carry, though. You know, like you're a carry. You want damage. You want to be able to kill people alone. That's what the carry does.
Well, they're not going to kill. I feel like Woe's pretty out of position. Song will help get the retreat, but Yayo's got the BKB. Oh, it's just completed recently. Naga thought she'd done her job well enough, but not to be. Great position for Yayo, and that is absolutely why you need BKBs versus the Naga.
That it all is a trickle-down effect from that top lane, right? Where Axe had a complete free game, complete free farm. He's still top of net worth. And because of that, he has this BKB now, right? That's it. Like 20 minutes in, he's got a BKB Blink Helm of Dominator. They're probably going to get a shard on someone as well. We'll see who gets it. But very cool play by Yayo, Mr. Palantimos.
Yayo!
Yayo! Yeah, X by the way on Pudge. That's what we're seeing next. So that's his, I think, more or less activation item. Usually that's the item that activates him. By the way, Storm jumping in. Into Dismember.
Into Ensnare? Is it just dead? Oh, they're going to be able to get the Hypnotize on the Axe as well to prevent the call. Now the silence comes through. What were they doing? What was that? Nice reaction from Ankal. Kadara is scratching his head. Ek is scratching his head too. What's the lasso for?
That was just absolutely wonderful. Just wonderful fight from Dire. By the way, BKB on Axe was still on cooldown for 2 seconds. Or 3. And he jumps straight into Tame the Beasts. You know what? There are some nice things coming from this Dire's draft. Specifically, the amount of resetting tools that they've got.
They saw Deuce at TPR. If they can survive long enough, they're going to be able to win the team fight with the respawns coming up. And Ursa has Aegis and Enrage. He's going to be able to activate on the first life. Nande gets the bash. Is there any more follow-up? Ethereal. He's going to be in trouble. Bash is there, but the chain control. They should be able to kill him through the lockdown, and they got him. Naga's going to attempt the TP out. Whoa, what I thought was a Hail Mary TP actually escapes.
They got baited by Ursa so damn hard. Like you said, even killing him wouldn't net them a lot because he has Aegis. But I'm sure that they thought it's going to happen a lot faster. So they committed. By the way, Basher on Ursa just...
Which had a lot of value in that little fight. So,
yeah.
I mean, you know, it is a bit of an RNG item.
You know what it is as well. Like, to be completely honest, it's the fact that he has Aegis. Like, when you get Aegis, you tend to not buy a BKB immediately. You get another tempo item, and then you buy a BKB after when the Aegis is out. Make use of the Aegis a bit aggressively. That way.
Well, T2 Tower. Under assault. Looks like Dire actually want nothing to do with this other than that. Avoiding the area. Clumping up is kind of a unit, to be honest. It's just Dusa by herself. So this will give a little bit more map control. What do you make of this? Why is there no defense with this T2 Tower?
They don't control the area. I think that's the main reason why. They didn't control it. There was a ward on the cliff from Kidaro. They want to play on their own side. You have refarm as well, and you can see the way they're moving. I think the way the Dire is moving on the map is actually pretty correct in general. Top lane Storm.
Jump in. Anyway, to be able to protect him, the Restorating a little bit too slow. He tries with the Essence Ring, but the bonus health is not enough in Axe. Well, we'll be there to get rare goods. That is
and the sleep
only...
dude, these guys.
Oh, wait, are they going back in?
They're going back in.
Going to be able to set up if they want to. Ankal's going to TP over the top. Yayo pops the call. controlling them momentarily. It's going to give them an opportunity to be able to disengage at least everyone else. Yayo will seal his own fate, and this is a call, though. You know, this is not some measly support that is sacrificing his life for everyone else to be able to make it out.
Give this guys a year or two, keep them in the same roster. Like, I am actually...
Yeah, they're good, man. They play well.
They're good. It's like... Dismember mid. Once the arcane rune, he gets it as well. This Pudge as well is making a really big case for the facet as well. We get the kill. Oh, hook!
Oh,
so close.
thought it was going to land.
This lands
Remnant
though.
does land. And Nande, he's as good as dead. Yayo's trying to tip into the outpost, but Nande's just gone. Oh, they're just bleeding kills. Radiant haven't really been able to honestly slow the pace down. It seems like Dire been playing a little bit too quick for them, and you know, with the Medusa lineup, sometimes it's something you wouldn't expect, at least just rotating across the map. Like, this hero's a turret. You just kind of walk down lanes, but they're walking from like one side of the map to the other and actually getting kills as well.
She's got Butterfly now on top of
Oh,
all
wow.
of that. Yeah, Butterfly complete as the courier is flying in. Bat has a blink force. Sure, he can jump in, maybe lasso her, but there's a Ringmaster with a blink dagger as well that's just playing out of his mind in the game. Like, all of his wheels were on point. The way that they played against Storm a bazillion times at this point, like Storm is 4-4-6, he didn't have a bad lane. The lane was kind of even with maybe a slight advantage for Void Spirit, but Storm is kind of struggling, going for BKB next. You know what? They're buying a couple of these BKBs, but there's Dismember as well you're playing into. So it's not like game over kind of an item like it is in some games. No, I honestly, going into this series, we had a lot of 2-0s, and I expected a clean pipsqueak. 2-0, Medusa bottom, maybe. Oh, never mind, they're not gonna test her. But I feel like, yeah, it's a way more even affair than I thought.
Which it hopefully continues to be this way. Yeah, because like you were saying, we really weren't getting a lot of close games. But this one, it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a different outcome. And we do have objectives that we need to start looking towards, and really importantly, it is that second Roche. And if Dire get their hands on this Roche, their high ground potential far superior. Storm Spirit, they're able to get the scan, and now the rest of the team's going to be nearby, and Storm's still yet without a BKB. What a read from Dire.
Just a beautiful read once again. They're going for top. Did they see the smoke? They didn't, right? Not sure if they did.
No, they did it after the ward, after they killed it. I think. They're kind of clumping up like they know something's going on. They're going to try and get the jump onto the Void Spirit, but the song again. You have to jump to Naga, otherwise this is going to happen every single time. Nande over the left. I mean, this is an early use in their rage. They'll be able to deal with the Naga Siren, so how can they disengage afterwards? Because Nande is pretty vulnerable. Force Staff going to get him out of range of the Medusa's right clicks. She'll turn frustratingly to deal with the supports instead, so it doesn't get the cause, but will at least be happy with both supports going down.
Is this Aegis? I mean, Ursa now has no BKB, right? He used it. Axe used it. Like, they literally cannot contest Aegis. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't go into the pit. That was kind of a blunder as they jumped in without using any BKBs, I think. But I don't know if it would have made a whole lot of difference, because Fudge was also ready and waiting to blink in and dismember. This draft from Kalmichata just like went from 0 to 100 in a span of a couple of minutes.
Yeah. And I mean, we are also just seeing this game, at least the later team fights, are proof on why this Naga Siren is like perma first phase ban. This hero is just absolutely fucking ridiculous. I cannot believe it is like this. Song is such a ridiculous spell. I mean, there's so many other things. This hero is not even just Shong. Like, we could go on and on about the hero. But we're just seeing multiple times now. Like, they jump anyone, Naga songs, and the fight, like, it's over. Ursa has to pop in rage super
They
early.
caught her now.
And
Or
now
she
they're the
caught
ones
them.
initiating. Yeah, it's just tough position now. Nande?
That's not...
Oh, he's... Oh, they did use Dismember early. She might be able to BKB TP out. No, they have a hook, of course. Never mind. Apologies. So Nande's just dead. Nande's just dead.
You know what I really like about Medusa this game? About WoW at least, is he doesn't shy away from using his ult. Like, he just constantly uses it. This is like a normal spell for him. Like Mystic Snake. Every single fight, he's not waiting for people to go on him or something. He literally just insta-uses, goes in. And he's been doing it 24/7. And you do get bonus physical attack damage, right? So it's good. Mid lane, Yules.
Is he killed?
Another one. Unstoppable Medusa. Of course, Searing Master I didn't say, but he's got Blink and Yules on top of it.
Bottom, I'm hearing a lasso. Because
It's not
Eki was
gonna
being
work.
hunted down by the Naga along with the Medusa. Behind that T2 tower.
This is a high ground push. They've
yeah, I
got
mean-
3 more minutes.
This is what we were bringing up, right? The second ages. We saw the writing on the wall. Like, Dire, their fights were starting to be a little bit more convincing before that Roche. And we're like, hang on a second. If they get this ages, this high ground, there's nothing they can do against it on Radiant. How are you fighting into a Benedusa?
Yeah, you're just not, I feel. Is there even a BKB? There is a BKB on Axe. Storm has a BKB. Ursa has a BKB, but he's waiting to get his MKB first. Because they're just not killing her, right? The butterfly itself is... Oh, mid lane. Dismember Axe. Mid.
Massive opportunity, and what's Yayo doing out of the base?
Yayo.
Yayo. It's just,
Yayo, what are you doing out of the base?
I don't
Yayo.
know.
Did not work out. Yeah, this might be... There's a tier 2 on top, so if they want, they could go for Throne. She's got a Disperser, man, on top of everything else.
How close to MKB are we on the Ursa? Because you gotta come back, buddy.
He needs 300 extra. 200 at this point.
Oh.
He won't have a buyback. I think he farms the MKB insta TP's back and fights. Yeah. They have Axe in 2 seconds. This is their final stand.
We gotta find the Naga. Or you just gotta mass BKB on the Ages, but then what do you do on the second life? This is a super difficult fight. And they gotta go. Throne's exposed. They'll start with the lasso. They got a little bit of control. Oh, the nice flame break actually gets him inside the base, and they didn't have to commit that much for the first life. Have they got enough for the second round? Woe's gonna try and get the 4-star away, but the split shots are starting to rain down. Both supports are gone. One of them are gonna buy back. Naga will play around with the song, but the song's not gonna protect her against the storm with the BKB. She's not winning this fight, though. She used all her mana and doesn't even get the kill. Meanwhile, over to the left, they found Nande.
GG.
No buyback. Jeez, it dropped. Doesn't get anything out of the MKB. And, man, Calmy Charter in the end. This is a 33-minute victory. Woe is beyond godlike, but their last 15 minutes were exceptional.
So damn absolutely. They had a plan. I wasn't sure if they had it or if they were just playing to like what they thought was good and their strengths, but they definitely had a plan. And this Pudge, his Axe definitely helped, but the moment he got Blink as well, Storm was never safe. Axe was never safe. Ursa was dying all the time to Dismember. Like, this man he was about the hooks as much as he was about the Dismember down the line as well. The Ghost Scepter, so he cannot get attacked by the Ursa too. Like, it was all perfect. Medusa, that when I saw her missing like 3-4 last hits under the tower, when she had 8 last hits when Axe had like 25, I thought this game was gonna end very badly, very quickly. But it absolutely proved me wrong. Is there anything like special that you wanna highlight coming out of Kalmichata that I missed?
Dude, just get rid of the Naga. Honestly, I don't want to see this here. I'm their position 5. I mean, we're speaking about the Warlock heading into this series, which we did see banned. I actually think it was Kalmichata that banned it, to be honest. But their Warlock is quite a support. I think his spell casting and positioning inside team fights is great, but this Naga hero has to be removed. I mean, there was a massive reason on why the fights looked so awkward when I'm already forgetting teammate for Pipsqueak.
Pipsqueak, yeah.
Like Ursa jumps in, you song, and then after song's used, you're gonna have like the Gorgon's Grasp, or you're gonna eat an Aether Remnant, or the Pudge is gonna be there. So he has to use Enrage or BKB, and then you're using that with running away because Dire have already built like a formation where they're not getting stunned. So Naga's got to go for me. Naga's just got to go.
Yeah, we gotta go as well on a short little break, after which we will see if Naga gets banned or not in the upcoming game 2.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. Want you to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better, gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Yeah. You.
much too long. I can't remember the words to this song.
That's me hooking you
Holy-
guys back in.
Haha.
Into the second game of Pipsqueak versus Kalmichata. We had a pretty good Pudge game, I gotta say, in game number 1. Like, Ares, I know you loved the Naga in game number 1. I know you talked a lot about how much impact she had. But Pudge did some serious work considering he was laning into an Ursa as well, right?
Absolutely, absolutely, it did. Yeah, this was a impressive part. We were both like, I don't know, dude. You really sure you want to go off lane versus the Ursa? I don't know, man. And yeah, I mean, let's be real though. Nade did have a very good time on the Ursa. Like he was chilling, but your Pudge throughout the game. That was some impressive stuff from Ancal. You know, he's been impressing me a lot of games from Kalmichata. Honestly, all these players, they look really good. Their team fighting as well looks super solid.
That's one thing that truly, like, completely surprised me. Like, we'll see what they get in this upcoming draft, but one thing that truly surprised me in game number 1 is how well they fought in small skirmishes. Like, this is, like, we covered a lot of games in group stages. This is, like, this team is on a different level when it comes to fighting early on and covering their losses and fighting again after.
10 seconds
Even though
remaining.
some fights do not look that great, I mean,
5 seconds remaining.
in general, I feel like they won the fights that they shouldn't have, like a couple of
Dire
times.
team banned.
And that's where the game is broken, right? Because you're gonna lose a fight where the enemy smokes on you and jumps you first. You're gonna lose that 9 out of 10
Radiant
times.
team banned.
But they had a couple of those where they turned it, and in those kind of engagements, the games are won. We will see an opener of Bounty, by the way, on Pipsqueak, instantly soft countered by the Abaddon, or you could even say hard countered by the Abaddon.
10
So
seconds remaining.
we'll see how that works for Kalmichata. Maybe they should ban out the Axe as well, or pick it up now. But like Abaddon into Axe is a funny one. You get the dunk on the Abba, right? But the lane itself, I feel like, is a bit difficult.
Can we talk a little bit about the bounty there as a whole? Like I feel like we've seen
10 seconds remaining.
this hero first phase banned in a vast majority of the games, but I haven't seen it played. And like, what's going on? Why is sorry, go.
Is it? No. I'm just asking you. Was it banned on a lot of games? Like I didn't. I guess I.
Yeah. Like a lot of games. I mean, maybe it's team dependent as well, but I'm noticing a lot of bounty hunter bans, and I'm not entirely sure why. And maybe you might not be sure why as well if you haven't noticed it.
Yeah, 21 bans. 21 bans actually on the bounty. Yeah, I have no clue. I haven't seen the hero do extremely well in most of my games, even though he is sitting on 6 wins and 6 total picks, 4 wins, 2 losses, so 66%. Not terrible. And Kalmichata were the ones that played it twice, by the way. They're the ones that played bounty. But you know what's really cool about the bounty when they would play it? Or in general when it's played? It's played with Abaddon. So they pick bounty and they cover it by picking Abaddon as well with him, which makes sure that you cannot get rid of tracks and all this stuff easily. I think that's a massive thing for the bounty, when he doesn't have to worry about a free Lotus orb on the other side. So we'll see if Pipsqueak can play around that. Bounty for me, for a long time, was a hero that could even be played on a core position. Currently, I feel like there's way too much magic burst in the game for that to work out as a core. But as a support, sure. As a 4, running around, killing couriers, using track to get that gold disparity. To get that gold lead after a team fight. Even if you're losing a team fight, you're getting a lot of net worth advantage out of it, as long as you're trading kills. And it looks like that's what they're looking for. They get the Night Stalker, the bounty. They just want to be very aggro.
How do you prevent this now in Kamachata? Because there's going to be a big concern on like your formation with so much vision on Pipsqueak with the track and the Night Stalker. How do you protect these heroes and stop the game from just being completely run over as well?
Looking at the heroes themselves, not looking at the big strat. Like first and foremost, you're not going for heroes like Puck on mid, like these squishy backliners. I think what's good into Night Stalker is something like a Phoenix that brings the daylight, and he just starts walking in air. Once he pops his ulti, it just looks silly. It doesn't really do a lot. Another hero that's not the best, but also good into Night Stalker is Shadow Demon, because if you purge him, he cannot also fly. Like he is slowed through the duration of it. So these kind of heroes. But in general, if you're playing mid, like tanky boys, right? Like you have your DKs and stuff from the mid lane, that tinies, back in the day Kunkas, that don't necessarily hate playing into the Night Stalker. The lane itself, something like even something like an Abaddon already is good.
10 seconds
Basically,
remaining.
in general, something like a Troll as well doesn't do poorly.
5
Ursa,
seconds remaining.
these kind of safe laners that dominate melee matchups.
How do you feel about seeing the win region now? Like you were talking about, the caliber of heroes that you were hoping for.
Mhm.
Is the win kind of concern you a little bit with having a support that could be vulnerable?
Sort of is and isn't, I suppose, because you do have Wind Run, and you have Shackle Shot after as
10
well to
seconds remaining.
stop the Night Stalker from like hunting you through the game. But overall, she is very squishy, and I'm seeing a possible place in the game in which she gets like 2-3 shuriken tosses because she's tracked. Night Stalker just using Void once and she's gone. So overall, we'll see how they play around it. Like she has Gale Force as well, which is really good into heroes that are trying to dive you. You told me that he bought Atos. I think it's a decent Atos game as well versus the Night Stalker. A Force Staff is always nice as well. But yeah, let's see from Pipsqueak how they complete this. They're looking really aggro right now. Night Stalker, I believe, is buying Dominator as well, right? Currently.
Oh,
Yeah, they're all aggro. They're just all in. This is like a team fighting composition on Pipsqueak.
why do you feel like you go down the route of a Puck here instead of something like an Ember?
10 seconds remaining.
I think Puck is maybe a bit better into the
5 seconds
supports.
remaining.
Jumping the backline, silencing them, keeping them controlled. The Dream Coil is really good with Night Stalker. Makes sure that you can just spam that shuriken toss as well. Into the Void Spirit, the matchup is, you know how it is. It's not like you have like a massive advantage over him, or that he has it over you. It all depends on
10
the
seconds
mini
remaining.
micro mistakes or micro outplays.
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
overall, I'm just a big big Puck enjoyer, and I think that this hero should be first phase banned or picked, which isn't something that we have seen in this game. Or the last one, by the way. It got completely ignored.
So now what are our carry options here for Nande? Terrorblade's going to be banned out. You need a Sieger. I mean, this is your big problem with actually taking objectives. You're going to have a pretty big net worth lead, but how are you going to be able to this into towers or Roche and Tormentor?
Yeah, they banned out the TB because of Abaddon as well. Just Reflection itself is game winning. It's just that spell, so. Which is surprising that we don't see more Darkseer. I think Darkseer into Abaddon is also really damn good. With the wall.
Sure.
But okay, Terrorblade banned out. You don't see your offlane matchup, which is kind of rough for Pipsqueak. The last pick on Kalmishata will be the offlane. So heroes like Lifestealer, Jug, I feel like are still solid. Oh, Kaz ban, okay. I have no read on Kaz, by the way. Like Like, you had no read on Kidaro and 5. I have no read on Kaz. I'm seeing that hero in pubs, but it's such a hit or miss. Like sometimes he
10
rolls out of
seconds
control.
remaining.
I still haven't seen like a player that just absolutely
5
crushes
seconds
games with it.
remaining.
I've literally
Fire team pick.
no opinion about this hero. I've got no idea. I need to learn the hero more before I speak about it. I don't even know the abilities that well.
By the way, Pipsqueak banned out Medusa and Ursa, so they're expecting the Abaddon to be offlane. They're not expecting an offlane pick for Kalmichalta.
Radiant
They're actually
team
expecting a
pick.
carry.
I speak for the tree.
That's why the Ursa ban and that's why the Prophet pick. Like, I mean, the Ursa is pretty good into the Prophet matchup, so that's why the ban. Interesting. I don't think this is a bad carry Abaddon game.
10
In
seconds
playing into
remaining.
Puck, playing into Bounty Hunter, playing into Night Stalker as well. Just being
5
this
seconds
frontliner
remaining.
is good.
Can you Dawn on Kamichada?
It's an option. Dawn also it's kind of rougher laning stage for you because the game starts during the night. It's
Sure.
an option. Also on Mars, I feel like isn't that terrible? You know, you get the arena into Night Stalker,
Mhm,
into Bounty, Dazzle, Prophet, Timber, by the way, if you want to go ham as well. Into Puck and Night Stalker might be a problem, but into Prophet himself in the lane, it's not too terrible.
Sure. I like your Mars suggestion a lot. You need some way to be able to anchor team fights. I think the Abaddon can kind of do that, but it's an extra hero that can protect your supports.
Now select your hero.
That is... I mean, the Bounty and Dazzle do literally nothing to the Lycan.
Yeah, absolutely. What do they have against Lycan? They have Dream Coil, right? And that's it, I would say. Prophet actually absolutely hates playing into Lycan. Night Stalker, meh, you know, you don't really care. As a Lycan, his shard cannot eat your creeps. Like, I mean, he cannot devour your creeps, consume them one way or the other because they're hero creeps, hero units, or whatever. And you're playing with the Wind Ranger, so you might not have like an insane amount of kill potential in the lane itself, but once again, you are playing Wind Ranger into Dazzle. So the poison
10
touch isn't that
seconds
amazing.
remaining.
I feel like that's one thing that they've really got going for them on that
5
offlane.
seconds remaining.
Poison touch into Wind Ranger does like almost nothing, so you can easily creep skip as Wind Ranger. And if they put Bounty by any chance, you're winning that matchup as well, just from the support basis. So that's how I like to look at in any Lycan lane, because Lycan as a hero doesn't necessarily win lanes. He just needs the support to be doing all right, like creep skipping, making sure that the small camp isn't pulled, all this like general strategy in the first laning stage that you have to take care of.
Well, how can we try to deal with the strategy of the tempo on Pipsqueak? Because this has to be a very scary lineup with, you know, the track +1 with the Nature's Prophet. You've got Dark Ascension. All of a sudden, the map is like impossible to play as well. Are there concerns on Kamichada being able to play into this?
Absolutely, there are, like 100%. Like even with all the sustain that they've got, I feel like Pipsqueak have such a nasty global strat. And keep in mind, this is like a Prophet on safe lane, but I truly wouldn't mind him seeing. I wouldn't mind him playing like a playmaker Prophet, like a mid Prophet, because you have an offlane Night Stalker and a mid lane Puck. You don't necessarily have to be like the ultimate end all right click damage dealer. You can be and you should be, but
Prepare for battle.
you can also just join all the fights early on. I wouldn't mind that from Nande. Just like get level 2 teleportation or whatever already, start making moves across the map. Like level 4, if there's a chance, he can TP.
Alright, let's find out if he plays a little bit more of the greedy or team-orientated carry Nature's Prophet this game. One game down. We are at the playoffs, guys. Got to keep in mind we had a week-long group stage with 1 day of playoffs. So 1 day of tiebreakers. We already saw 1W get a victory over Team T in a 2-0 fashion. And the winner will move on to actually play 1 win or 1 W in the upper bracket semifinals. And importantly, your team's playing for some money, but also really that opportunity to be able to go play at DreamLeague Season 27. That is the big one.
You want to go usually to Stockholm, right? Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
You just want to experience those long 2-hour daylight days. Fantastic ones. As a gamer, they feel good. 2 for 2 so far. Wind Ranger taking a beating here, gotta say. But yeah, 2 for 2. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of things, right? You experience Stockholm, like you said. Yeah, very short duration days, but get some experience playing for some of the better teams or some of the best teams. But you need to start building up points for the APT. I mean, no better time to start than at the very start of the season, because it is going to be a long season if you're having to play through constant qualifiers.
It makes things easier as well for you. Lycan top lane. Bounty has started top, by the way. This is kind of a cool approach. Is this a dead Lycan? It is.
It is. Well, we got a tri-lane on tri-lane. So I don't know what the read was, but both sides understood the job. They were just going to leave the Abaddon and Night Stalker to duke it out themselves, and we're going to have an old-fashioned tri-lane. Wow, I've not seen this in a long time.
Yeah, you know what happened? It's like Bounty started off first, and then Warlock used the Twin Gates to connect. A little bit too late, unfortunately, so the first blood is still there. But I wonder if they do trade kills, as long as Warlock isn't dying first, like he's gonna get a lot of Black Grimoire stacks, won't he? Like, even though like you're sharing experience 3-way, like it might not be that bad for him.
True.
Getting those book levels up, and also Fatal Bonds in the tri-lane for me sound pretty damn scary.
Yeah.
Warlock.
I mean, so does Poison Touch too, but like you said, maybe not as value versus the Wind Ranger, so we're going to have to see. I mean, this hard creep is honestly pretty important. Who's going to get it? You know, the experience, a little bit of gold, like things we're going to be looking at. Looks like they're done with the tri-lane. Bounty's actually going to TP bottom, which, this is an interesting. I mean, because the Nightstalk had a very good start over the Abaddon, 10-5 compared to the 6-1, so he wasn't needed there.
Maybe a kill on Abaddon, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's potentially why. If you TP down, especially with Nande. Okay, very cool. They sack the tri-lane. Nande TP's down. Regards is trying to get their first kill of the game onto Kadara with a power shot. Will be off the mark.
Sprout, even though it deals only 70 damage, just to me feels like it shouldn't be dealing damage.
Yeah.
And healing at the same time. Dude, this spell used to just walk you into trees. That's all it did.
So true. That's
and
insane,
it was good.
Actually.
Now it deals damage and heals. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. They've done some incredible things to this hero. Teleport wasn't already broken enough. You had to give him a shield.
Yep.
Okay. Cool, brothers. What are we doing? That's from the mid.
Fuck, got some damage dealt to him. So far, Void Spirit doing fine, by the way. Into the last fuck. I guess Void Spirit and everyone else on his team does have a small advantage of Howl being present in the first 5 minutes, because it is Night Stalker on the other side, so you have nighttime. Kind of I mean, counter synergy, I guess. Let's put it that way. You put, because of your Night Stalker having Night Rain, makes the enemy Lycan stronger.
And it's supposed to be Void favored, like 60-40. You have Universal versus the Park. I'm a little bit intrigued. I mean, Ethru, I guess, suppose had to go Quelling Blade because of the Nature's Prophet. But yeah, I really think. I mean, this lane, if you give it to like Nisha, I think he wins this a vast majority of the time.
On Puck, you mean, or on Void?
No, on the Void. On the Void.
Yeah. I don't know. like the lane itself, okay, might be a bit better for Void, but not that bad for Puck through the game, right? Like you have Dream.
No, no,
Coil
no,
and-
not at all, not at all. Yeah, it's mainly just the lane that I was speaking about. Oh, bottom, whoa. Another tip in from Nande. This time they're not going to be able to secure the kill. Now they're going to be a little bit cautious. Fortunately, they don't have Fatal Bonds to link them up, and Rare God's not really much he's actually going to be able to do. So currently it's just the Dazzle position 5 alone, soaking up some experience up top.
I mean, his Night Stalker and Prophet are already finding so much farm that it doesn't even matter. Like, if you look at Yabadan and Lycan, from all these laning shenanigans, they're the ones suffering the hardest. Only 17 last hits on the Yabadan, 18 on the Lycan. Their counterparts on the same lanes have almost 30 on Night Stalker, 30 on Prophet, so doubling them up almost.
Mm. How does the interaction go between the Night Stalker and the Abaddon throughout the game?
A Night Stalker is just an annoying hero for anyone to play into, but for Abaddon, it's not that terrible, because you generally like to frontline, so he's probably just going to be running circles around you, Abaddon. You're a natural Radiance builder on Abaddon as well, so that helps. Yep. They're moving Puck bottom, by the way. He's got haste. This could be a dead bow. Should be a dead bow.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. He knows it. They saw the Puck coming down bottom with the ward. It was too far away from the tower. So it's like, all right, I'll just get a little bit more damage into Eki. But this Abaddon's game is taking a massive hit.
Yeah, I think he didn't really have the best laning stage last game as well, but he was a Medusa. Sort of a different hero. As a bad Abaddon, you like to have a better laning stage. You want to be up front, not really playing from behind. Like, he even queues up a Midas on Abaddon. How many times do you see that?
I've seen
I
him
haven't
do
seen
it.
Maybe him, but I haven't seen this in a long time. Usually it's just
Yeah.
a Radiance rush, no matter what.
This is already going to be quite concerning. I mean, it's only 1,000 upward lead, but we see the Abaddon, and I mean, how do you stabilize this game if you're coming charted, to be honest? Abaddon's going to take a long time to farm. The Lycan is super similar. I mean, this is a greedy offlaner.
I gotta say, though, even though Lycan is not, like, completely crushing the lane, he's still farming well. And he's still going to have a decently timed Helm of Dominator, which is how you come back into this game. I think that's it. You need a fast Dominator into utilizing Shapeshift, getting some kills on the map. But the Dominator is already there for the Night Stalker.
Wow. What a timing is that? Somehow they kept their catapult wave alive. It's 2 minutes after the spawn. This tower goes down at a early stage, and this is the daytime Night Stalker. It's a stage where you feel like this hero would start to show a little bit of its cracks in some of the lanes that we see previously without the Night Rain facet. But no, this tower's gone, and the Abaddon does not want to be back in the jungle at this stage of the game.
Absolutely not, but he's only level 5. He needs to be careful staying in the lane. If someone like a Puck rotates, they can take him down again. Even maybe without him, with Prophet TPing in. Surely they will not dive the tier 2, right? They just might. They're going in.
All right, they're gonna go for it. Stepped a little bit too far away, but they're at the nature. They don't really have to dive. That extra global threat, and 2 teleports were also cancelled. So this tower will, yeah, they're gonna have to glyph it up, but the diaglyph they will. This tower, they have to come down to actually defend it. It might die.
This is, yeah, that tower if they don't. With the Dazzle healing.
Okay. What's going on mid? See Puck behind the T1 tower, looking to try and create some chaos with these Eki. So they've done their duty down bottom. Now it's time to manipulate the map in another way.
Oh, Dream Coil as
Coil is
well.
going to be used with an instant break. He's got Strength Threads activated from Ethereal, but the ultimate back.
Oh, he goes back in.
He actually goes in and out. That might help them get the kill. One more right click. No. Heal from Kadar is going to keep Eki healthy. Let's hit the power shot, but that'll be off the mark.
The silver lining, I guess, for Radiant is the fact that Dream Coil got used. That's something. Oh, this is a big camp that they've got. Eki. It's gonna die here.
Big kill as well. They got to farm this, hopefully with the Warlock nearby as well. I don't know, how else do you actually farm this? I mean, this is insane stacks for the heroes they got.
I mean, absolutely. They need to... This is like some 5-man stack clearing. They're gonna stack it one extra time. Dazzle,
Kadar just...
no mana on him.
Yeah, bit of a feat.
Okay, Lycan has Shapeshift as well as the Dominator now, so he's pressuring top. But you are absolutely correct. I feel like it's much easier for Dire even to farm this camp. These camps than it is for Radiant, especially now during the nighttime.
Speaking of the nighttime and the usage of it, Yayo moving over to the mid lane. They've got Nande here as well, but the Dark Ascension's going to give them the vision. Just to confirm that this fight is all theirs for the tanking and help get the tower. And now they're going to go to the triangle probably afterwards. Like, the Lycan's there, but they'll get the tier 1 tower, then look to reap further rewards on the map. I mean, this economy will just continue to skyrocket up.
You gotta fight this. I feel like if you're Radiant, you will be fighting this. Abaddon needs to TP in. Are they truly just
The
letting
job's
it go? Yeah.
They are. I mean, what can they do? They're going to TP in, but it'll be too late.
There was no Dream Coil. Dark Ascension as well was used. I really thought that they could perhaps defend it if they just Shapeshift run in. I guess they don't have the Golem still. Black Grimoire not yet heavy enough to give you a full level.
Shaco's going to be off the mark. Or do they want to try and target down first? They'll send all the summons onto Kadaro. Be able to get him. They don't have a way to cancel Eki's TP out, however. Nonetheless, a little bit that will go the way of Kelmichada. We'll kill into an objective, more than likely.
Unfortunately for Warlock, he wasn't in range, so does not get the Grimoire.
Mid lane, what's going on in the void? It's a dead void by the looks of it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I feel like if you're Radiant at this point, all you gotta do is stop the bleeding as much as possible, as they will continue hunting you, especially during the nighttime. Especially because of the fact that they have a bounty hunter who's just constantly farming. Look at where he's farming, like he's in their face under the tier 2 tower.
Through. A jumper to the quicksands. Nice double shackle. A massive.
Beautiful.
They're going to be able to catch up to Yayo as well. And it looks like that might be the case, but Puck is nearby. They need a defensive coil. They will actually need nothing. Just the Puck being a bit of a deterrent. Sending Radiant away. So what could have been a secondary kill to try and stem the bleeding, unfortunately, won't be claimed.
Still though, not bad, making them move away from the bot tier 2 tower, opening up the map a bit more for the Lycan to push mid. He's got the Shapeshift off cooldown now again. Gotta say, I truly like the Abaddon's innate into Dazzle as well. Having that, how much? 40 or 30? 35% reducted health restoration is pretty good. Mid lane.
Yeah, with the wraparound. Gonna be difficult to go on the Lycan up with the Shapeshift activated. The Warlock trying to play around with the rock. He'll get it out, but there's no real follow-up The shackle landed.
The back?
Maybe Yayo's life would be on threat. Anko has found an opportunity to be able to deal with the dazzle. Kadaru should go down to all the summons. Look at anything to be able to cancel the TP. However, they do not. Yayo a little bit too far away with the void, along with Eki. So we're 2 for 1.
Yeah, we're 2 for
We're
1,
farming.
but that's 7k advantage now. Of course, both of those were tracked, I believe. So 2 tracks got used in any case. Let's say 2 track kills, 6k advantage now for Dire. If you look at the kill score, it's 5-9. It's not that crazy, but Bounty Hunter definitely playing a part of all of this. Realistically, it's not only the bounty. Their lanes just went so damn well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And it's still going to take a long time. Like, woe is going to be a non-factor for them for 5+ minutes. You're honestly probably longer. So whatever they want on the map on Dire, they can take. You do unfortunately have daytime is about to activate. So may limit some of the movements they can do. Well, we're still a little bit away from the Void Spirit Scepter as well. So almost got that third component.
I think that's like the big difference maker in these upcoming fights once he gets it. Are there any defensive tools on the other side? I don't think so. Just not yet. It's a Witchblade, Puck, Night Stalker going for Crimson. That's going to be one way, of course, that to bring some utility to the team.
Is he in trouble? Nice shackle with the power shot. It's kind of close, though.
He has Arcane Room, by the way. He can even maybe think, oh, another power shot. Now he needs to go back, I think. He was considering of maybe jaunting back in, but another power shot. Damn. He's hunting him.
Bottom lane, just wanting to force the borrowed time out of Woe, but with the Aphotic shield off before Eki was able to do enough damage. They did take the tier 2 tower, so as soon as the borrowed time is used, they're going to be a little bit cautious if the Nature's Prophet wants to TP down. Eki's pinging it out. But the Warlock is already in a position to be able to protect the Abbot. Tries to TP, but no! The timing of the Wrath of Nature tick, down goes the shield, and Eki was just toying with his entire time. He set that up perfectly well.
Just the perfect Nightwalker ult mid, green pool as well. Because of the Arcane Rune, it's up already.
Oh, we just got out.
Lycan farming
anyone
the
here,
stack,
actually?
by the way.
Yeah, never mind. No one was actually here to be able to protect the Void Spirit. Thought he had another round of the Astral Step.
I mean, Lycan was there in his house, but he was like, sorry, brother, I'm eating right now. It's lunchtime. I can't help. He really wants his Ancient stack. It's a lot of gold. Can't blame him. Oh. Rare Gods. The Hurricane was moving him towards Puck, but Puck went back, so couldn't kill him. Yeah, so far, I gotta say, looking at Radiant, I'm not impressed by the Abaton overall. I think he is the one suffering the hardest. If you look at the net worth disparity between him and the Prophet, let's say 8k to 13k, if we round it up. That's a lot, you know, 5k difference at this stage of the game. Another Dream Coil mid.
Looking to continue to push that net worth.
That's 9k now.
Actually going to finally look to show up to a bit of an engagement. Are they even going to get the kill on the X? Able to TP out in their face. We're 2 for 1.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2 for 1, like you said, but both kills once again tracked up, giving a lot of gold to Dire. This bounty plus Prophet combination is absolutely deadly. Prophet that will be buying Shard next to help out. Not like they lacked vision up to this point. I guess helps out a little bit more as well, of course. But they've successfully neutered the Wolf on the offlane so far.
absolutely.
Like, he's farming well, but not finding his place in the game. He's doing Vlad's next, by the way.
I mean, everyone has been neutered on Kamichara. Woe got bullied in the lane with a 1v1 versus the Night Stalker, and then of course we saw what the bounty plus the Nature's Prophet. Mid matchup too. Now the
Another
map
track.
is seemingly impossible to play. They are close to a tier 2 tower, where the Warlock's gonna try and drop the rock, but the Fatal Bonds is out. Ethereal jumps in. First fight we're gonna see with the Scepter here for the Void Spirit, but they can't even get the kill onto Eki because they need to deal with the Dazzle first. They'll go back to catch up to Kadaru, and both supports will go down, and actually Nande's in trouble. Finally, no, but no, we use the Eighth of Remnant, they're gonna kill him! Oh my lord, that was way too close, but luckily enough, they got the kill on Nande at the last second. A wicked 6 streak for Enkao, and some objectives now they can take as well, potentially.
Oh, there's a Tormentor down bottom. Because of the Night Stalker, it spawns bottom. I think they go instantly, at least with the Lycan. He's going to attempt to solo it. Can he? I think he needs another hero, right? Yeah, with the Warlock here, it should happen. The Warlock...
Puck's coming. Oh, you would hope he died instead of giving the kill over towards the Park. But the important one is out. They do still scan, so they know someone's here. But they actually don't want to go in.
You know what? Like, one thing, they're now 3k ahead. They were just 10k a moment ago. It's crazy how much they lost in that one singular fight. I gotta say, Prophet as a hero hates playing into anything that jumps him easily. And you're playing into Lycan, you're playing into a Void Spirit. He's top net worth, but I feel like this game isn't necessarily all on him. Puck needs to, together with Night Stalker, really carry their weight.
You see he's kind of itemizing in for that, right? With the Hurricane Pike on Nande. So he's like aware that Radiant are always going to try and get up in the face of the Nature's Prophet, and he would do his best to adjust. He's even got Butterfly queued up as third item.
Don't see it often. But you know what you do see often? An Orchid on Abaddon. He's not queuing it up right now, but if he sees that Butterfly, maybe he'll go for Bloodborne. I think it's maybe even better than an MKB on this hero in the current state of the game. You're playing into Puck and Dazzle as well. We'll see. A Blink, of course, first and foremost. Another mobility tool to add on to a pretty long list on their side.
Yeah. Up in the face of the Puck, the Dazzle, the NP. And we got an relatively even game. I do think the net worth is still a bit deceiving considering the Warlock got the Shard. And it's not... I mean, it's not the most impactful.
You know what? Another problem they've got, if they do not contest this rush... Let's see, they scanned it. But the problem they've got is, like, Dazzle. As a hero as well. You know, like, you love using your ulti, your Nodal Realm, but Lycan literally just senses units at the Dazzle. That's it. He's dead.
Is this the right play? Like, did they just not have a smoke, or what happened? Why did Dire not... I mean, Dazzle has 2. So why do you feel that, like, there wasn't a contest? Are they super close to an item?
I'm checking all of their heroes, and they truly aren't close to anything.
They see the Park.
On anyone. They're buying a Nullifier on Night Stalker. Like, that's the closest big item that they've got.
They're going to be able to catch up to the Park. Ethereal will start. A little bit awkward with the timing, and he's out. And they used the rock. Oh, I thought they cancelled. What happened?
You gotta tip them here.
Does he know?
I don't think he knows about the rock, but he will see it mid. Usually players just out-push with the rock, or they farm the jungle. It will get scouted eventually. He's gonna creep skip mid with it. They used 2 Astral Steps, they used Shapeshift, and they used the rock. Now it's pinged out. I feel like now if you're Dire, you probably take a fight, right? 500 gold away from Nullifier or Night Stalker, though. Maybe you can wait for that, or maybe you can just fight.
Let's see where they... Is it towards the Void Spirit, who was underneath a super deep Observer Ward to the south? Now, he might be in an okay position to scout them out with the ward. Oh, nice timing. Narrowly avoids the coil. Top lane, are they on? Who are they on? I thought they were on Nanda. Did he TP back? I'm baiting the Observer. I apologize.
He TP'd out. He TP'd out. He's back.
Okay. So it wasn't too much of a bait.
Nodal Projection got used as well. Dream Coil and the ult of Dazzle now are out, so they didn't really get anything out of it. Perhaps another chance for Kamichata to strike back. I don't know, these items that Radiant are getting, to me, seem a bit scarier. Nullifier is completed on Night Stalker. Let's see if he can... It has a lot of usages, this game. See how much of impact it's gonna give him. Do you like that he never bought a blink, by the way?
I don't actually know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if these items are more valuable than the blink.
Just jumping the back lines, I guess. But this way he can be the front line completely bounty hunter as Greaves.
It's a hard kill though.
Killing Lotus as well.
It's not happening. Are you guys going a little bit too deep now? But the puck's also not here, nor the Void Spirit. Power shot's gonna be off the mark.
They're still going.
Ethereal's actually gonna leap over the top. They haven't been perfect with their spells. Yeah, they're really missing a lot.
The only reason why they're still alive is Puck isn't here. Like, Puck was pushing bottom. He didn't want to commit here, probably because of the Aegis of Void Spirit. But damn, if Puck was there with a Dream Coil, I feel like that fight is really difficult under the tier 2 tower when you waste everything you have.
Yeah, really overplayed their hand, but will not be punished. And now it's a question of like Radiant, what can we do? Dark Ascension, your daytime still for a long duration. Ethereal mid lane. Be able to dip out. Nowhere to get out of the Sprout though, which is a bit of a problem. Ethereal's just gone and they don't really need to commit too heavily. They still got the coil as well. Tries to jump in. There's the call. Even connects onto the Warlock as well. And just way too aggressive. Up in Dire's territory with the rest of Raid. Like, look at the three other heroes and how they're positioning. You're almost behind the tier 2 tower. Very defensive on their territory.
They need to run. This hunt continues. Puck is in. Like you said, very defensive on their own territory because the cooldowns were still up. They wasted them top. No shapeshift. They had the rock, sure, but you don't want to drop it there. And also, by the way, not having Quelling Blade into Prophet feels illegal, but on some heroes, you just want the item slots to be completed with something like a Magic Wand. I don't know if that's worth it, honestly. On Void Spirit, you have a lot of mobility spells, so you might think that you don't need to carry a Quelling Blade, but that kind of death can happen at any given point in the game if you don't.
Yeah.
Prophet hits hard, by the way. Has a Daedalus completed. Didn't go for the Butterfly. Maybe he'll go Satanic next instead of Butterfly. He's got both queued up. We'll see. Yeah, it's Satanic, it seems like.
I will smoke up there from Kamichata. Not happy with what just happened previously. And Woe's gonna be...
So deep. Under
Get
the
a
tier 2
glimpse
tower.
of him. Great, but yeah, the kill is going to come out nonetheless. So let's see. Is this kill going to be able to lead them into a objective Mid lane is shoved out though, which are going to have a little bit of a problem with being able to utilize the creeps and now get some damage into the tower. So they're actually just going to have to go try and farm the camps of Dire instead.
I mean, they didn't really use a lot for this kill. They used all their heroes. That is one thing. But no big spells were committed. Not too terrible for back bottom. Can they get this kill?
They will not be able to.
Seems like they can't. Void Spirit is in, but also probably cannot catch anyone. There's a gem on bounty.
Super valuable kill if they're going to be able to find the bounty hunter, but he has been pretty good so far this game. Too many deaths from Eki. None this game from the Puck as well.
He definitely enjoyed the early game, but after the early game, not too many tracks. I mean, a couple of fights here and there. But we're still sitting on a relatively low kill count. We got 27, 30 minutes in.
We're itching for a big fight though. Either side's ready to go. Still 7,000 net worth lead they built up on Dire. And they will venture pretty aggressively into Radiant's territory.
They have AC on Lycan.
It's the Puck, the person you want to jump. We've seen he's been so slippery so far, and he should be out.
That's a well, he's out right now. It seems like on a bad and yeah, that's an unfortunate pause. I don't think you can catch Puck here. But, quick item check. Blink dagger on Night Stalker. You can jump in with the AoE silence, pretty good. On the other side, what do we have? We have AC on the Lycan. And another big item, of course, is the Satanic that got completed on Nande that we didn't mention. So I kind of like this. Butterfly is similar to Satanic when it comes to the general idea of how you want to play the game. That's, as Prophet, you know you're going to get gone on in these fights, so you have something to just stand there and reset, hopefully, I should say. But I still feel he dies if they go on him. Like, if they commit, Satanic will not save him. They have more than enough control.
How do you take fights though? Do you go on the NP or do you go on the Dazzle first? Like what's the call?
I think you have to eliminate Dazzle. There is absolutely no chance in this game that you're not killing Dazzle first. You need good vision on him, and you need just the Lycan to send his units, and that's it. I think one thing that Dazzle could go for is perhaps a Ghost Scepter, but overall, I'm not really sure how much that helps mid lane. See?
Actually activates the Dark Ascension because they see the support on the backline. The Warlock's a pretty important kill. They're going to be able to get rid of their team fight control. He will buy back immediately, but Yayu is able to disengage. They've located the Dazzle. So Lycan is fulfilling his role. Meanwhile, actually, the Puck, he's in mighty danger. Silence is not going to be able to last long enough. It'll be about to be a dieback onto the Warlock. Yayu had to run into the middle, but now Nande is also a little bit vulnerable. Get some separation, now standing strong, and they just can't deal with the Puck. The in and out, you haven't dealt with him, but now you've got to be massively concerned about how the rest of the team fights look because Yayu has got an ultra kill and Abaddon is not making it out to lift the tail. He's going to pick up the gem, but that will go right back into the hands of Dire. Or will it? Yes, it will. They got the Void to cancel the TP. They got the Vision as well. Woe's going to be hunted down. They're going to find him in the tree line. And it will be a five-man wipe in the end.
Our Vision is what truly won this fight. They saw Warlock, they jumped him, they killed him off the first time. It was a good buyback from him. And the Rock was pretty decent, because it clipped Puck as well. But he couldn't commit completely. Like, they couldn't finish him off. So he lived, and he's the one that enabled the Night Stalker as well, jumping in and out, in and out. The commitment on Night Stalker as well was unsuccessful at the beginning. So overall, Kamichata, I think that they need some extra control. Like, this
Yeah,
isn't it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not enough.
But you're not going to get it with this lineup, though. That's the problem. And you're not going to get it through items.
Through items, you could have gotten it. Like, you mentioned the Wind Ranger and the fact that this guy went for Athos usually. This game, he went for drums instead.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, sure, you could have got it through items, but unfortunately now it's a heavy price to pay. Butterfly competed on the Nature's Prophet. They're actually got maybe a fake back. What are we looking for? Roche is up in 45. They do smoke. Where do they want to go with this?
I think into the pit, maybe into the triangle. They have a good obs here to work with.
OTB into the outpost. He's actually just going to jump straight on top of the person who's trying to take this. But kill off the Dazzle. Now, do they see Eki? Nande's going to try and TP out. They don't have a way to be able to cancel that. And Shapeshift has been expended. Maybe Roche is theirs.
Dude, this is the longest Roche respawn. Look at that. 8 seconds to the maximum. Is this bugged or is it actually going to be max? It's bugged, right? No, it's not bugged. It was literally...
Unlucky.
It was the max Roche respawn timer. Nice top in.
Night Talker got a glimpse of the Warlock in the backline. 4 hit. Oh, that is a life of a support versus the Night Stalker. And Woe, unfortunately, he's got big hopes of trying to deal with the Nature's Prophet, but those dreams are very shortly going to be crushed. He's able to get the blink away, at least thanks to the ultimate, but this Night Stalker just was exceptional this game. 7, 0, and 10. Puck is godlike as well. And
Absolutely.
we, by the looks of it, are going to be going to a game 3.
24k ahead, straight towards the throne. You're not defending this, especially not without ulti on Abba. Can they hold? Like, they have a rock in 5 seconds, but...
No, they're going to try, but no, it's too little too late.
They don't have glyph. That's the problem. Rock is good.
It's not about Fatal Bonds as well. Eki will die. Or will he? Greaves actually is able to slip out. So somehow ducks away. Lycan's going to be able to buy back as well. Remember the coil at the front of the fountain.
They're holding.
Holding multiple people into place. They are withstanding at the moment because Dire have actually disengaged. They want it out.
They know that Puck went left, though. They followed him through with the wolves. They know where he is exactly, but how do you catch him, though? This is their biggest issue that they've got. No one... I think Abaddon maybe needed Orchid instead of the Basher. And I think maybe you needed an Athos on Wind Ranger instead of the drones. Just to help out a little bit. It's not like... Look, that's not a reliable way of catching the puck, but it can follow the Aether Remnant from Void Spirit, let's say.
I think there's even an argument for a Ewer Scepter this game on Void. I mean, I know Ewers can be a little bit of a bait nowadays, but I mean, there's lots of value with the Dispel and the setup. It definitely could have been something to consider.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. There is another item that people buy on Lycan in these kind of situations, and that's a Hex. You know, get that sight when you don't have catch, because usually catch, teamfight, these kind of setups, they come from the offlaner. Lycan never brings that unless he itemizes for it. I don't think his itemization is bad per se. I think AC this game is fantastic together with Helm, but he needs another item basically, and he's going for Ags next. I'm not sure just how much that mini Wolf is gonna do.
Hope and a prayer at least for Kelmi Charter in this second game. They got a game in hand. It would not be the worst, but this is a common strategy that we have seen from them, so it would be a little bit deflating with this potential upcoming defeat unless they're able to turn things around.
This Prophet is just so damn massive. Level 25, Blood-Torn, Satanic Aegis. Puck has overwhelming blink. Parasma at this point going for a BKB. The next fight, it might be a bit difficult for Kalmichata. They have a pistol, by the way.
Radiant's top tower is under
So we
attack.
mentioned it, so let's see. I'm not seeing it, but let's see.
Radiant's
Maybe
top tower has fallen.
we will be proven wrong.
They're gonna try it. Here's the wolf bite. And Woe's gonna go all the way around. So always Dazzle has been the main target. But they're gonna be worried about their Void Spirit as well.
Good
It's
rock.
a decent rock, but the Void's already gone. It's gonna try and buy back and re-enter the team fight, but the Puck's in danger as well. Grave will be able to keep him alive and enable the orb to get away. And meanwhile, Nande, the turret, is just standing strong. They still can't even find the Dazzle.
Oh, this is
Kadara
such a good
just
combo.
protected in the trees. No way to be able to find him. Nande still is yet to lose the Aegis, and Radiant, they're losing too many
GG.
members, and GG's a drop.
Did you see what a great combo that is, by the way, on Dazzle?
That was very
I mean,
cool.
yeah, just having the Shadow Friend or whatever it's called from Bounty Hunter and casting it on Dazzle, and it makes sure that they need to bring not only their forces but also detection. So actually, it's the perfect play into Lycan, because Lycan, all he does is sends his units at the Dazzle, and if the Dazzle is in Ghost Walk, whatever it's called from the Bounty Hunter, it does not help. So cool game from Pipsqueak. I was a bit worried about how they played in the mid game, considering how much of an advantage they gained in the early stages. Like the laning stage once again was completely won by them. This time around, however, Kalmichata, they didn't manage to bounce back in.
Yeah, no, they didn't at all, which is, we get a game 3, which is going to be exciting. We saw the early series in the playoffs being a 2-0, and now we get a bit of a different outcome here. A lot of our games were also 2-0 in the group stages. We'll say a little bit concerned, just I think Pipsqueak looks much stronger in the lanes in the early game. So I think we were mentioning about the Naga Siren being removed from game 1. I think we now need to look at the Nature's Prophet from Nande as well, and potentially the Bounty Hunter. I feel like these heroes just play really well together with their strong suit so far that we've seen in this series, compared to Kalmichata.
Absolutely. They need to focus on the early game. Absolutely. Just get those lanes out in a little bit of a better shape. But you know what? I'm kind of glad that they didn't in this game, because what that meant is that we're going to game number 3. So stick around, short break, game number 3 coming up.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride.
what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah.
Welcome back. It's a very rare sight, but me and Aries, we get to cast the game number 3. What's going on? I thought we were the 2-0 boys, Aries.
Honestly, I thought we were cursed, brother. I thought this was a rough show for us, but no, yeah, we get a game 3, which is what a perfect position for it to be in, right? With the in the upper bracket too. You know, if we get 2-0s, like I would still like more competitive game 3s in the group stages, but this is where I want. This is where I want my game 3s. Like I'm looking at the groups now, and I'm just saying 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0 after 0-0. But if this continues in the playoffs where we get game 3s, I'm a happy man.
Yeah, I know it's late for you. I know you're aching perhaps to get some rest, but when you get good Dota, you don't necessarily feel that tired because that's enjoyable. And that last game truly was enjoyable because one thing that I can say from these two teams, at least the way I see it, is I don't see it. I don't see which way it's going. Like it can go one way, it can go the other. It all depends on like some micro mistakes or micro moves that happen in team fights. But in that last game, I think that Vision truly won it, and the Vision on Pipsqueak was just insane. Like you had the Night Stalker, you had the Prophet with Shard, you had the Bounty Hunter. That's kind of hard to deal with. And this Prophet has been first phase banned in a lot of games. In this game, we are seeing a lot of niche picks being first phase banned that I don't think necessarily deserve to be first phase. Like a Brew being in the first phase, or even the Huskar. I think these heroes are strong, but there are solutions to them. So maybe something that these two teams can look into.
Well, what do you do with the Nature's Prophet and the Bounty Hunter now? Do they need to be banned, or could you? Unfortunately, you got to let some heroes through the pool. You got to play versus some.
Yeah. I generally think that Nature's Prophet is too strong of a hero, not only because he has this global ability. Like in this last game, you're trying to play the musical chairs with the lanes where you're tri-laning, then you're not, then you're following. That never works into a Prophet because he has a global ability to appear anywhere at any given point and give that numerical advantage. So and the lanes are very important in this matchup. So I think Prophet needs to go. And not only is that his strength, but the strength also comes from the fact that you can play mid and safe lane. And go for completely two different item builds, but have almost the same amount of impact, I would say. So we'll see. Like, I truly believe that hero is first phase ban material, maybe more than a Pudge or something like that, but we will see a Pudge and we will see a Slardar in the first phase by Pipsqueak. Let's see, Kamchata still go with the same. Askar, Brew, Naga, and the Chen.
So I mean, the Brews, Yayo Palantimos, it's arguably one of his best hero. Huskar ban makes me feel like it's just, do we have another ban? Like, you don't want to get to the later stages and kind of forget the Huskar and then get cheesed. So you potentially feel like you have a free ban in the first phase, which sometimes happens, especially when you have second pick. But I don't know. I just think there are so many other heroes that have to be removed. And are they really going to, like, maybe Pipsqueak play the Huskar as a 4? Have you seen, because we covered that one Huskar 4 game, right? But have you been seeing it anywhere else? Have you been running into in your pubs when we had like the 2 days off?
No, not at all. I feel like that was more of we picked Huskar, you picked Ancient Apparition, we're gonna swap up the Huskar into a 4, and that's it. Like making.
Right.
And that was also a big difference in the teams, right? Like just the skill discrepancy between the two teams was way too high. So they could have had anything on 4 and they still would have won. I do like this answer though. I do like the Abaddon into Bounty. I don't think this is bad. I still feel that the Prophet ban is maybe necessary with the Bounty. It's just too much aggro early on. Even though that last game from Kalmichata probably could have been won if the lanes went slightly better. I think that's one mistake, more or less a mistake. It was Pipsqueak's power shining through with the Prophet, but Kalmichata just lost the lanes way too heavily. They couldn't come back afterwards.
Which is a concern because I think the lanes in game one also weren't the greatest from them. There was their mid game. It was like a 10,000 deficit, right? So this is this is a position that they were playing with through once they reached the mid game. So I am a little bit concerned about the laning and the early game matchup into Pipsqueak.
So they are actually thinking that Dazzle was maybe the biggest issue, and they picked themselves up.
10 seconds remaining.
The Dazzle with the Abaddon.
5 seconds remaining.
Like Dazzle is great when on the safe lane you have a hero that needs to pop a spell, or on mid lane, and you can enable him with a grave, right? Like when your mid laner is something like an Ursa, let's say, or a troll, and he gets gone on, you use the grave, he pops his ult, GG. Or when you have a PL or something that benefits from Shadow Wave in the lane. Abaddon, Dazzle, I mean, it's kind of doubling down on the same thing. You already have 2 lives. You don't need a grave to have another one. But maybe they have some other things in store for us, which will make the Dazzle pick a little bit more convincing to me, at least.
I'm still. This hero, can we ever see Dazzle flexed as well, or is it pretty much just solely a 5 right now?
I think he's solely a 5. There was, of course, a patch not so long ago when he was played almost only mid. That's how strong the Axe was. But he did get nerfed hammered quite a bit. This is one of the best heroes into him as well. Getting the silencer, getting that global out, making sure that he can't even use his ult. Also a silence that isn't point and click, like it's not target selection, so you can use it even through the Nautil. Overall, a pretty good pickup. Silencer fell out of favor a little bit, and I don't think this hero deserves it. Just from the nerfs on the Arcane Curse range. It's not that big of a nerf.
Radiant team pick.
What are they going to come? Whoa, 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 whoa. All right,
You
so
know
what do
what
we
they
do the
have?
Abaddon? Yeah, go.
Yeah, they have the silence and they have the break. That's what they've got right now. By the way, I don't know what you do with the Abaddon. I don't know what you do in this game. This is a dirty Viper pick, man. Like, get me out.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I hate this hero. What about some Abba offlane and PL safe lane? If Viper is off with the bounty, you'd have a Shadow Wave bomb with illusions into the Viper. No, not terrible.
Yeah, it definitely is a potential. I mean, it looks like a pretty solid PL game. I just still don't know if that hero is absolute bait or not.
Yeah, we saw it. How many games did we cast? 1, right, with PL so far, and it wasn't that amazing.
Yeah, we covered 1, and then literally the game after on another stream there was the same PL into TB matchup. Who knows? This is definitely something where you're going to be looking at for Kalmi Charter, but it's a bit difficult of a position to, if you are going to PL, if you're going to pick it here, because what the hell do you do with the Abaddon? I mean, this hero has been more impressive when it's been played as a carry than the offlane, and 5 ABBA. I mean, it sounds
No, not as
useless.
5. Yeah, not as
Yeah,
5
yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. Sounds useless, like you said. Even though not too long ago it was a 5, and people would mostly play it as a 5 with like Holy Locket and stuff. It's not even that weak, honestly. Like this hero is pretty damn good, even as a support. But yeah, let's see. They picked themselves up a Marcy, a hero that can get on top of Viper easily, bring that extra damage. A hero that does decently well with the Dazzle as well. I don't know where this Marcy is going. Is it 4? Is it an offlane? They have another pick to go through. They took their sweet time after the Viper pick. Ench is banned and China are banned. Like these two heroes, if you could pick a support, always work so damn nicely into the Viper, but no chance for that. Instead, they go with the Comfort, another Void Spirit game.
I don't know, dog. I just haven't really been that impressed with this hero.
He had decent. They played it in both games, right, on mid lane. They did. They played it into Storm and then they played it into Puck.
Yeah.
I think he did well in both games. Like in general, as a hero, maybe you're not impressed. I'm not impressed as well, but I feel like he did have a decent game 1 and decent game 2. They just answer with the Puck again. Another game in which Puck truly doesn't have a lot of things to worry about. You've got some stuns on Kalmichata now. Like you have Dazzle with Hex as well. You've got Marcy with the rebound. Not incredible, but it's not terrible as well. Ain't much, honest work. Maybe an Aghanim on Marcy down the line as well could help. Lycan was a necessary ban as well. Gotta say, Kalmichata, they have the ultimate blast pick. I think maybe a Lycan here picking as their last pick of the second phase would have been a good pick. Like into the Silencer, into the Viper. Just having the Lycan run them down. Sure, you probably would have triggered an insta gyro pickup or something similar, but who cares? Like you'd still have a very strong hero post laning stage.
10 seconds remaining.
Where do we go now? What carries are left available for Nande? Any others that are coming to mind?
What did he play? He played the Prophet. Game 2, Game 1, he played Ursa. Once again, he doesn't see the matchup. So they ban out the Enigma. Maybe it is something like an Ursa, a Jug. These kind of heroes that hate playing into the Eidolons. And you know what? Kalmichata desperately needed more lockdown last game. I like the Enigma ban quite a lot. If they are good with the Enigma, like even into Global Silence, I guess. That's one. I take that back. I forgot about Global Silence. Makes things a bit harder. Prophet again. Do you see the weakness on Pipsqueak? Like, I see one apparent thing that's kind of staring at me. It's like, the stuns are not there this game. You have Dreamcoil, and that's it. And besides that, if Viper has a terrible game, you're all having a terrible game. If Kalmichata...
I was just saying, it's a very different lineup with the Viper instead of the Nine Stalker here.
Absolutely. Viper pretty much does similarly to what Prophet does. We'll see what he itemizes into. I might be wrong. There are players that go Atos on this hero as well, but it's no longer the good old Gleipnir, so perhaps not as strong. They didn't ban out Ursa, of course, this time around, because picking it into the Viper lane is kind of suicidal. Let's see if they pick up the offlane or they put Abba there.
Choose your hero.
Is this an offlane bat with Marcy?
It's
an offlane Marcy, yeah, with a 4 bat. Makes more sense. Okay, offlane Marcy with some Helm of Dominator, probably playing the game a bit actively, and like it's a pretty good Marcy game. You have a Viper to jump on top of, you have the Prophet to jump on top of. I just don't have a super good read on the Viper in the current meta. I kind of dislike the hero. But let me see if anything has changed about him in the latest patches. I feel like he has literally just been forgotten. Attack slow is increased from 8 to 9 on level 1. Which isn't massive, but isn't the worst as well on corrosive skin. And
Is it just
that's
the level
it.
1?
Yeah, I mean, on every level, it got
Okay.
increased.
Yeah.
Like level 2, it went from 16 to 18. On level 3, it went from 24 to 27. Last level, 32 to 36. Not great, not terrible. Around 10% increase, I guess. Overall, pretty solid. But I'm not completely sold on their draft. I think that Night Stalker really nicely tied it all together in the last game. And this game, if Marcy has a decent start, I think they will have a lot of problems. Gotta play the tempo again, I think. If you're playing with this Prophet bounty, just play the tempo again.
What do you feel like is the probability of the Marcy actually having a good start though, versus the Silence or Nature's Prophet?
I don't think she's gonna have a bad time, is she? Like Silencer and Prophet, if you have a bat as support, plus the Prophet will probably be leaving the lane, contesting a little bit. You have some built-in mobility on Marcy as well. You can get on top of Silencer or Prophet very easily. I feel like this even might be a lane where they actually do well. They're the ones pressuring, not the other way around as it used to be so far. Could be wrong. That's my read on the lane right now.
And what about the other side lane with the Viper into the Abba? Like, of course, I know the Abaddon is able to dispel off the poison attack, but you dispel it off and you kind of get back to it. You get back to stacking. So
I think it's still too much. Like from the Viper, I still think it's too much. Maybe something that Dazzle can do to. That's a nice dire ward, by the way, from Eki. They don't see it, so they have full vision on them.
30 seconds to battle.
can they fight though? They did smoke afterwards, but no, they don't want to.
Are they lane switching? Are they gonna keep the Viper top? Is that the plan? Maybe? Into the Marcy?
Yeah.
Oh,
They got the dust out. Oh, he leveled Remnant. Okay, they got the kill, but it's okay, I suppose. You can Remnant for the Rage Creep. Ray God's got the kill, which you would have loved the Void to be able to find. And they are lane swapping.
They are Viper hunting. They're going behind. They're gonna meet him here. Hello,
they're gonna
Mr.
get him.
Viperino.
Insane. What a read. Very nice kill. I mean, the fact that somehow they had the foresight to be able to predict the Viper's movements throughout the river, then to intercept him entering the lane.
Well,
Very
it
well
was
done.
him. It was him or the Prophet. They didn't see anyone.
Sure.
They didn't see the Prophet or the one or the other. It doesn't matter. They do get a kill. I do like the fact that now they're actually tri-laning top. Look, if you dominate Viper in the lane, this guy is just not coming back. Like, I'm gonna make a bold statement there. So, tri-laning him, killing him again, maybe.
Oh, they got
he's
him.
dead.
Yeah, that he is indeed. Palantimos is going to take a walk of shame back to the safe lane. And this lane swap has not worked out for them at all.
Yeah, it was a bad start. Absolutely. Viper also one of the slowest heroes in the game. 275 movement speed. See you on the top lane tomorrow, by the way. It's gonna take some time.
It's like a stage where sometimes you just give him the smoke. Say, here you go, brother. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's my stage in Dota all the time. Whenever I die, insta smoke, run to the lane. But I think that Radiant, they got a lot out of this, of course. But I also think this was necessary. Because the Viper lane into the Marcy can get a bit rough.
Let's see if they can continue to put pressure on, though. Like, this is still a level 1 Viper. And if Batrider is able to solo zone him out, if they get level 3 on the Marcy, then it's surely got to be a goal into the Viper. And look at the current position of the creep wave as well. Like, this is massive. Eki is at least going to be able to get a pull, but you are continuing to bully this Viper, who is a hero that, I don't know, man, we don't see a lot of Viper. And this, like, being known as the lane dominator, yes, is a thing, but your level 1 and level 2 is so abysmal.
Absolutely. They're going on him again, top. He might be dead again. He's dead. He's got sticks.
At least he can TP. It's okay, brother.
Maybe a Prophet can follow up to this. He's trying to TP. He's thinking where to use it. Yeah, he stops. This kind of a death, though, maybe not. I mean, it's still very bad, but the Viper will get 2 waves under the tower at least. So, the aggression should stop, at least for a little while. You're gonna get the that as well.
Not a bad
Will
kill.
Will they?
Oh,
Will
they're
they
actually
get
giving
it?
the Lotus. And now Eki's actually going to be chucked back into Red God's face. He stepped up forward for the last right click, trying to juke away for the Shuriken. Nande's got the
Prophet,
Sprout,
though.
and now Ankel is down as well. Nande gets a double and well and truly rewarded.
They overplayed their hand. Absolutely overplayed. Like, they had an absolute domination top lane. They stuck around for a little bit too long. They wasted the Lotus as well. And they tried to get the kill. Does happen, and you know what, Viper? If you feed him kills in the lane, eventually he will come back.
Nande trying to TP the Batrider down to bottom. They're going to mirror the movement with the bounty, but not much that Eki's going to be able to do. They'll look for a return kill into both supports. They'll do a good job to be able to keep the Bat alive thanks to the Aphotic Shield, but the Dazzle is playing by himself.
Can you leave your Marcy alone on top? That's like one thing. She's got 12 CS versus 12 on Viper, like same CS right now.
Don't you just drag? Oh, they're actually coming top for some kills, I guess.
Yeah, they're coming top. You just can't leave her alone. I don't think that's a play.
I'd have to see
Into the
Woe down
Viper
bottom
lane.
if he's potentially dying. I think he is. And he is.
They are recovering nicely. The fact that small camp isn't blocked as well is helping out Palantimos to, or Yayo, sorry, pull and get some nice lane equilibrium back under the tower. Honestly, considering how it started, not that terrible for Dire.
Still scary to see that Nande's net worth is so far ahead. I think it was 3K. No one else was really too close. I mean, the puck on their team 2400.
They
Who
just
is actually go.
sorry, they just pulled the Radiant creep wave into a stack on the hard camp, just so Nande farms both the stack and the Radiant camp. They don't even care about the Battle's farming pattern. They just want to get the profit as strong as possible. Mid?
Lane. And opening onto Ethereal. But the Dazzle's going to be in a pretty decent position, but without the Grave. And it looks like Puck's actually not going to tick out to the damage from the Astral Step as well, but the Silence is going to look to teleport in their face. And he won't die to the damage over time inside the base as well. So both the Puck and the Silencer survive on a slither of health, and importantly, they get the big kill onto the Void Spirit. Now we are going to see rotation top from Woe. They're going to dump all or nothing onto Yayo. They'll chuck him further away, but the Puck will mirror this with an amp damage rune. And is anyone really going to be able to escape? They're going to try and TP up with the Marcy. It looks like the Void Spirit's movement is actually more impactful. The double kill from Ethereal. Super, super important rotation for him to mirror that towards the top lane.
Yeah, just a beautiful way to use his TP after dying on mid lane. Like, they're managing to stop this crazy global potential that they have on the other side in the Nasus Prophet. Like, they're managing to kind of slow it down. Because that was a really good move from Prophet to go top together with the puck to counterplay the dive on the Viper. But top lane, is there a dust? I believe there is on that. Yep.
Oh, okay. It's good to see that the bat's getting involved in a lot of kills. They actually, I was gonna say they're wanting to try and defend this T1 tower. They'll cancel one TP.
Silencer cancels it.
Why, Yayo? Is he not just dead?
Yo?
I think he went a little bit too early on Rare Gods.
Yayo?
Maybe it's not gonna matter.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
it's a
under
bat.
attack.
He can keep up.
What a hero, bro.
Mid lane, they do get the Void Spirit. It's cool because Abaddon TP'd in, but he didn't have mana to shield up. So they get the Void Spirit. And most importantly, I would say Silencer is getting involved in a lot of these skills. I mean,
yeah.
you know, getting that level 6 early can make a huge difference. Or brain
Something
drain
they-
as well.
Sure. And importantly, Eki as well is level 5. Looking for the deny. As I won't be able to find it. It's actually going to go for the Grave TP out. Yeah, but the Void Spirit did jump instantly into the silence. It's going to have Woe nearby to try and protect him. It's a lot of AoE damage, which is looking good for Radiant. But do they have any more spells afterwards to get the extra kills? Looks like that will be a yes to the question. Ethereal with a double. Rare God sweeps on in. Now Puck is going to be able to find a freebie, stopping the retreat away from the Batrider.
Nice play from him. He had a very solid performance on the puck last game. This time around as well. He's got Dream Coil, by the way, to work with, and soon Global on top lane. I believe after the range creep. Oh, he was out of range. Could have had Global already. Mid lane. There's a Grave,
Fine,
right?
no? He's fine. He's really going to be careful. Careful, cautious. Both of them work.
He has to be Kazu. Right there. But you know why he was using that orb? They have Global. So Silencer was chilling on top, hiding behind the tower. It's going to be scanned. And he's probably going to fall here as well now. Oh, let's find him.
Now let's see if it goes the Midas route here from Woe. 1400 gold in the bank, and this kill is going to give him a further 250 gold injected in. They will get their first tower. Mid lane as well, we're seeing some pressure put on, even a kill.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So far, I would say this is 10 times of a better laning stage from Radiant. I'm not sure about the Bat and Midas again. I feel like this hero benefits so much from getting a Radiance early, but... And Radiance is kind of farming accelerant. Not kind of, it's a very big farming accelerant. So.
Looking to the Abaddon.
Scouted bottom.
Ayo's going to be nearby, but the Global Silence trying to cover the attempt onto the Abaddon's life, and they're going to be able to get him. They'll see Dazzle in the tree line as well, so a secondary hero is going to go down at the safe line from Kalmichada. They will get him, right? Nana is going to try and tip in on top of the stairs. Dazzle pivots over to the east. Yeah, without the track, it's making it a little bit more dicey. Eki's going to be able to get a glimpse of him, and yeah, it'll be a long chase down, but they'll get him.
It's going to be a very long chase, seems like. Other small heal.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Prophet wants that track gold right there. That's my carry. Chase him forever.
And another grave. I got him there.
Bounty is in the perfect position now to go back to the fountain, heal up, you know, TP somewhere. Maybe move back in. Another huge stack in the triangle, by the way, that Radiant has made. Something that I haven't really seen from Pipsqueak. Kalmichat are on point when it comes to making these stacks. They're not truly on point when it comes to taking them, but they do have bat this time, so it should be easier. Look, he's on 1400, 1500 gold. After the stacks, he should be very close to the blink as well. Not too shabby from the bat so far.
No, not at all.
One thing
Really good.
as well that I just want to mention quickly before the last fight with the global, also the break from the Viper, right? Just making sure that Abaddon dies quickly. Is kind of cool.
We're gonna smoke up here from Kamichata. Level 6 is up. And Ethereal's gonna be on the Vanguard. They're looking to try and connect down to Woe. Who has a lane push out, importantly can give them some information. They're gonna be able to get the glimpse. Nice flame break. Drag back and the lasso set up as well. A perfect 1-2 punch. And a conversion with the smoke gang. Tier 1 tower's gonna go down. They're a little bit too early to contest the wisdom, unfortunately.
Maybe they can stick around, threaten the triangle. The problem is no lasso, and Puck has a shield rune, which he didn't activate that last fight. So if they do stick around, they'll be playing into global silence as well on top of all of this. I'm not sure this is a good play to stick around, but they are keeping 2 heroes here for now.
Eggy?
Eggy?
Yeah, I'm just joking.
I'm
Like
down.
some people call him Eggy.
I'm down with
I
you.
think it's Gork, to be honest. Some people. Sorry,
I'm
Eggy.
down. Yeah, it's all right. He's Eggy from now. For me as
Eggy?
well.
Okay.
You ruined me.
Eggy.
Mid lane. There's still no Ags on Void Spirit. No follow-up, truly.
This is a much different game, though. Even with the bounty and the Nature's Prophet, yeah, we're seeing what a difference it is. That key person, the pillar. What? Apologies. Solo kill for Ancal with the use the Unleash. But the key pillar, though, from Dire really was like the Night Stalker. You're having another offlane hero to be able to provide the vision, provide your ways to be able to go in and start these fights, damage, control. We're not getting that out of the Viper. This guy is just having to catch up with the maxed out Nether Toxin.
Absolutely. It was just the Night Stalker's innate ability to pressure the map early enough with not too many items. Mid lane, lasso. Rush. Yoink
Use
back.
Roche
Never mind.
as well. Very smart. You don't have it. Whoa, they glow board. With the coil as well, Nane's going to try and tip in. Is the silence going to last long enough? Whoa. Wasn't able to get the shield out as well. They're still going to try and take the team fight, but it's a little bit dicey. You are enabling Yayo just to freely be able to right-click, and this is not the fight that you're hoping for. Meanwhile, they've also been able to address the dazzle onto the backline. It's just so much damage when both the Viper and the Puck can do whatever they would ever desire. Yayo won't even go down. Meanwhile, Nande as well lives through it all.
Guess what I'm gonna hate on in the next segment.
Let's hear. Let's hear.
Hey, this goddamn Midas on the Abaddon. What the hell? Imagine running into this fight with even a relic. Which, by the way, he has a Midas, which is 2k gold. He had 2.7 at the moment. Uh-oh. Spirit dies again. If he had Radiance in this fight instead of the Midas, like that's a super easy one fight right there. And he probably would have had it if he didn't buy the Midas. This item is a huge debate, which kind of evened out the game, and not only evened it out, it gave Dire like pretty significant way back in.
Well, what do we feel like is the thought process? Like, is Abaddon a hero that relies pretty heavily on his talents?
I don't know what this thought process is, but like, I'll tell you that 99% of players aren't going for Midas on on Abaddon. Last game, I could maybe see it because he had a really rough start. This time around, he was top of the net worth on his own team. Like, he was farming really nicely. I truly don't think it was necessary. But he likes it, like you said. It's his kind of a deal. Maybe, you know, he scales through the game a bit better. It's not like a bad item on Abaddon. It's just that Radiance feels better. Global mid.
Gonna look to try and tip you up the cause there at the buzzer. And now, but the Dazzle's going to be chased down. Maybe they lost vision.
He doesn't have a Quelling Blade, by the way, once again into the Prophet on Void Spirit. Something that he did buy last game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's carrying 2 branches instead of, let's say, a Quelling Blade on Void Spirit. Maybe something to look into. What they truly need on the Radiant side is not a Quelling Blade. What they need is a Lotus or a way of dealing with the global silence. BKBs and Lotus Ores, Mantas. Void Spirit queuing up the Manta, BKB next for Marcy. Abaddon, of course, can't even think about it because he needs to finish off his Radiance first. And you know what another problem is in this game? Like, because of the Manta Radiant, because of the Midas Radiance, his Manta will be slow. So he won't be able to use his ulti in global.
Nice position for Eki. They're still going to be able to get the lasso. But a bounty sacrifice will avoid the smoke.
They have Coil on the other side. And global is up in 30 seconds, so... Still, on the silver lining, I feel like it's very difficult for Pipsqueak +4 to make plays across the map. Like, usually when you play with Viper, you gotta play around him. The hero just very rarely builds into mobility. Very rarely is able to make plays unless he's smoked up and forced to run with the team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No bat. He breaks it. No blink though.
Let's make it down to the low ground, but it's going to tick out. A bit more brain drain. Running down Woe 2. So we got some...
coming back up.
Yeah, they're actually going to try and fight this 4v5. Puck is not currently with the team. And Eki's deep observe ward inside the lane is actually going to scout them out. So they can try and set up a formation. The break into the global science like we saw previously. And once again, that combo is as good as gold for Dire. Ethereal wants to go back in with... Is there still a fight to be had? You've got a deficit in numbers, and you're about to lose the Marcy as well, who's trying to solo down the Nature's Prophet.
They got the Prophet.
Ethereal is going to be able to leap over the top. Ankel just tries to sacrifice his life to snap one hero to maybe help the escape. Is there going to be any stuns? There are not, but the damage maybe. He's actually going to 80. Oh no.
Right next to the Tormentor as well. So that's now a 7k lead into the Tormi. Abaddon needs to realize that he's not a hero that can run in this game. Like, they have Global and Break. Like, you will die every single time you run into the Viper that way. They don't have a Lotus. They don't have any ways of dealing with the Global on their side. Like, if they had a Lotus, absolutely do that every single time. Because Dazzle can either use Lotus on himself or on you, perhaps, but they don't have it. Dazzle going for Greaves. Greaves are nice as well. He needs another 1,000 gold. Not too close. Not too far.
Okay, well that will definitely help to at least enable the Dazzle with some of the saves inside the fights. But speaking about items, Yayu has a Crimson Guard, so will further mitigate some of the lack of damage we're currently seeing out of Radiant. And they're actually going to smoke as well.
Yep. They smoked before that last fight with the Viper. They got the bad insta smoke again.
They want to go for Ethereal. Dazzle's in a pretty good position on the tree line. We'll be ready and waiting to be able to play around with the Grave. They won't commit too heavily. Not quite convinced that this is a fight that they would be able to come out on top of, considering they don't have all that intel they need.
Yeah, maybe they can ward up the high ground around the pit. They're still in a good position to fight Marcy. She has a BKB.
They're going to be able to get the lasso as well. It's a decent jump in as well for the Marcy, trying to do their best to be able to deal with Yaya. What a fight, because somehow the puck just evaporated on the backline as well. Whoa. Along with the Void Spirit and Ethereal were able to get on top of him.
Now, one thing that is saving Radiant right now, Kamichata, is a very big Marcy. She had a fantastic lane. She did drop off a little bit afterwards, but still has decent timing on her Dominator, on the BKB. Viper, Crimson Guard is nice. I don't think he even managed to use the force that fight though. Like, he just got disposed of immediately. Okay, this fight gives them Rosh. Closer to Manta on Void Spirit and on Abaddon. Like, he's actually... Well, he's got enough gold for Yasha. He might go for Blink, it seems like. Let me see. I'd really like a Manta on Abaddon first. Yeah. Okay, he's committing on Manta.
Yeah, very good. Yoink his gold. Get out, Eki. Yoink it. Get out. Oh, wait, they're coming, actually.
They are. They have
Mine
gold.
set up for the kill. Double why does it last that long?
Pop the ult.
By the time you super early on, they got the great, but he's gonna tick out afterwards. They even use the global silence just in case, and there's a beacon onto the Dazzle. Just his tether, giving them all the whatever they wanted to be able to see where he was. A glimpse into the future with two heroes dead.
They need the advantage. They need all the advantage they can get from the bounty hunter tracks from these kills, because I still feel this game is not that easy for the Prophet, especially versus Marcy, that will be jumping him through the game, that will have a basher next as well. But if he keeps that distance, he's 18,000 net worth right now. Like, if he can get the Daedalus once again and Satanic, then it's a completely different story, of course. That's the Daedalus now. They're hunting the bat. They...
Should be up.
Survives.
Yeah, 5,000 net worth lead. Still got plenty of time to work with in regards to having the ages in the hands of Kalmi Charter. Not too horrible a position to be in, all things considering, with some stages in this game and how it felt like we could have just got a repeat of that of game 2. Store this one out. What is, like, do you think it's possible for Radiant to try and take a team fight even with the deficit they got? It looks like they're gonna try.
I don't think it's impossible at all. As long as you have, once again, a way of dealing with a global, I think that is the main thing. You've got the Manta and Void Spirit. I believe Greaves are done as well, right? Dazzle, actually not. 200 gold away from Greaves. And Abaddon...
They're gonna run straight into the park. A little bit awkward with the time. He does actually draw inside the lane. And so he's able to get the blink away. But now Eki's actually gonna kind of bait himself with utilizing the track onto Ethereal, but the rest of the team is starting to come over. Importantly, Woe is not here as well for the further team fight. Are they going to be able to kill the Kadari? Does get the global silence and the 4-staff away. Kadari does a great job to at least be able to provide some value inside the team fight. It's also helping up Puck to be able to solo kill the Dazzle. So we're 2 for nothing. And now the cores have to duck and run.
Abaddon is here. He has the ulti still ready, but without Marcy, I don't know if you want to take this fight, even with the Aegis.
And Eki's gonna see them. And as soon as Eki Sees them onto the back line. The puck's going to be in. They won't be able to get the last up, so Eki's gone. They are starting to stack up some of the poison as well, but they got to respect the buybacks, which is the most important thing. And Nande does that. So too does the Viper. Both of them going to TP out.
They just won a very good fight, right? Like, they lose the bounty hunter, sure, but they won a big fight with a couple of BKBs wasted. One BKB wasted on the Marcy, also a couple of track kills that they got. They have a Lotus now on the bounty hunter. In general, I feel like they're doing a very good job at keeping the lead. Dire. I was kind of surprised with the smoke on Radiant because everything was so close, but they just needed like 200 gold for the Greaves. They needed the courier to deliver the Manta on Abaddon. All small things that they could have realistically just waited for and then engaged, but they forced the issue a little bit too hard. The idea was probably, let's bait the global on Void Spirits, right? But it didn't work out.
Is this just impatience? Is this not a lot of not as much experience on Radiant?
Top lane Prophet. Oh, they fly just past him. I actually don't think it's inexperience or lack of patience. I think they got outplayed. I think the positioning from Pipsqueak was perfect on the high ground. And I think Hidaro did a really good job of not blowing the global silence immediately. Like, he waited for a pretty long time. Some players would just insta use it on the Void Spirit so their heroes don't fall. Lincoln's some puck, by the way.
And I love what we're seeing as a whole. There's been a lot of smoke-on-smoke actions. Either side not shying away from taking these fights, and especially Komichada either having this 9,000 deficit. Where's the current only person that is not smoked up, and he's going to start to command his forces wherever he wants to go. Minotop are heavily pushed into the towers.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We will be setting ourselves up for a backstab by the looks of it, and a potential Tormentor up pretty shortly as well after this fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
How do you
attack.
scout? You need the bounty to run in. Do you want to walk up a high ground, which is going to be a bit scary? Eki gives himself over to the walls. The Lotus, nothing that won't need to be worried about, nor Ethereal. So you can Lotus yourself to stop the lasso, but it's still going to be a free kill. 40 seconds, which should be Tormentor if it was taken straight away. I don't remember.
It was a cool play with the Lotus, right? Like, to preemptively use it on himself. But like you said, they just don't care. Too much right-click damage from them without using any control spells on the bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like the Kamishata smokes are good. Like you said, 9k behind 8k at this point, sure, but you found all the tools that were necessary to play against the global. And then Dota becomes a little bit easier.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's good signs from Kamichada. Very good signs.
Aghanim's, by the way, queued up on Viper. I truly don't know what the even good build is on this hero at this point.
Is under attack.
They definitely need a frontliner, someone that can stop that early aggression.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure as well. There's one Viper play in particular, Mobe in Europe, who I think has a very good Viper build, but I haven't seen him play it in a long time, so I don't know if it's any similar. But he personally likes Scepter. But he goes some like really flash farm heavy like Viper, you know, he's like Scepter, Bloodstone, your Manta, some weird like split pushy thing.
That build, yeah. There was also like the Travels Manta build back in the day. Just to play around the lack of mobility on the hero, but That's kind of dead too. In this game, they desperately need what he's doing right now, and that's like Crimson and Dags for the front line. I'm down with this. I don't mind the build at all.
Mid lane, Eki's mass pinging. Whoa. They're gonna try and drop the Remnant on top of the TP location here. Now, Woe's feeling like he can turn. They're gonna force Eki back on the high ground. Woe flicks aggressively. Meanwhile, Nande. Wait, look at Nande's TP location. He didn't get the memo. Everyone else was disengaging. Nande's gonna try and pop the BKB and TP up. I think of the lasso. Records is in. A rare mistake as well from Nande. He's been really good so far this series, especially on the Nature's Prophet, but far too aggressive of a teleport into the middle of that fight.
What even happened there? Like, Abaddon, the early... I think they had a wrong read on Manta. I think they had a read that Manta was on cooldown or something. That they could just global and pop him with Viper Strike again. But because the pings were mad going on the Abaddon. Didn't work out in the end. Initiating on this hero usually is pretty damn bad if you don't have ways of insta-gibbing him.
Yeah, they cost...
BKB now on bat as well, by the way. Lip.
And they jump in the mid lane. Lincoln's gonna be popped, but they don't really have any more follow-up. Woe's gonna try and run down Eki. Is this
Viper
a good
now.
fight for them? It looks like Viper's gonna be the one that's isolating. Yeah, you bet it's good. Especially when Aincal's gonna be able to jump over and find that +1. So 2 easy kills with the potential of Roshan actually being up for grabs as well for Kalmichada.
And these fights are so much easier to take if you're Radiant, even into the global silence now, having that refresher orb on silencer. You can use it twice. I still feel like it's so difficult to take fights if you're Dire. Even with 10k advantage, yet alone now when the game is even. Just because you don't have this natural hero that can stop the aggression, and on the other side, you have a Marcy that loves playing into that.
Yep, she thrives in these type of skirmishes. There's Marcy. They're gonna get the Aegis over towards Woe. Plus Benner with that second Roshan as well. 2,000 net worth lead. I think Tormentor might still be up as well, which we'll see if Radiant want to kind of pivot their attention towards the, you know, the far northwest side of the map.
Lane fuck.
They're gonna be able to get him. Nice Lotus Orb. Global Silence as well, just to make sure there's no extra follow-up inside the lasso. Regod's gonna be protected though. They'll make sure they try and give him over the grave. A coil is a little bit wasted as well, used unnecessarily. And now Kadaro steps up in the river. There's not going to be a double use of the ultimate. Still, it's looking a little bit awkward. I mean, Puck's trying to deal with the dazzle, but he's breaking his own formation. Nande trying to do whatever he can with his satanic activated, but he does not get enough life. Still back. Yayu as well is in danger. The lack of control is continuing to be shown for the Puck, but it's not a concern for all the other members on Dire.
Yeah, he has this Lincolns that is basically keeping him alive through the game, but they just lack the control, they lack the damage, they lack everything else. The Dreamclaw also, like you mentioned, did get wasted. I think maybe Kidaro could have been a bit quicker on the secondary global. Not sure if it would have mattered a lot though. They still had their defensive items. They had the Greaves, they had the Mantas. Overwhelming blink, by the way, on Abaddon. 3 minutes on the Aegis as well. Shiva's on the Void Spirit. Just everything is coming together for Radiant.
What a perfect time.
Huh? Yeah, lasso.
Really close for the Lincolns. And now Woe's going to try and jump Kidaro. Woe, have you gone too far? There's one silence out. He does still end up dying afterwards. Woe's going to be able to get the blink away. As Ethereal also has his own mobility. They need to get on top of the Dazzle, because without doing so, this constant spams of Graves and heals. Really, it's going to be too much for them to bear. Nande's going to have an aggressive. Redguard's doing whatever he can to disrupt the Abaddon, to give him an opportunity to be able to disengage and now reevaluate. Ethereal just gets the Astral Step at the last second. Meanwhile, Redguard's just solo killed Eki, so both the supports are going on Dire.
At least they took away the Aegis. That is like a small thing that they got, and they defended the melee racks. So they're still in a pretty bad spot. Like, the only reason why they were able to even shove them away from the base, because everything more or less got used on Kamichata, so they needed to go back. But the moment these items are back up, like Marcy with an MKB Basher, the moment that the spells and items are back, they can go in again. Gotta say though, high ground push for Radiant is probably, for most teams, is hard. But for Radiant, because of having Bat, perhaps could be a little bit easier than it seems.
And it's a mega farmed Batrider though. Holy. Oh, it's insane. 11, 5, and 19 for your position 4.
It all stems from the top lane, right? Like, destroying the Viper so hard that the position 4 got in on a lot of those kills. Dagon is so nice into the Lincolns as well. No buyback on him. 60 seconds, no global.
Do they try and poke the high ground? I've seen it's been a little bit frustrating past couple of minutes for Dire, where they haven't really been able to play with their full 5-man.
The high ground is where they're still the strongest at, even without global silence. It's kind of spooky pushing into Viper, Puck, and Prophet. They can just keep their distance. At this stage of the game, I feel like Zol on Rare Gods. He stole this this Batrider away from Eki, and he's making the hero look pretty damn broken right now.
It's very much impressing. Very, very much impressive. Impressing, I should say. 12,000 net worth lead. Orchid now completed for the Nature's Prophet, so even more silence. Okay.
Yeah, the Bloodthorn is the reason, right? Like, just amping up the damage output as well with it. Viper is going for Rags. I truly want to see if this item will change things at all. He's 300 gold away from it, so should be getting it before the next fight.
Game's gonna slow down a little bit by the looks of it. There are no real big objectives for either side to be able to find on the map. And potentially lacking some smokes as well, which they need to save for when these objectives do respawn. Nande's also about to hit level 25.
I think on Radiant, you're just waiting for Rare Gods to get a good pick off on anyone with Lasso, and that can lead into the high ground. Or you go for Aegis, you just wait for Rosh.
How do you feel about this game as it goes later and later, even though there's 11,000 net worth lead versus a bounty hunter lineup?
Puck can scale, and so can the Viper. So they're the two X factors on Dire, but overall I think Radiant scales much better. Bat is in, Lasso.
Oh, they're going to be able to get the Lasso if they got the damage inside it, but the Abyssal Blade, there is no question about it. I mean, such a cool itemization here with the super farmed Batrider. Eki's going to look to TP out. Close, not close enough though.
This is already good enough, I feel, for the high ground push even. They won't have the lasso to work with, but forcing out a buyback from Puck would be good. Sometimes these kind of pushes can bite you if he does have a buyback, and then you perhaps lose a high ground fight and rush fight, but I feel like they're too far ahead.
Okay, so 50 seconds now without the Puck. Full set of barracks going to be claimed mid. We're looking at our bottom set as well.
They can't even go in.
Oh, Red Gods? Okay, a little bit awkward.
He's just zoning them. Like he jumps into 3 of them unsuccessfully, and there is nothing that they can do to that. I don't like. I look at Dire. I don't think that they itemized poorly. I don't think that they did, like, besides the laning stage itself that was really difficult for Viper. I don't think that they did anything like wrong in this game, but just the nature of the heroes makes it so much easier to play the Radiant lineup at this point, of course, in the game.
Sure. And if it continues to get easier, BKB for the Void Spirit. I think Refresher was just completed from Woe. And Red Gods is already looking for another jump, especially with the amplified damage onto Woe. That's 4 stuff from Eki. He's going to be able to get him out of range. But there we go. Have they got the extra control? This time there's no Abyssal. So the Puck's going to be okay, but they have wasted 1 global silence. Ethru is going to be able to deal with the silence of the backline, so no secondary ultimate. Yayo, as well as being hunted down. It's a little bit more difficult of a kill, especially with the Hurricane Pike. This is not a bad fight for Dire.
No
And there's a
buybacks.
big commitment with double buybacks as well, and they're not really going to be able to get there.
Nande
Triple
is
kill for
destroying them.
Nande, dude. He's massacring Radiant. Really? All these buybacks? I mean, is this the commitment you want to try and take in this engagement? Nande now, they've got the Abaddon on top of the Nature's Prophet. He's going to have to blink away.
RC dieback.
Styles controlling some of the Void Spirit. If they got the crits, what just happened,
What
bro?
the hell? This was... Yeah. This was a massive throw right there.
The Rapier. Woo!
Did he buy it?
Yes, sir.
He has it, yeah. By the way, he only queued it up before that last fight. That's how much gold he got as well on the Prophet. And now he has a full Rapier completed. Man, this game was, I would say, difficult to lose. But they found a way.
Holy, did they ever? Have they lose this?
There's no buyback on Marcy. I think with Rapier, you actually take the tier 3 and you try even for Throne. You are playing into Bat. That's dangerous.
You have to lasso Nande, and if you don't, you just die whoever you go on.
Absolutely. Like, at this point, he just 3-shots you. With her buyback.
They're gonna try it. There's the lasso. I think they got the Lotus onto the Nature's Prophet, though, but the Bat Rider's gone instantly. It's an all or nothing play.
got
The
him.
Hail Mary, and they're actually gonna be able to get him. Rapier on the deck. The commitment was there, but they just were not able to follow through.
I'm trying to search for the secondary Lotus. Who had it? No one, right? Like, it didn't matter in the end. Like, he still managed to get the lasso, which is truly what mattered the most. Damn, that's insane. Now there is a Rapier on Void Spirit. The game probably is over. Spirit Cloak, by the way, as well. On the Abaddon doing some massive work. He ended up having 6,000 damage that fight. But Lasso was truly the MVP. I mean, Bat Rider with the control and Void Spirit as well. Yikes! They could have decided to go for the Rush instead. They could have gotten an Aegis, a Cheese, a Refresher Shard as well. They were so close. It was given to them and then taken away. There's an old curse. I hope you have it and then you don't. This is... They were given a little bit of hope and then taken away.
There may still be one last fight left in it. Kamichada is going to go for the Mega Creeps. I do have Glyph. They may save it for the base, though. Okay, never mind. They'll have to use it.
They have Global as well. 2 of those, actually. BKB forced out. No buyback.
Not bad, not bad. Now, Woe as well is kind of inside the base. They're going to use the borrow time early. Is Woe vulnerable now with the borrow time on cooldown? He's going to jump aggressively onto Eki, who does not have a buyback. That's a guaranteed 4v5. Nande is going to try and tip it in the backline as well with the force up straight on top of the Marcy, but the Marcy is going to get the cheese. Turn now with a refreshing BKB. Nande is gone in an instant. He TP's in and disappears from the screen, and so too is this game gone just like that. Oh,
The tip
sad face.
and the sad face, yeah. Because he was going on in that last fight. And Nandi, like, he had this good realization that there is no buyback on Marcy. So if you can kill her, maybe you can fight afterwards. And she also popped the BKB earlier, so you knew that she doesn't have a BKB as well. It was a good go. However, the shard gets passed, she uses the cheese and the shard, and has a new BKB and has a new ult, so heals up completely. Just a very cool, I would say, last 5 minutes of this game, kind of throwing us around on where it's gonna go with the Rapier on Nande as well. But both of these teams playing a pretty solid level of Dota, I have to say. Pipsqueak, they put themselves in a weird position where they had to play around this Viper. These kind of lineups aren't necessarily the easiest to execute.
No, they're really not. I think that's a prime example of how difficult it can be to actually execute. And really, you have to give props to how they set up this game and to be able to prevent the Viper from getting off to a good start, right? It was the tri lane where they killed him the once. You keep the tri lane for when he TPs back in. Kill him a second time. You got to make the walk a shame. I feel like he died another time in lane as well. Like just rough stuff, completely rough stuff. You see how big of a difference it was, like with the Viper compared to the Night Stalker, like just the swap in the off lanes really, and how much that actually did for the the core strategy of their lineups in those games.
Yeah, absolutely. Like that is the weakness of the Viper. This is the kind of a hero that needs to dominate the lane, to dominate the game. But if he's so slow and so difficult to play in the laning stage, if he's not like solo 1v1 on mid lane or something. So they recognized that opportunity. They seized on it. They made the Viper pretty insignificant through the game. So they're going to go through the upper bracket semi-finals, by the way, playing versus 1W team. 1W is waiting for them as their next match. But when it comes to the Two of Us series, thank you for casting with me. It was fun. The next game coming up will be Passion UA versus eSpoiled, I believe, in around 20-ish minutes. So stick around for the short break and enjoy some more Division 2 Dota.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you to know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted, I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden, so how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. Got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Got to be you. it's gotta be you. Yeah, got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. It's nobody better, gotta be you. Got some voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, it's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else.
How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I'm not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well, 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. 100%.
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2 Season 1 as we move further on into the playoffs. And wow, that last series was a barn burner. Rapiers going back and forth all over the place. We're going to have to see what this one has in store. My name is Beowulf. Got Rojo right over there as we are going to move a little bit further and a little bit deeper here into Passion UA versus eSpoiled Rojo, a matchup that, you know, you would think this is something that we've seen quite a bit of if you follow the Tier 2, Tier 3 European scene. But outside of like one week where they played each other 3 times in the EPL, these two teams don't really interact all that much.
Yeah, it is a little bit interesting, just kind of luck of the draw here, but they did get each other in Dream League, and funny enough, they have, I believe, the exact same standings coming out of groups. Outside, I believe, eSpoiled lost, I think, 2 more matches on them, but they were both came out 5-2, so second of their group, or second or third of their group, losing just to, you know, maybe the team that is kind of far and away what we expect. You know, Yondex and 1 win here. Pipsqueak +4, just barely beating eSpoiled out there. But it is interesting. I mean, again, these teams haven't matched up too much, as you've said, but in theory, they should be pretty evenly matched based on what we've received in the group stage here. And I would honestly expect it to be as well. Even if they don't clash very much, they do kind of have, I would say, similar-ish styles to each other. Just kind of overall pretty interesting, pretty aggressive teams. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, Bayo, if we ended up with a game for ourselves that are, you know, a little bit of a barn burner as well. But we'll have to see if those styles actually, you know, if the same kind of style clashes enough to where one team kind of comes ahead in it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Again, these teams, they like to play active at occasion. Crystallize is not your traditional hyper carry. He can, certainly, but he is one of these here, these carries that does like to get active on the map. Play, you know, more active, like a Chaos Knight. Sure, you know, maybe a Prophet, but he plays the Prophet more actively, you know, things like that. So we're going to see what he can do. I do like, by the way, want to shout this out. I feel like a lot of these teams at this tier, we're talking Runa team, we're talking Passion UA, we're talking, again, other teams at that tier. We really have to shout out their position 4. I think QBFY is another one of these players that has really impressed us over the last couple months.
Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I'm very excited. I mean, especially too, even just the matchup of the 4s here is going to be really interesting. As I believe now, eSpoiled has now picked up for themselves MRLS, who was previously on Yellow Submarine. Hasn't had too long to play with them, but as we head into a draft, I think we're going to see pretty decent emphasis on getting those heroes out. I know MRLS, he's been playing a ton of Hoodwink. I think I haven't been able to personally catch a lot of their games just because there's so much Dota occurring, but I have seen that he's been pretty happy or trigger happy on the Hoodwink, which I think is totally fair.
Important question. Who hasn't been playing a lot of Hoodwink?
Well, some players such as QBFY here, they like to bring out I believe it was QBFY who he's been playing some Pudge actually. Or yeah, I believe maybe that was MRL. Oh no, MRLS is the Pudge player as well. So it looks like his two kind of most played fours so far throughout this tournament have been Pudge and Hoodwink. So when he's not playing the squirrel, he's playing you know, a squirrel of some sorts. It has a skill shot and a stun. But I mean, I'm very interested to see what MRLS does pick up if they have any value for that. And they do get rid of the Hoodwink, as well as waste 21's Slardar, and get a Jakiro for themselves. I do actually like this quite a bit. I think both these teams do value the Jakiro. I think we've seen this hero pop up very, very prevalently in the meta. And Abaddon is banned, of course, is this hero we've kind of seen kind of dominating recently. So it gives that value and just straight into the Mars. Interesting.
Yeah, no, this Jakiro hero, it's funny because it didn't get that big of a buff. It was like percentage points. It was like 0.5% or something on Liquid Frost and 739E. But you know, it's back in and it is just oppressive.
Yeah,
to
the
lane
extra
against.
second was pretty big. There's a 25% increase on the duration there for the Liquid Frost, which just means that your trading is really, really excellent in lane, which it always was. We saw some heroes get knocked down a peg. Jakiro obviously got lifted up. And this build where you go like the Twin Terror and you max the Liquid Fire has just looked really good too. It can really supplement any kind of draft to just have innate both stack taking and especially tower taking. So just getting those objectives. It's really, really quite nice. So Mars is a decent response. Obviously, Jakiro doesn't like being caught in that kind of box, but it can be sometimes frustrating in lane. We do see the Troll go out here, which I think is perfectly reasonable. Snowy is definitely a little bit of a contrast, I would say, in these team styles to Crystallize, as he does like playing these, you know, he's somewhat active at times, but he does like playing the Trolls. He does like playing these Ursas and really kind of hitting his stride with his timings, whereas as you said with Crystallize, we can see him kind of make some decently early moves. And I wouldn't necessarily say that he is a player that it might be worth banning out, because he does seem to have a pretty deep hero pool.
Yeah, it really does fall on, for eSpoiled, really does fall on Asdacor plus whatever heroes he's going to have to play with. Really does fall on him quite often to be the guy that's making the space, that is providing, making sure that Snowy has a game and that too much pressure doesn't fall on top of him. Of course, we saw Slardar over the last 2 weeks has gone from, yeah, maybe a couple tier 2 players are picking it to this thing is first pick, first ban. So that's gone out, certainly. Of course, we're not going to see it focus that much more because Mars has been picked. But I love this combination, right? Mars, Snapfire, you have stuns into stuns. Early game, before there's a BKB, Arena plus Kisses is incredible damage. And we talked about how, yeah, Asdacor and MRLS and you know, Difference are going to have to go and work together to make that space for Snowy to have the game that he wants to have. Well, Mars and Snapfire, that is absolutely the type of kill combo that you need to make that space.
Yeah, I am curious to see here if they, because there's not been any prio actually very much on specifically mid heroes. They did get rid of Difference's Ember, but it's pretty rare that we see the Puck and the Quap just go completely uncontested by this point in the draft. Nature's as well, one of those that I mean, it's kind of, it depends on the day. Crystallize is definitely the type of hero to bring it out, or the player. And there's the Pudge. So not necessarily a deny pick, as it's very likely the Snapfire 4, but this is a hero you can flex. I think the Pudge has looked pretty impressive in a lot of the games I've been watching across multiple positions. I believe it was Yuma the other day, who just had an absolutely disgusting Pudge carry performance. And against these two heroes, that the kind of Flesh Shield could be really, really impactful of just kind of mitigating those low damage instances. Then we'll go straight away with the Quap, which I am a little bit surprised considering that Puck is left in the pool, but maybe they have some idea that maybe this is like a mid Pudge. But I'm not actually exactly sure where Passion UA is to bring this, but Moonlight, he sometimes does play kind of weird mid heroes. And straight away with the Ringmaster, kind of inoffensive, very good at canceling the Pudge Dismember. Can be annoying, I think, for Natures at times with the wheel. Perfectly fine, I think. Not anything wrong so far with the eSpoiled draft, but I do feel like Passion UA, I feel like there has to be a pick here on 18 that is particularly strong for them, and it might just be Puck.
Yeah, I like Puck. I know you talked about this potential for like mid Pudge. I kind of worry like early game if you're picking Quap into it. Yeah, sure. Eventually with the Shadow Strikes, you're going to harass the Pudge out. But man, that like first couple minutes, Pudge has so much more right click damage than Queen of Pain does. That can be, especially if you take Rotten Core and you kind of toggle with the rod a little bit, that it can be a little bit difficult to get anything, get too much out of the lane early on. But I'm with you. Like Puck is good here. Puck versus Queen of Pain is a fantastic matchup for the Puck. They don't really have any single target stuns. They have a spear, and you, if you're really good, you can blink Spear Arena and be okay. But these first 4 heroes really would not provide a lot of good, solid lockdown for this Puck.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it's most likely to be a QBFY Pudge, based on what they have been playing. And they go straight with the Lifestealer, which is quite good this game, to be fair. I mean, generally, Jug is probably pretty difficult into these heroes, especially with the Mars being able to cancel your ulti kind of consistently. But the Lifestealer doesn't really have to worry about that, and they don't have really any physical damage to pump into you, maybe outside of the early laning stage, which Jakiro should help you kind of navigate. So I do like this. It means that the nature is going to be in maybe a slightly unconventional role. Maybe we do switch this over to Moonlight. Could be potentially pretty strong for them. I think he has played it a time or two. And it's not too bad against the Quap. You pretty much outrange her. It's a decent game to get the Spirit Vessel. There's no way to get rid of it. On any of these heroes, no purges or anything. Pretty decently high HP pools. So it's a very interesting lineup. None of their heroes really have intrinsic synergy with each other, but they all have pretty good responses to the eSpoiled draft. I think Pudge will be quite annoying for if it's able to move around the map, even for a hero like Ringmaster. Unlikely QBFY. Obviously, it's an incredible Lifestealer game, so I don't think that is particularly offensive, but I could definitely see a world where these Passion UA team fights are particularly difficult to actually make happen. They don't really have any like simple coordination to do with their heroes, as opposed to a Spoiled, where if you kind of drop all your spells and you land at least like 1 or 2 of them, you'll probably get a kill, at least somewhere in a team fight.
Interesting Huskar ban, by the way. Yes, Huskar versus Quap is pain, absolutely, but you know, that would mean that I don't know. This is a offlane Pudge position for profit or something. Like possible, certainly, but it doesn't really feel like you're looking for an offlaner on the side of Passion. I guess it could be an offlane Huskar, but that pretty much is only ATF that we're seeing play that.
Botyak, I think, does play it. Botyak plays some pretty he plays some pretty odd heroes actually in the offlane Botyak. He is particularly fond of offlane Void Spirit. But I think the Huskar, I think, very much fits his kind of style of play. So, I mean, probably these teams, if they haven't played each other a ton in, like, actual series, I'm sure they've scrimmed a decent number of times. And maybe Botyak did bust out the Huskar. And Huskar is a very, very strong hero, so I don't particularly blame them. Could be a nice game to purge things as well. But, of course, they do have to reveal what their hero is. I wouldn't mind just picking up something stock standard like a Centaur. Obviously, Botyak, he does like playing these kind of odd heroes, but he's very capable of just bringing out a hero that you're used to playing with. Centaur, Sand King, I don't hate it. I think maybe I don't like this as much as a hero that doesn't need as high of farm priority. Again, also doesn't have too much innate synergy with the rest of the lineup, but it's a stunning hero that can team fight, so I don't think they went too terribly wrong here, but so they have 2 full minutes to figure out what they want, and it is Snowy very likely on this last pick, and he does have some time to cook here. I'm curious if they really want to go for some kind of lane dominating hero. Potentially they definitely could. Something, you know, perchance like a Gyro. Maybe they could go something slightly tankier, you know, the likes of a Doom. I'm a little bit curious to see what Snowy does bring out here. Again, he has so much time to think on it that he can pretty much get whatever the hero he thinks is perfect for the game.
Yeah, certainly the hero pool has been pinched by quite a bit. You know, or the carry pool, Jug's gone, Faceless Void's gone, Troll's gone, Ursa's gone. We've seen Crystallis playing some carry Huskar. Not sure if we want to count that. You know, DK's gone. Abaddon's gone. So, like, just not a lot. And I was going to ask about this. You know, you see this last ban on the Huskar. Huskar, arguably the strongest counter to an anti-mage in lane. Anti-mage is very good into the Sand King. Yes, Sandblast changed a little bit. You can apply a mischance, so Anti-Mage can't click you like quite as easily, but it's good. It should be a good lane for this AM. As to the game, though, as long as you dodge Ice Path, you're probably very happy with how this is going to go.
Yeah, and it is actually interesting that they do put Botyak on the Natures here. So it's going to be offlane Natures and the mid Sand King. Maybe potentially switching it up last minute when they saw the Anti-Mage. Maybe they just planned to do this the whole time, as I think these heroes kind of actually fit their respective roles in the team a little bit more. I don't like the Anti-Mage, and particularly for the fact that it is Anti-Mage. It's probably my number one reason, but it's an okay Anti-Mage game. Again, as you said, they have very limited lockdown for this Anti-Mage. But I just don't... I feel like eSpoiled had kind of, again, a simple game plan that they could easily execute. They just have a ton of of spells to throw into a fight. And I think having a nice backup plan to that would have been maybe potentially helpful. But now with the Anti-Mage, it kind of throws like this kind of wrench into, you know, do we actually have a hero that is going to be comfortable enough to potentially join those when we need them to? And are we going to have a hero that can actually go toe-to-toe with some of these late game matchups? Because as far as it goes for the Anti-Mage, this is not a game where, you know, if you go to 30 plus minutes, you're going to kind of win naturally. I think obviously Lifestealer does not care particularly much about you, especially if you get the Rage off, especially if you can itemize for the Anti-Mage. And there's just a lot of spells on the ground. Even Sand King, as this kind of new age Ags build, you do pretty decent physical damage. You're not this, you know, magic only hero that you used to be. So I think I don't like this just because I feel like it throws too much variability into what their game plan could be. But I do think that Snowy, you know, he is the drafter. It was his last pick, so I'm going to go ahead and give some trust over to him. But it does mean that ultimately at the end of this draft, I think Passionue might be able to create enough chaos to kind of push this one into a draft victory for themselves.
Okay, so Rojo, I know we're looking like 3 or 4 items ahead here on the Sand King, but is this a Sand King basher game?
Not likely. I would say I mean, it's okay, but I much prefer this kind of game getting something either of a Shiva's can be quite nice, or just a Daedalus if you're looking for an item to deal with the Anti-Mage, because there is eventually going to be items coming out to deal with this Anti-Mage. Particularly, you know, your Lifestealer can pick up the Basher, the Abyssal, Botyak. He may eventually get into something like a Hex. QBFY will have this Blink. So there's going to be ways to deal with this Anti-Mage, and Waste 21, he needs to be careful, as QBFY is fishing on the Pudge here. But I could see the idea of getting some utility on the Sand King, but this kind of game, you might just want to go, you know, kind of emphasize into damage here, as these are definitely targets that can be bursted for eSpoiled. Have to be particularly careful here. QBFY, he sees them.
Yep, difference though. Smoke pops, so you know he's there. They're gonna try to get aggressive on this, and Hook doesn't land. Moonlight does get the bounty rune though, so it's all gonna be okay. It's one of those things where you cast the hook where the hero is not, because you think they're gonna dodge back into the hook, and then they just keep going. And you know, Rojo, they baited you by doing exactly what they had telegraphed they were gonna do the entire time.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think that was even gonna hit, even if he triple backed into it.
Well, yeah,
that one was a little bit off the mark, but that's okay. It's the first one he threw out of the game. Doesn't have actually any mana regen, so it is kind of annoying, especially into Anti-Mage. But QBFY should be fine, all things considered. Take some good damage to Aztekor, who did go in the top lane. Ooh. But gonna take some back.
Yeah, nice route there. As Aztekor's gonna have to run away. Hook again is gonna get channeled up. Not really gonna hit. Now, you talk about this Pudge versus the Anti-Mage, because I'm with you. Level 1, not having a lot of mana, having to cast these hooks is painful. But you get to level 2, right? All of a sudden you start to get Rot. You got Rot and Core, and it doesn't really matter. Anti-Mage, you don't really care whether your mana gets burned or not. It's MRLS getting very low with the Blood Grenade, trying to turn it around on Krekker maybe. So he turns back into this.
Oh, no.
Stays right on the edge, fogs it with the tree, runs back into tower. And it will be first blood for MRLS. Well done. As he's gonna, well, maybe look for a suicide or something, but he gets that first blood on Krekker. Very well done.
Yeah, he was actually losing the trade, but he was just so far up that Waste 21 could connect and crystallize. Very much could not. So was nicely positioned there towards the end. So far, taking stock of the lanes. This was one I was very interested in. Difference is a very key player to watch out for on the side of eSpoiled, as he has probably some of the largest variants, I would say, on this squad. His highs are extremely high. His lows are quite low in the worst kind of games. But so far, he is dominating the mid lane. Definitely one thing he is proficient at. Got that early sentry onto his high ground. Got the 2 points into Shadow Strike immediately. So he's really been putting the pain into Moonlight here, who maybe almost like the karmic opposite, I would say, of Difference. I mean, he can sometimes be a little bit inconsistent as well on Moonlight, but not always, I would say, a player who really strongly cares about winning or losing the lane. He likes to play things like Clinks and this kind of Sand King where, you know, you can kind of take it or leave it. Let's get the sentry for himself in that mid lane, bot lane, trying to do some shenanigans, but there's no pole camp there for Waste 21.
Nope. Cracker went and pulled it, and you know they were able to get the wave back as the Pudge tried to get a little too aggressive. And you know, we talk about Pudge Rotten Core just kind of running at the anti-mage and clicking him, and it doesn't matter if you lost all your mana, as Sand King forced back to base by Difference. Level 2 into the dagger is just way too much damage for him to deal with. But the problem is, we talk about Pudge, right? Being able to right-click this anti-mage, don't really care about the mana loss.
Good hook.
Pudge is, yeah, not quite gonna hit. I guess he did hit the hook on the AM, but the problem really is Pudge is a 2 armor hero. You get full stacks of the little shredder on top of you, right? And all of a sudden, you are what? You're minus 0.5 armor. Like you take
minus,
a
yeah.
You take a lot of damage. It is very hard to sustain. That is a fantastic hook. Somebody's gonna have to be able to blink out of here, but you know, any harass you get on this anti-mage is pretty worth doing.
Very significant for sure, as the particularly the natures is also very obnoxious for the anti-mage. Not a hero that you can really drain mana from reliably. Hero with pretty good base damage. This used to be kind of actually a relatively normal counter to the anti-mage. Of course, when Nature's Call was a little bit more of an actually useful or viable spell, but should be fine for Botyak. So far, they're about actually even in the CS, and of course in the top lane, there's a full wave for Botyak to get, and another good hook from QBFY he got in the top side. Did see that anti-mage get dragged all the way across the map, but just blinks out. At least it's nice to have that on the anti-mage into the Pudge. You know, getting clicked is very, very obnoxious, but at least it's not one hook into getting extremely hard punished, as Pudge very often is. But man, this mid lane, Bayo, is really coming up Difference. Yeah, Moonlight, he's definitely just gonna have to go back towards the jungle here, build up his stacks for himself. It's a little bit brutal, but he'll get through it. As nice spear, but no,
shows bottom. Yeah, the power of this Nature's Prophet. You just can go teleport around, and when someone gets low, you kill him off. So Bad Guy gets the kill. Spill's not really gonna do or kill, or Spear's not really gonna make enough space. And now Pudge is roaming. Tried to go into the mid lane, gets himself the water rune. But look at this, with MRLS dead, it's a 3-hero rotation onto the top side of the map. 5 minutes in, Jakira's over to try to stabilize this, but this is already a dead Nature's Prophet. Now, QBFY is going to show up, does right-click relatively nicely, but with only 2 supports, it is not, they don't have the damage to go and make the trade happen. So, nice little rotation. You know, this feels like a pub move, right? It's like, oh, you killed me. Let's teleport to the other lane and see if I can get a kill back. And it does work out very nicely for the side of eSpoiled.
Yeah, it's definitely nice, and they are actually going on to Cracker as well, which they will definitely get him. And as the core, he's got a Fairy Fire and the like, so he'll be fine as well. So another pickup here in the top side. That was Cracker who came over. Nice recognition, truly. You know, you need to kind of punish this Nature's Prophet on that timer, as Botyak could have gotten away with quite a bit. If he built straight into this vessel, could have been really, really obnoxious around the map. Now, for the moment, it's another setup here. More or less.
Ooh, look at that with the Funhouse Mirror. Dodges the hook. Very nicely done. And oh, by the way, Cracker did lose his courier as well with the boots on it. So This Jakiro that has come back top is apparently we're trialing in the anti-mage now. Doesn't really have this mobility that you would like to properly be able to get aggressive onto MLS and Snowy. And the longer this goes, this is a decent amount of XP that you're gonna not have. As now anti-mage goes on top once again. Nice hook to save. As Snowy continues to try to find the way forward here. Krecker from the back line does a lot of damage to this anti-mage, but not enough to take him down. And this tri-lane is backfiring hard.
Difference is here.
Yeah, difference is here as well. So we're just, it's just an absolute tango in the top lane. Snowy getting low, will die first. So Krecker at least gets that kill, but this is the 7-minute timing. Oh, this is just not good. Waste 21 got the Wisdom Shrine the other side of the map as well. So 2 Wisdom Shrines, a bunch of kills. Yes, Anti-Mage died at the end, but you're really not all that upset about that. He's 2 points. He pretty much has his Helm Dom. He got himself a kill or 2. Very, very fine.
Oh yeah, this is a really, really, really awful sequence of events. The only kind of thing making up for it is Crystallize is having a great game on the other side, but across the map, it's been bad. They're going on to Waste 21. Spear is off the mark.
Ice Path?
No ice path yet, but
yeah. Not needed is yeah, that is the power of the Gore Storm. Generally we'll see you take the Ancient Creep like behind the tower, rotate into the opponent's safe lane, but that is actually one of the problems that we're dealing with on the side of Passion UA. Their opponents are incredibly mobile all over the place. It's just different blinks right by Moonlight, channels the epicenter, thinks about it, and MRLS should die to the burn. Maybe Epi on difference will be able to take him down, and yeah, there we go. Crystallize cleans up as well. So the Dota giveth, Dota taketh away. Very nice fight for Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking so great for a spoiled, and then they make a move that's kind of just unnecessary. Waste 21 also getting punished as well. And if there's one hero that you're gonna have an incredible game, I would say that, you know, giving up Moonlights for Crystallizes is definitely one I would do. It's a great Lifestealer game, as they picked it specifically into these kind of 4 heroes they saw, and the Anti-Mage not known for dealing with the Lifestealer. So this is going to be a very early Radiance coming from Crystallize. Botyuk as well. He got kind of a lot of gold off of getting that difference kill. At least being there. Yeah, he did end up getting actually the last hit there. He's got the Wrath of Nature now if they want to make any more moves. As you said, with the Gore Storm, this is also not a Lifestealer that has to be kind of away from the game for a super long time. He can make moves, especially with Krecker, as he's taken over to that level 5 area. So despite losing both the Wisdom Shrines, the supports are doing actually pretty okay in XP. QBFY is not the best, but he's a pudge, so we're going to let it slide. And particularly Moonlight can kind of get out of this lane and leave it for him. So as far as, you know, losing that fight, losing your 2 Wisdom Shrines, sequence of events did kind of set them back into the running here. But it is Snowy with a Dominator in the top side for the Anti-Mage, so he's going to have a very, very free time up here, but for the time being, he's not really accelerating too hard with his Dominator. He's just kind of setting his presence, but he's going to go straight into Botyuk.
There we go. Rena's dropped. Spears not going to land necessarily, and Crystallize now moving on top of Waste 21. Does a decent amount of damage to this Mars, but no, it's going to be fine for now as you just hop out of the way with the Whoopee Cushion. So spells have been used, Rojo. I think the big one actually is Infest. Now Crystallize is going to have to play a little bit safer in lane. He's not going to have quite the get out of jail free card that you would otherwise like to have. Is now Wheel of Wonder feared back into the damage. Do we? Yeah, okay. This is going to be a dead Jakiro and just TP on out. So they force Botyuk over as well. That's not bad here. Man, good Ringmasters. They do. It's you think of Ringmaster as kind of like the save control hero, but especially early levels against the supports, you do a lot of damage.
Yeah, you certainly do. Really, really nicely done by MRLS. He's been making a lot of what's been happening around the map for the side of a spoiled. Does not end up punish difference there, as he did get that regen rune, but now Moonlight, he's just about equal in net worth with where difference is, and he is also level 9, so taking it as well to the same level as difference. Not really able to punish this axe, but Botyuk in the top side kisses and avoid was enough to actually bring down Botyuk. That's a nice punish. They've been getting quite aggressive with this Dominator from Snowy, which I do like. It's definitely a more active style, not using the Dominator to particularly go in the jungle, tank for yourself, use it as like kind of Midas that we see as much, but opting to actually deal with Botyuk. Kind of slow down his timing. So he did get that Vessel, but so far hasn't been able to make a significant move since.
Nope, he's got the one charge on the Vessel from dying, and that is just about it. As now Aztecor through the mid lane with Snowy's creep. MRLS on the high ground as well. 4 heroes here in the triangle, and QBFY, he's going to land a hook, but he dies. That's a hook from the grave. Probably could have blocked it with the creep anyways. That being said, you know, they get another kill here, start to take over the triangle. Luckily, the Sand King has actually gone and farmed the stacks before they were able to properly take it over, but this is now 2 towers that are likely to go down here with the move mid. So a lot of space on the map now being pretty getting a little smaller here, Rojo.
Yeah, for Passion UA, the fact that they have this kind of natures plus the Cracker on the Jakiro, and they haven't yet brought down a tower, even really done very significant damage to, especially the top tier one. It's a little bit concerning as Snowy, I mean, you know, regardless of what the mana burn,
amp damage on this Queen of Pain. Don't even need to use the Sonic Wave. What? Actually, no, you may have wanted to, because now that is a dead Queen of Pain in response. Nice rotation coming in from the 3 heroes on the side of Passion UA, and this does get Sand King closer to his blink. It's not the fastest possible blink, but he's only 500 gold away or so, and continues to make these plays that he needs to make.
Yeah, Moonlight doing pretty well for themselves, obviously, despite that huge early game difference. Still about 1,000 behind difference who finished that Kaya, so should be feeling pretty good for difference despite that death. But now Crystallize, he's level 10 with the Radiance, so he's keeping up with an anti-mage who got this really good start, got the Dominator. 3, 1, and 4 on Snowy. He's done a lot, but Crystallize, he still is just on that top of the net worth, fighting with him, and does have that Radiance, so he will start going above the anti-mage before that Battle Fury comes out. Probably should get this tier 1 bot as well with the likes of Cracker. Gotta play safe on the rest of the map, but that is perfectly acceptable for the side of Passion UA.
And realistically, with his anti-mage, right, Helm Dom does speed your farm up a little bit, but really you're getting it to go and stabilize your lane. It does not accelerate nearly to the same level that a Radiance does. Certainly not what a Battle Fury does. So the pressure is there. Certainly he's a hard kill to find. But yeah, we will see this Lifestealer start to go look a little bit better. Is on the 14 minutes. eSpoiled, they steal at the very least. Cracker gets the other one, so it's not going to be 2 for 0. Now there's no Moonlight. Okay. Even still, the stun's gonna be there, but man, blinked right in front of the hook, said, "I'll save you, Snapfire." It's gonna be, they kill him, but that's not quite what you're looking for with that synergy, Rojo.
Yeah, he at least got the stun off. I mean, that was almost a disaster completely, but did get the stun. And on the other side as well, Cracker went down, so both of the Wisdom Shrine thieves paying their time for doing their crime. Could maybe look towards this bot tier 1, as both the carries have been so strong in this game that neither tier 1 has been particularly pressured, and neither of the offlaners may be the best at doing it as Botyuk. He's super deep in the recess of the jungle, and the other side is a Mars. So looks like Crystallize will still keep this. Cracker would love to start cracking at this top tier 1 again, just opening up the map for themselves. 15 minutes and no safe lane tier 1 dead on either side is a very rare occurrence, but just the way that things have ended up is both mid laners are relatively greedy, both off laners maybe not as greedy, but not very great at taking the objectives. For the time being, though, it looks like MRLS, he goes to the top side to defend it. Snowy is still there, just about to finish that Battle Fury and keeping up very, very nicely with Crystallized, even despite this Radiance, at least for the time being. And very impressed with Snowy on this anti-mage so far. Cracker, he macropires the wave. Still just trying to get pressure up here, and so far they're not willing to commit the necessary resources to actually look for him and punish him. That is one thing that's awkward for now about eSpoiled, is without the Mars, it can potentially be hard to actually punish people. Crystallize, he is deep in their triangle, but again, would love to actually start cracking at some objectives. Maybe use Moonlight's Blink. Power Rune would have been a great time to do it, but Difference cleans up that Arcane Rune nicely for himself.
And a Queen of Pain Arcane Rune is a very nice thing to have. As, by the way, Queen of Pain Kaya straight into this Axe, recognizing that there's just not a lot of really good lockdown. Now, sure, if you blink in, you make a mistake, and Ice Path is, gets on top of you, that's a problem. But Other than that, not a lot of really good options to control this co-op. So yeah, just go straight Kaya Ags, have all that team fight presence, and just play for this a little bit later of a timing that is enabled by the fact that, well, you got Anti-Mage, he doesn't want to fight. Mars can potentially make something happen, but has been kind of bullied a little bit by the Lifestealer. So yeah, just get yourself into this Ag as quickly as possible. Have some fun, although Moonlight's got the blink. He's got a Lifestealer inside of him. We would like to see if they can get a kill, but no one's playing. Yeah, no one's playing close enough to the wave to make this happen. And I'm thinking about going maybe a little deeper. You don't want to go too deep. That gets really scary. But if they can maybe find Aztecore, but he's got safe. He's got defensive vision. So this Infest play is really not going to find what they were looking for.
Yeah, so far all of Passion UA's moves have just been kind of barely missing. And it does feel a little bit poor for them, as Moonlight, he's been opting to give a pretty decent amount of time, actually, to looking for these moves. He's quite low in the net worth for the Sand King, only the 6.6s. He'll only get into that Ags for very late timing. That's, again, okay, as Botyuk is making up for the farm that he doesn't have, but sometimes the Sand King before the Ags can feel extraordinarily underwhelming. And Difference is not in the same position by any means, as he's only about 1,000 gold from that Ags. Really important that he does not go down here on that timer, and they should definitely start looking, and not quite.
No, and even then, you have to be time. Yeah, even if you do land the hook, you got to be very fast on the shift dismember, because otherwise Difference can just blink out. So that is always kind of important to consider. Even if you do get the hook, you have to be pretty quick on the follow-up before the Queen of Pain just gets out of there anyways. So for now, Cracker trying to go and, you know, just at the very least take down this big Helm Dom creep that Snowy's going to just run away from. And, you know, at least they nerfed it to 739. It should die there. Yep. 100 gold for the side of Cracker. At least they nerfed it, so if heroes are doing damage to the Helm Dom creep, you can't just go swap it over, which is a very nice buff for supports or anyone that wants to hunt it. But now we got this Ancient Black Dragon with a Lifestealer inside. Don't know if he's going to be able to find all that much, though.
Yeah, I would like to, again, pressure this top side, and this might be a decent chance for them. Difference, he's really close to the Ags, but doesn't quite have it. Would really, really like to start breaking this down, as Passion UA have been kind of making... They've been taking slightly more of the map, maybe kind of just key of Botyuk playing this Natures, but they haven't actually been getting more out of the map so far, as it's a 3k lead for eSpoiled, and Snowy is having just an incredible game on the Anti-Mage, as he's not had any pressure to actually make moves or do anything, as Crystallize has kind of been looking. He's just very happy hacking away at these creeps. Again, with Anti-Mage, you're kind of always looking at that next item, even when you do finish it. The Manta is going to be the one where he can start sufficiently looking for kills. Will actually be tanky enough to make it through some fights. But the item after that, very likely, you know, a Butterfly, a Scotty, an Ags, as they do find him more or less. That's a good kill. Yeah, maybe we'll secure them the Tormentor here.
I mean, he's relatively beefy as well, or relatively farmed, I should say. 5,000 net worth, a decent side above where the... You talk about this 3,000 net worth lead, by the way. A good percentage of that is in the supports. The spoiled supports have been farming a little bit better. They've been maybe a little bit more involved in these kills, and they've opened up a pretty nice lead, but that lead just pretty much goes away, and now you got the long-range hook on this Pudge, or, you know, it doesn't actually increase the range all that much, but now the range does damage. They're going to get on top of Difference, but the Snowy Helm Dom creep breaks that open as a hook's going to land once again, but with the Sonic Wave, QBFY will fall, and just, oh, that's an epi used as well. Trying to go kill off Difference, though, on the last pulses, but...
Where's Botyuk?
Not enough damage. Botyuk, I don't know if he doesn't have TP ready to go. He does now, and there he's going to be able to go take him down. But here comes Snowy. There's the Mana Void, and takes down the Sand King in exchange. So, yeah, sure, you get the Queen of Pain, but you lose your Sand King, you lose this Pudge, and Snowy now, that's his Manta. He is very farmed at this point.
Yeah, he's having an incredible game. That extra kill just getting him even a little bit further, but it's Moonlight's game that I'm really worried about. He's still 1,000 gold from that Ags. If he had the Ags, that was Difference dead without any extra committal, but they had to do extra just because Moonlight is so far behind on the Sand King of where you want to be. And you know, again, I don't mind necessarily if he doesn't have as much net worth, but that Ags is such a crucial component to this hero. Without it, again, the damage you saw was very underwhelming. I'm just not even able to bring difference, even like half his HP. I don't even think that full combo did for Moonlight. So when he gets it, it will feel really nice, but at the point that he's going to get it in the game, it's going to be pretty mitigated, and he's not getting towards that point where he'll eventually get an item, you know, say the Daedalus or so, that can actually deal with Snowy. He's super far away from that, as he needs the BKB as well. So Snowy, potentially one of the things threatening him, and ooh, really nice spear.
Yeah, into the arena as well. There's the cookie, and it's just a dead body. This is the problem with this offlane, well, really, Nature's Prophet in general, ever since the kind of nerf after nerf after nerf. It used to be, you jump on top of the Prophet. Prophet has like 17,000 net worth at 10 minutes in the game or something crazy, and he just turns and kills you. Now Prophet, with all the nerfs that have happened, and certainly this kind of more active Prophet that gets a vessel before their farming item, you get on top of the Prophet dies. So, especially in this lineup where you have Kisses, and you have a Blink Arena Spear, and you have an Anti-Mage, and you have a Queen of Pain, pretty much the only one that doesn't jump on top of you is this Ringmaster. So for jumping heroes, it's a very difficult game for this Prophet to play, even with the net worth that he has.
Yeah, his net worth is good, but even, I mean, notably, even when he does get the BKB, this arena can mitigate a lot of his damage, so he can't just be that kind of end-all, be-all carry, and they have okay damage as well through the BKB, with particularly Difference, who is finishing off his Kaya and Sanj. This Quap, despite having, you know, lower net worth than Batyuk, etc., is actually having a really great game. Difference is getting into all of his item timings, but he is getting gone on, actually.
Yeah. There's going to be the Ice Pass, looking for the stun, everything else, and they will be able to go take him down for his 4th death. So, Rojo, can you please stop talking about our players?
I think I ought to. You know, he's still, net worth-wise, he's still good, but maybe a little bit overzealous there. As QBFY, he did finish up his Blink. So I believe that was actually I mean, maybe not quite the reveal there, but was one of the earlier showings of it. So they will get Difference for their efforts. Does mean that the net worth lead pretty much cinches up to just about equal, as now it's been a little bit actually a spoiled, kind of looking for moves. So far, Batyuk doesn't have to.
Oh, that's a nice hook, and the damage from the shard is significant. So QBFY is going to get speared up as they already killed the Ringmaster, but Snowy here takes down the Pudge in exchange for Batyuk on the front lines. There's the BKB, though. Mars doesn't really care. He's just going to teleport on out of here. And they're not really going to be able to get any more kills than what they've already found. And again, we talked about this earlier on, before the Bashers, before the Abyssals, anything like that. And certainly when this Pudge is dead, it's a Queen of Pain and it's an Anti-Mage. 2 very mobile heroes that want to blink around fights, and there's not a lot that stops these guys. So yeah, you find the Anti-Mage goes and gets a kill. You can't punish that at all.
Yeah, for the time being, it's just very difficult. And as well, even for Passion UA, they're a pretty committal set of heroes. If QBFY doesn't land some excellent hook, then a lot of times they have to use multiple spells just to get that singular kill. Getting Difference before that fight was certainly the key there, though, as if he was up, that would have been really bad for Passion UA, but despite that, they will look, and QBFY, he breaks onto Azakor, but does not feel brave enough to actually go up on that top side. But Azakor, he is in a really kind of precarious position. And
hello.
Hello.
But just Cracker not feeling super confident. But yeah, you know what? They're a bunch of heroes here. Azakor will be able to go and Moonlight gets the kill. So 5 heroes to make sure that this Snapfire does go down right at the time that Roshan arrives on his northern abode on the top side of the map. This is not the fastest Roche killing squad. They got 30 seconds until Snapfire's up, and I'm not sure that Anti-Mage and everyone else probably wants to. Oh no, never mind. Difference blinks in, and he does have this axe. He's a lot of spread damage. Nice hook for now. There's giving me the Dismember as well, but Tame the Beast find a little more space. Wheel of Wonder as well, and the box means that this is not going to find the damage we need. Good arena into the spear. QBFY should die, and now Snowy gets on top of Moonlight as the epicenter is done. It's a massive mana void as well, and now you just got to get out of here as this Nature's Prophet pops the BKB, pops the Enrage, runs away. They barely don't kill off this Lifestealer. But now I guess the one downside to all of this is Roshan really wasn't hit all that much, so you don't have a low Roche to go and take advantage of. but you still got 4 heroes here, and they'll be able to go and deal with this one just as well as they'd like to.
Yeah, I mean, excellent fight from them, but really MRLS not able to, again, they're full committing on to difference, which is something that their lineup kind of has to do, but Moonlight in these engagements, he might actually, I think, need to kind of look past where difference was and look towards MRLS. That shield rune was certainly very, very fortunate, as it did keep difference alive for that much longer, but they don't have any way to deal with the box for the time being. Eventually, you can disassemble this Radiance for Crystallize and get that Nullifier, but now you're in a pretty precarious situation. As Snowy, he got a ton of kills off the back of that. Great hero into the Nature's Prophet, mind you, as Botyuk's real only damage for the time being is this Mjolnir. And Snowy, he's finished a Scotty for himself and is eyeing as well the Butterfly. Botyuk eyeing his own Butterfly as well, which is quite interesting, but still has the potential to be bursted, as you mentioned earlier. I think even through that, especially with this Scythe coming through for Waste 21.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but I really think that I would prefer, you talk about that Scythe. I really think I would prefer a Scythe from Botyuk. It's not your classic Nature's Prophet carry build, but he's the offlaner. And they really do need this kind of setup point target stun to be able to go and layer the spells on. Like, if you can get a Hex on Snowy, he will die. You can Ice Path, Dismember, Burrow Strike. There's a lot of stuns, but none that easily catch this anti-mage. So if you can Hex him first, that's a very nice way to open these fights up. For right now, just like zero fear going deep. He does have this Ags. He just pops the counter spell, so QBFY cannot go Dismember, and he's dead. Snowy is Wicked Seek cutting the wave behind the tower, and especially now that he's got his Scotty done, his Butterfly is just about done off this fight. Well, the Scotty into this Lifestealer is fantastic. Butterfly means the Lifestealer is not going to be able to hit him, and his anti-mage, 4,000 or so net worth above the game. You really struggle to see what hero or even what combination of heroes are supposed to kill him even once.
Yeah, and likewise as well, this Butterfly, I think, is going to be a lot more problematic on Snowy's end than it will be for Botyuk, because, again, they're going to have ways to kill Botyuk. I think, you know, Snowy, he probably won't even have to itemize straight away into Mischance for that MKB. Crystallize does not get hit by the spear, so he will get out. But Crystallize is, I mean, he's fallen quite a bit behind from where he was at one point in the game, and now he's eyeing a BKB, which I think he does desperately need. But that means that for a very long time, he will not have this MKB. He might even just have to switch away from having this BKB, as he did go for the Ags. Does feel very nice to have the Ags, but I'm almost wondering if he's going to get a little bit too punished for having this, as there's no way he's going to be able to fight Snowy once that Butterfly does come out. And even Snowy, at some point in this game, he can sell that Dominator for an extra gold injection, get close to that Basher. All right, now he has the Aegis, and okay, quick jump.
They're trying to get on top of difference at the very beginning. No BKB, but the box is making a really difficult time in this. Its difference is so fine. Botyuk on the backside tries to go take down Aztecor. That's not really going to find much of anything. BKB is going to run out soon. There's the arena. Anti-Mage just takes him down. He's going to fall. And now with the Blinking Boys getting ready to move forward, godlike with a double kill is Snowy. And it is just these other two cores, Crystallize and Sand King. They have to run away, tails between their legs. But we can see this even with the Butterfly, which was done in time for this fight. There is so much magic damage on the side of eSpoiled, especially once the BKB is over. Prophet does not do enough damage. Prophet just gets jumped on top of, and even though space was bought, I mean, with the Ringmaster, with the box, with the Escape Act, it's not like you're killing this Queen of Pain all that easily. There just is not, there's not an obvious go on the side of Passion UA.
Yeah, and difference even, he had the BKB if he wanted to expend it, but he had a lot of trust in MRLS, which was absolutely the right call. But that granted, even if they had something like a Nullifier there to prevent the box from coming out, Difference wouldn't have died. He was holding that BKB, and he could have used it. Moonlight will have to get out in this bot side, but as well as Crystallize on the top side. I'm starting to feel like Crystallize is probably feeling a little bit bad about getting this Aghanims. Again, it feels incredibly nice to have on the Lifestealer, but he's just so far behind in itemization, you know, from Snowy. Not only is it a 10k net worth difference, but he has an item that is kind of useless into the likes of Snowy, who won't be able to finish off Cracker. Did not get the Mana Void. Extremely close.
They can find different blinks out of there. They're not going to be able to get him, but you gotta get something happening here. If there's some sort of pickoff you can find, but Anti-Mage is just happy. He's got 23 seconds left in the Aegis. He's gonna go hit the tier 3 with this Butterfly and Scotty. He does a lot of tower damage, so he's gonna be able to go take the tier 3. Takes decent damage actually from the Prophet, but takes the tier 3, blinks back out, and that pretty much is gonna be his Aegis. Talk about itemization though, Rojo. We talked about how there was a Hex on the way from the Mars. Hex is done. Now you have this blink lockdown. You can go and start to get your disabled chain on top of the Lifestealer if you can get on top of him. He doesn't pop his rage fast enough. And this Lifestealer, you know, we talked about how he ran away, tail between his legs last couple fights. You get a Hex on him, he can absolutely die.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anybody can die. And again, even Botyuk, as you said, and the BKB saves him for a little bit, but at this rate, he might not be getting it off. And I don't think, again, that Snowy needs this kind of item where he actually does get True Strike. It's level 18 for Moonlight, so this Epicenter will be quite strong, but they're holding this position. MRS
moves forward. There's the Hex onto the Pudge, and now channeling the Epicenter as, whoo, that's a pause. Oh no, Anti-Mage and Queen of Pain are gonna, I assume there's lag going on, but of all the times to have to pause here, Epicenter is 80% channeled. BKB is popped here. A couple heroes right side. Waste 21 moving away. Hex says, oh, we're disconnecting even more people as we bring people back in. Hex, of course, on cooldown. QBFY survived that go. But now, Rojo, spells have been used. Do you back out of this because the anti-pause? Are you going to be able to kill off this Queen of Pain?
I think this is just going to be a massacre for the side of Passion UA. I do not think they're going to make out of this one.
Epicenter now going off, but Dipper just shoves him away with the Sonic Wave. Waste 21 getting very low, will die to the Epicenter, but Snowy untouched here. Moonlight's going to go and try to stun back in once again. Not enough damage. Botyuk is doing relatively nice damage here, but Crystallize, now there's the Bastion done. Now he's going to try to fight Mana Boy, takes them all down. And it's going to be a buyback from this Pudge, but he's just going to die. This game is over. It has been long over at this point. This Anti-Mage is way too big. And with 5, call it 6 dead just for the cost of this Mars. Game 1 in our upper bracket is going to go the side of eSpoiled. Again, Rojo, a lot of mobility on the heroes and not a lot of way to catch them. And this Anti-Mage just goes massive.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily trust in the Anti-Mage, but Snowy on it, I certainly should have, as he just had an incredible game. I mean, he was just that entire game. Even the Dominator was having really good presence on the map, which is not something that I often say, especially about an Anti-Mage with Helm Dom. But he was using it to full effect. He was making, you know, moves with the Aztec Core on the creep. He was really setting the pace in that top side of the map, and just meant that Passion UA wasn't able to play this kind of a weird pick-off game that they wanted to. They had, you know, perfectly fine execution in the late game, but throughout that kind of mid game, they just kind of went for a singular kill, maybe if someone was out of position, but otherwise just stayed on their side of the map. They farmed up. They were really, really patient. They were really well executed on a spoiled. They looked incredible in this first game, and they did a really, really great job of just denying everything that I think Passion UA wants to kind of do. Especially MRLS too, I think deserves a huge shout out on that Ringmaster, because of course Snowy was the star of the show on the Anti-Mage, but MRLS, his impact that whole game was very significant.
Yeah, a really nice job there with the Escape Act multiple times, making sure this Queen of Pain didn't die, and therefore can get the blink out, get their spells off. Effectively, the solo kill on Krekker early with the Wheel of Wonder, Tame the Beast combo that, again, does a surprising amount of damage, especially early on. Just did a very nice job stabilizing lanes, getting kills, making the saves happen. And now we got about 10 minutes, because that's the break, you know, between game 1 and game 2, as we're going to find out whether Passion UA has a better read on what it is that eSpoiled would like to do, and maybe come back and send us to game number 3. But for now, bit of a break. And when we're back, it's going to be game 2.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be close closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted. The grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted. I'm never getting off this ride. 'Cause life with you is golden. So how can I go back to silver love? I'll be holding on, can't get enough. Wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. Oh, yeah. I got all these choices, yeah. But I so made up my mind. There's nobody better. Gotta be you. Got to be you. Voices, yeah. 'Cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. You, yeah. You, yeah. You, it's gotta be you. 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 Yeah. Gotta be you. Oh, it's gotta be you. Yeah. These choices, but I so made up my mind. Nobody better. Gotta be you. Thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. Hey. Nobody else, no. It's gotta be you.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause it's all going on right here. We're gonna make it perfectly clear. When you hear our voices ringing in your ear.
what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in and out of trouble for much too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no.
Welcome back to Dream League Division 2, where in game number 1, it was the Anti-Mage show. And, you know, the Ringmaster show a little bit, and Quap is having a great game, but at the end of the day, it was the story of mobile heroes without enough counters for their mobility. They jumped around the fight, they farmed a lot, and eventually just even a relatively farmed Lifestealer and Prophet could not do enough. So now, Rojo, we're going to get into game number 2. That's the idea. Draft is going to get started relatively soon. And just off the draft here, what changes do you want to see from Passion UA in game 2?
I mean, definitely I want a more like concise plan. I think heading into the second game, they had again like good like one-to-one answers for a lot of what eSpoiled was doing, but when it came to actually playing out fights, when it came to playing out the map, it was pretty awkward. Overall, you know, switching Botyak into the off lane, Nature's Prophet having, particularly Moonlight, had a rather poor game on the Sand King. Those kind of things that just meant that the game was really awkward, especially in comparison to what eSpoiled has. You know, they had Quap, Mars, Snapfire, Ringmaster, and then that +1 of Snowy. Whatever he wants to play, it's going to look great. And of course, his Anti-Mage did, but in terms of playing fights out for eSpoiled, it was just simple. You press all your buttons, your itemization is, you know, relatively easy. As, you know, once Waste 21 got into that scythe, I feel like the game was like kind of just over at that point, as actually counter-initiating that was too difficult. It was just, yeah, I just want to see maybe a draft that's a little more, you know, a little easier to execute, and potentially that might actually, I think, be facilitated via giving Moonlight a slightly better mid matchup. You know, maybe just having gone for that puck, I think maybe would have been a more consistent play for them across the board. It would have given them that lockdown they needed, and it would have been a much better matchup into the Quap. So maybe a switch up like that, I think, is necessary because, you know, currently eSpoiled, they just looked really good today. You know, they're a lineup that can have some variability, but today they looked really, really on point. Passion UA maybe looking a little bit disconnected in comparison to what their standard form is, and it just created this, over time, it created a pretty large gap, I think, especially in like map movements and stuff. And so, you know, when you're having those kind of days, maybe for Passion UA, which obviously I think they can come back to into a second game, but in my experience, I think it's a little bit easier to just have something that you can always play and that you're always used to. Having something like Waste 21's Mars, which they did first pick relatively, or like, you know, second pick for them. I think it's just a nice game plan to play alongside.
It did feel that you talk about Moonlight, want to give him maybe a more stable hero, something that gives that control a little bit better. But it did feel that that was a game time swap where you really don't want to lane the Sand King into an Anti-Mage. It's a pretty bad matchup for the Sand King. So you swap it over, you give Botyak the Prophet. I don't know. thinking about that Prophet pick, I know for the longest time we're like, man, why in the world would they let Prophet through? Like, just ban that hero out. But especially with the nerfs that we've seen recently, it just doesn't feel like Prophet's a good hero anymore. Like, I am at the point now where part of it's the meta. We're seeing a lot more jumping heroes. We're seeing a lot more heroes that can get on top of this Prophet and control and kill. But I'm at the point where, like, I don't think Prophet should be touched in most drafts. It just does not feel nearly as impactful, given, again, the meta, the heroes that we're seeing picked, as it did a couple months ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think I still value the natures a decent bit depending on the team, but I think specifically Into the Mars is maybe not my most favorable pick up there, as I feel like there are, you know, slightly higher value heroes they could have gotten into. As the draft is up for us, so we're going to be heading into it right now. I'm going to see if there's any switch ups coming from Passion UA, as immediately there is a switch in the draft. As eSpoiled, they have that first pick. The Mars is banned out as well. So Waste 21, a little bit of emphasis on his hero pool here. There's no Slardar, there's no Mars for him. It might force him into a slightly more uncomfortable position. So we'll see what eSpoiled do bring out for this very, very first pick.
Yeah, kind of interesting as well. This is the second game in a row, because I want to say eSpoiled chose second pick when they won the toss in game number 1. But for the longest time, Rojo, it's been first pick is valuable. You get that, you know, you get that last pick in the second phase. That's a gotcha pick. You kind of got the first phase after the second set of bans. That is very powerful to work with. But it does feel that there are enough gotcha picks, like true last pick gotcha picks in the game right now, that we are starting to see teams actually prioritize second pick just a little bit more. So, you know, we're talking the anti-mages, the Huskars, the Broodmothers, the Meepos, although generally that's kind of like an 18 pick, not a 24 pick. But we are seeing a little bit more of these gotcha last pick cheese picks that are leading to some teams seemingly favoring that 24 pick, that second pick, just a little bit more.
Yeah, I still think first pick is overall the stronger pick in draft, but I think that having second pick is, again, probably a little bit easier to play. You just don't have to worry about as many things. You don't have to keep your draft super open. You don't have to worry about getting the perfect flex heroes and whatnot, but we do see a swap of things here, so it's not the same kind of pick order here, but it's a Jakiro versus a Ringmaster. Ringmaster will be going the way of very likely QBFY this game, unless Cracker wants to pick it up, and likely going to be the Jakiro on Aztecor. So a little bit of an interesting swap. We've seen both these heroes just on different sides, on different teams. I think it makes perfectly fine sense, but part of another nice thing about having this second pick here is the 13 pick is rather powerful. You usually end up getting a secondary hero that you would want to play into. I think if Passion UA wants to immediately pick up, they could. I think I wouldn't mind here, maybe if they banned the puck and picked themselves up the Quap. Maybe that's a little bit too scary with eSpoiled having 18 pick and you need to get rid of something like the Dusa. I'll just see what they actually do end up for. But again, this 13 pick is generally quite powerful, as you get a pretty high prio hero in the draft. It's, you know, a little bit like it's like a second pick in a way.
Yeah. What's also really interesting, going back into these heroes that have been picked right now for just a second, because it was Jakira first overall pick, Ringmaster second overall pick, and generally, as Marcy somehow makes its way through 10 total bans, but generally Jakira was seen as this counter to the Ringmaster. You have Ice Path on the box, you have all this ground targeted damage and stuns, and yes, sure, you do have the box that is decent magic resistance, but, you know, Macro Pyre, you get the eggs, that's pure. So it is interesting that we're seeing this Ringmaster as the pick into the Jakiro, because, again, I don't know what the numbers are right now, but certainly in TI, Jakiro and in tournaments before TI, Jakiro was one of the supports that had like the best win rates against Ringmaster.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more, that's more, I guess, focused on how the game actually plays out, where Ringmaster, I think, is a focus on how the lanes will play out. Ringmaster has, I think, a pretty decent matchup into Jakiro in the lane, as you can kind of push them away from actually being aggressive. Jakiro is a very high HP hero to start the game, so you actually deal quite good damage with the Impalement Arts. And you have pretty decent range. So I think that's probably what the value of it is that Jakiro is a hero that just significantly secures the lanes. So getting that Ringmaster pickup is rather nice to kind of stop that plan. But they'll go straight away into some very strong laners themselves for eSpoiled to pick up the Quap again. It looks equally as good as it did last game for the side of a spoiled here, but also going for a Tusk here on MRLS and straight away into the Ember Spirit. This was, I believe, banned in the last draft, actually against Difference. Now picked up for Passion UA and Moonlight here. I like that. I do like the Ember here. The chains are very annoying for all these heroes. Should have a decent matchup into co-op. Maybe a little bit of a precarious matchup, but should be overall a more stable mid matchup for Moonlight. So the draft's going pretty fast, but it's a 17 pick. This is usually the hardest pick, I would say, that you have to endure for 17 pick. As these two sets of picks can be a little bit difficult, but Silencer actually picked up for Passion UA. I mean, it's a good Silencer game so far. All these heroes need their spells. It can be quite annoying for Tusk as you don't get enough money to itemize into something like an early Lotus usually. So I don't mind this. I'm not the biggest Silencer fan. I could certainly see ways that this could get punished in terms of just, you know, if it ever gets on top of with the Tusk, etc. But it does potentially as well. One thing that I do like about the Silencer is this potentially prevents a Dawnbringer from coming out for, or Dawnbreaker for the side of a spoiled, which could have been a very nice pairing with the Tusk. Now it's very likely not going to be. So, you know, some players really preferring that, not gonna be able to pick it up this game. But it does make me wonder if we're gonna see a Beastmaster Lycan. And there it is, the Zoo heroes into the Silencer. That's probably my biggest potential worry about that kind of hero is now it's a pretty good game to have the summons for the side of a spoiled. They could have gone Lycan, they could have gone Beast. They went for the hero with a little bit more BKB lockdown, which I think is potentially correct into Marcy. And I think they've set themselves up pretty nicely again on a spoiled.
Yeah, I do like, I know you're talking about the BKB with Marcy. It's also just really nice to be able to catch this incredibly mobile hero that is the Ember Spirit. I think realistically, yeah, you got Walrus Punch, yeah, you got Snowball, yeah, you got Ice Path, but all of those can be dodged. You know, lacking a little bit, and there's just kind of easy lockdown for the Ember Spirit. So getting a Roar, letting Beastmaster somehow find his way this deep into the draft is always a little bit surprising, but being able to go and get the Roar on the Ember Spirit as well is very nice. But Rojo, as we move on, of course, Deuce is going to get banned out. Really would have been a pretty solid Deuce game. Yes, Silencer can steal your mana technically by stealing your int, but unlikely. Yes, Marcy can build a Diffusal. Wouldn't have been that bad of a Deuce game. But do we think this is a carry Deuce or a carry Marcy or an offlane Marcy coming out of UA?
It's hard to know because Botyuk again does like playing these kind of different heroes, so they're just gonna see, I think, once that 23 pick comes out. I wouldn't mind if they have a hero that they think is particularly good against the Beast, such as say like a Troll or something to bring it out. It's a little bit difficult. Maybe there's a hero that makes the game slightly easier for Botyuk again. Maybe something that is going to pair up decently into the Jakiro, as we're also going to see. I think, you know, having as well, giving this overall last pick to Botyuk might be nice in the sense of shutting Snowy down, as, and he likes to play the hyper carries. He does like to have a big focus in the draft. He is their drafter. He really does like to have these kind of, you know, strong late game heroes be the insurance for his team, while they run around and do a lot of work for him until eventually he can just kind of win. So I think having that last pick might be nice into it. That's why they do go ahead and ban out the Bristleback. It's of course contingent as well for what a spoiled does want, even for Snowy. It could be something like, I mean, it's a decent game potentially to be like the Jug. I think if this is the Marcy carry, that could be one thing that's a little bit precarious. But again, you know, this kind of flex, I think, is throwing both of the drafts off a little bit. Yeah, as you need to consider kind of every possibility here.
I kind of like the concept of a last pick Gyrocopter for Crystallize for Passion UA as well. As we're going to see, there's the Jug, right? A hero that has risen massively in popularity. But yeah, I kind of like this concept. Maybe not as much anymore. Gyro does struggle significantly into the Juggernaut. You just kind of omni him, and it can be difficult. But it gives you the lane answer for the Beastmaster. It works. You bodyguard the Gyrocopter, and that speeds up his timings quite a bit, where you have this lifesteal even before you get your Satanic. Not a lot of armor on Queen of Pain, at least. Jakiro's fine, Tusk is fine, but instead it's gonna be the Pudge. So off lane core Pudge, is that what? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't hate it. I don't know if I don't know if I love it because I don't think that Passion has played into giving themselves an easier to execute game plan. But in terms of giving Botyak, this end all or this like really good last pick counter, it's a very good Pudge game in the off lane. Maybe it seems precarious into the likes of Jakiro and Jug, you would think, but that flesh shield is going to dodge pretty much all the damage coming out whenever he does use it. It's going to be on Aztecor to kind of force that out if he can, because the spin does extremely little damage into it, and all of Jakiro's damage as well is very small instances. So this Jug is going to be, or this Pudge is going to be very, very strong in lane, which might be a good answer to kind of Snowy's, again, hyper carry mentality. But overall, I probably do just prefer, at least the state we saw eSpoiled in last game. I think they were just looking very, very clean with MRLS as this addition to the roster. But again, I also just feel like they have a slightly easier game plan to execute. They don't have to do anything crazy, and particularly Waste 21, I think he's got a great Beastmaster game ahead of him. I think the team fight, again, looks a little bit easier to execute as you don't have to rely on these hooks. You don't have to rely on really nice timing, globals. You don't need these BKBs coming out for the Marcy, etc. It's just, there's a lot of things coming out for eSpoiled that I think just, again, are relatively easy and direct counters, especially too as well for Crystallize. He got this Marcy kind of early. We've seen how, terrifying and strong this hero is, but it's not a very good Marcy game. This is one of the few games I would look at and say the Marcy carry doesn't look that appealing to me, as obviously the Jug, the Omni Slash is a huge counter to this hero. There's really nothing you can do outside of bursting it for the side of Passion UA, which can be rather difficult. You have this Roar, you have the Sonic Wave, you have Snowball Save, you have all these different spells on the ground from Aztecor. It's just, it is not a lovely game to play for Crystallize, so he's going to really need to have a great lane, which could be difficult, but should be, he should have an okay lane. But he really needs to get into all his items, not die, get straight away into that BKB, and I think at that point he'll be good, but again, that's just hard to execute. He has to play very, very kind of perfectly, and on the other side as well, for eSpoiled, it's not always something that you think of nowadays with Jug, but they do have kind of this like lineup that eventually I think will be able to snowball you pretty well. With the Healing Ward, with a Jakiro, with the Beastmaster. I think they're going to eventually have this ball if the game goes nicely for them in this early portion of the game. That's going to be pretty difficult to answer for Passion UA.
Well, of course they will, Roho. They got a Tusk. Tusk can snowball. So clearly that's what you're talking about. No, but I'm with you. Yeah, this is a lineup. Should have very good lanes. Certainly this, Jakiro Jug lane is going to be a pain to deal with. And even you talk about that BKB timing, as we're just going to trade bounty runes at the end of the day. Denies the bounty rune in Waste 21. So they go 2 for 1 on the side of eSpoiled earlier on. But even when you get this BKB timing, 3 seconds, 4 seconds of it, it's going to get roared off. It's going to waste a decent percentage of that long timing. But I will say the one nice thing is even when you do go and you get yourself in a level 20, you get 3 attacks to kill on the Healing Ward, that is something that Marcy can deal with pretty nicely.
Yeah, but you generally have to commit, which is the difficult part. Committing to get that ward can be rather difficult, and we'll have to see how this mid lane plays out. Again, Moonlight, it's kind of crucial that in the second game he does not have that same lane as he did first time around into Difference. QBFY takes a ton of damage in the top side, as they did bring 3 heroes to start. MRLS will TP back into the bot side. Did not end up getting the kill that they wanted, but still some decent damage onto QBFY. But this mid lane matchup definitely going to be extremely crucial. Maybe in this top side, if you can prevent Botyak from getting those early levels, you'll be able to punish him, but otherwise should be great for him. So overall, Passion UA's lanes, I think, should be better this time around, especially off the way that they're kind of playing in the first minute or so. That might enable them to play this like kind of chaotic, weird game that they want to, but I am again just scared that they won't be able to get far enough ahead that it becomes significantly difficult for eSpoiled to actually respond to.
And certainly Difference is having a much worse game than he did in game 1. Just off the CS, he might just go down here. Chains are going to go, and we'll be able to blink his way on out of here. Moonlight low on mana, but does have a Slate of Fist ready to go if Difference gets pretty close. And, yes, he did almost die, but even without that, the last hits, the CS has not been very good for Difference. He's missed a couple CS under tower. He's been very effectively contested by Moonlight on some of the kind of the CS and the flat. And Now that means Moonlight, he's level 3, but he's a lot closer to level 4 than the Queen of Pain is. He can rotate over to the Rune, and difference doesn't have his bottle just yet. So it's coming out now. But
Yeah,
even
fine,
still.
But
Yeah.
yeah, great start for Moonlight. Contesting the CS. All things, it ends up being not the worst, but this eventual kind of resource will come towards the side of Moonlight. Does unfortunately not dodge the dagger in the mid lane trade there, but we'll be fine. Doing really, really nicely for Moonlight. Again, this is, I think, one of the conditions for them to make this game chaotic, to kind of win this game out. But in the bot side, there's not much CS to be contesting, as neither side has bothered even looking at each other for the past kind of 3 minutes. And a lot of lane dragging shenanigans and not a whole lot of interaction.
And this is certainly something that's going to favor Crystallize, though. He's just got, when you do these lane drag shenanigans, it's like every other wave that your support's going to be able to get. So you kind of miss out. It's better than dying. It's better than getting nothing, but you do miss out on something. And Crystallize just kind of hitting behind the tower here. He's getting just a higher percentage of the creep. So 11 for 8 versus the 5 for 3. I mean, that already is a very nice story, but this gap in the mid lane just continues to be here. 18 for 2, 12 for 3, level 4. And now we're starting to get to this point where early on, sure, Sleight of Fist cooldown, not all that high. You can get tagged by the Shadow Strike sometimes. But as this game goes later, and actually he's 2 points in Flame Guard, but as he starts to develop these levels more, the extra points in Shadow Strike not really giving difference the harass damage that he needs. And by not going in Scream of Pain, that is going to slow his farm down as this game develops a little bit more. So Moonlight having a great time, and difference, he's got to find something, man.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Moonlight giving himself a much better start. Should be okay, I think, as well. Him going into the Flame Guard more is kind of him admitting that he doesn't want to crush difference. He just wants to make sure that his game is better from the last time, as I don't necessarily agree with the going fully into Flame Guard, but as a very avid Ember player myself, I think that it always just feels nicer to max the Flame Guard, because it's a much better insurance policy. But of course, that punish potential onto difference is a little bit weaker overall. You're not as good into the dagger. Constant harass. Doesn't actually get the board there. Nice deny from Waste 21 in that bot side. But overall, very quiet lane so far. Neither team actually extending too much of a significant lead. Off lane is perfectly fine for Snowy, as again, they can't really pressure Botyak, especially too. He's on this kind of interesting build on the Pudge here. And like take some good trade there as well with the Flame Guard. Does end up back in 2 points in Sleight of Fist. So I like that switch up from him. But Botyak's gone 2 points in the Meat Shield. So he is, for all intents and purposes, completely unkillable on the top side. So for Snowy, doesn't really bother him, I think, too much, as he's just perfectly happy to be hacking away at these waves. Gonna go ahead and get some pulls for themselves, but it has opened up these supports here. QBFY in the mid lane, even with Cracker, they want to punish difference. Unlucky
Chain's not
Chains.
going to land, though, and even though we do have the Impalement Arts, it does seem like Difference is going to be able to find his way on out of here. Still posturing around, no charges in the bottle, level 5, now hitting level 6. But on the bottom side, Waste 21 doing what he can, and top side, though, that's the problem, is Botyak is going to get taken down here. You bring MRLS in, you already did have a lot of kill potential with the spin and potential Ice Path slows from Aztekor, although I say Ice Path, you're not really taking Ice Path level 3, but you have the slows from Aztekor, and you have the spin, and you add on in the shards from MRLS, and it is a very difficult thing to survive, even with 2 points in Meat Shield.
Yeah, they were able to bring over MRLS, which I think was a really smart move. Punishing that Pudge as soon as they knew that all supports were hanging out mid. Does secure Moonlight that DD rune, so that amplify damage will do a pretty significant amount in this matchup that is already quite difficult for Difference. Just expanding that lead a little bit more for the time being. Curious to see if any extra moves come out here, but so far it's in the bot side. Waste 21, despite losing kind of the XP battle, losing the CS on the Beastmaster, he is going to be relatively happy to get these early levels for himself, but yeah, Moonlight, he has that amplified damage at 7 minutes. Can he actually go ahead and win this Wisdom Shrine battle? MRLS is only level 2.
He is
Good
only level
shards.
2, trying to go make some space drop shards, really make sure they get the Wisdom Shrine at the very least. And now, difference is here. There's the Sonic Wave, takes down this Silencer, and it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. But importantly, they don't steal the Wisdom Shrine. So Moonlight has to go back to mid, did pop the amp damage, was able to go kill off this level 2 Tusk. But again, they trade Wisdom Shrines 1-for-1.
And not the worst sequence of events. MRLS's XP is concerning me a little bit, as he hasn't really stacked either. To have any kind of possible makeup is kind of the XP just across the board is not the best for a spoiled. Definitely a little bit worrisome. But Moonlight, he's difficult to punish, or Snowy is difficult to punish here in this.
Now there's gonna be Ice Path on this
Damage.
Ringmaster, but Spin is done, and Tame the Beast forces this Jugon out of there.
Wow.
KBFY though takes a lot of damage from this Liquid Fire, from the twin damage, and now Ember here is top as well. MRLS maybe trying to find some space for a snowball save, but the damage that Moonlight provides is terrifying. Puts the Remnant on forward. That's going to be a
Snowy.
dead Jakiro, but Snowy with a second spin on top of Bayek. Not quite level 6. There it is off the creep, but not going to be able to get the Dismember off in time. So another kill for Snowy. And while this landing stage has been relatively equal, you know, off laners, similar net worth, mid laners, similar net worth. Snowy is just, he's taking off like a rocket.
Which is terrifying. This is a very, very good Jug game. And I mean, I do like this by him. I probably myself wouldn't have maxed the blade form in this lane, just knowing that I am against Botyuk. But Botyuk, he actually, interestingly enough, did not go for the Rotten Core. So now he has access to his facet, that fresh meat. A very, very strong facet, granted, but doesn't mean that he had that extra bonus damage in this early laning phase. And he might be a little bit frustrated that he didn't, as they're even looking onto him again. Omni Slash.
Yep, there's the
This
spin
tag
as well.
team.
Pops the meat shield, trying to buy
a bit
some
deep.
time. There's gonna be the Dismember, very deep, and now with the Blade Dance, just got or Blade Fairy, just got to run away. Spin TPs. Oh no, there's the hook, and now Snowy in a massive pickle here. He's so slow with the
dead?
Arcane Curse, and you know we were looking down the barrel of like an 11-minute Battle Fury. That is now gone. They're not even going to be able to get the Lotus. They're going to get Aztekor as well, and this big rotation into the top side of the map is absolutely gonna bear fruit.
Yeah, I mean, it was you know, far too overambitious, I think, for the side of a spoiled there. They're in such a great position with Snowy that they don't need to do this. I think, you know, going on to Botyuk. Even again, I mean, I do like the decision to have gone in the Blade Fury more, but I think you have to recognize at some point that it is not going to be effective against Botyuk. So that really does punish this Jug, which was kind of the main factor here across the map. Giving a spoiled a good game. QBFY will build up some really massive stacks in this triangle that I don't think they're aware of, even denies the haste rune as well. So getting some good value on this Ringmaster. But difference, oof, nice deny in that mid lane. Did actually get it on QBFY, as he's being quite annoying on the Ringmaster. But difference, since Moonlight has been so over the map, he did manage to secure that tower. Kind of a nice pickup, but overall, it's been Moonlight kind of benefiting in particularly the net worth, not in the XP for sure, leaving so frequently, but Bayek jungle clearing these stacks. A good hero to do it, although it takes a little bit of waiting for the potential meat shield here. But it's going to be a great start for Botyuk. I mean, a much better start off of, you know, that failed dive.
And now this is an Ember Spirit that is massive. Top of the net worth, it just about has his Vessel done, which is a fantastic kill threat about pretty much anyone that's not the Juggernaut. Juggernaut can purge, but everyone else, you get on top with a nice Vessel. The damage is there. It can be very, very problematic, but they're setting up here on Crystallize, it looks
Different
like.
skilled Botyuk. They are setting up, but...
Okay, yeah, difference gets by.
good
That's
roar.
very nice. There's
Hurricane.
gonna be the jump back. Ice Path buying some space, but now Ember Spirit, he's here, moves on top. There's the Unleashed Tusk, only level 5. They're gonna find the Beastmaster as well. Hypnotized into the Wheel of Wonder. He's dead, as this MRLS. And yeah, difference killed Botyuk, but 2 dead on the bottom side. They keep over diving into these towers, Rojo, and then the TPs, they're well set up, and when you bring a lot of heroes to a few heroes, it tends to work out pretty nicely for you.
Yeah, I really don't like this by eSpoiled very much. I think that if they play comfortably with their draft, they will kind of win heading into the mid game, but they're not setting themselves up to do so, and they're playing a little bit into that Passion UA chaos that we are so accustomed to. I think they're just, again, playing a little bit into the palm of their hands. Very good recognition by Passion UA of what the plays are likely to be, but I liked the spoiled last game, I think, was much more comfortable just sitting back and farming. That's the route that they should have taken this game, because now they've ended up slightly punished for sure. As again, as you mentioned, Moonlight. I really like the build from him, going straight into that Spirit Vessel. He got only the 2 points in Flame Guard, got a second value point in Sleight of Fist, and now has that maxed Chains. Max Chains with either of these supports is a huge kill threat. And MRLS, he as well, he hasn't hit level 6. And trying to make, I think, just slightly too many moves on this Tusk rather than taking this mid lane from difference. Not necessarily my favorite set of moves from them, but they're still, granted, pretty decently okay in the net worth of Snowy. He did end up finishing that Battle Fury just now, slightly later than he wanted. Difference has that Kaya. So they still have the key items that they want just a little bit later than they did. And the question is, can Passion UA defend this bot side? Do they even want to try? Probably not.
A lot of heroes. Yeah, a lot of heroes running at the Jug, though, in the jungle. Seems like he's going to be able to get out of here on bottom side. Nah, he's on the other side of the ASR, so they're not going to find what they need. They're doing a very nice job kind of just defending these towers with the spam. You're not going to get the Ember Spirit all that well. Now, QBFY bottom side, Macropyre is there, but QBFY, he will fall down against the Wheel Wonder in time. Now with the Unleash, takes the Quap down, and there should be a second. Asdecor, he's slowed. He should die eventually, and Tusk trying to find his way into the Ancient Creeps. Well, he will get the deny, so that's nice, but Crystallize gets a double kill, and again, these towers, they're being well defended by the spam, and they're just not able to bring enough heroes to the fights to make it worth it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of overforcing again on MRLS. Just a little bit too deep, kind of shows their hands initially off the back of that smoke. Passion UA are able to set up, again, with they have a very incredible amount of early strength, especially if they're willing to bring every hero like they have. Really like the decision by them, just They know how their draft is. They know that it maybe is a little bit more complicated to play into the mid game, but in this early portion of the game, you just have so much damage with the levels on these supports, so much damage with the Ember Spirit, and now this kind of 3-man gank squad, even just 2 with QBFY, this Ringmaster hero has looked really, really strong in both games, just providing the necessary damage to follow up. If they see difference, well, he even blinks
in. Now it's on cooldown. That's a problem. Impalement Arts looking for the Tame of the Beast. There's going to be a Sonic Wave buying some space, but it does no damage to Moonlight. And now with the silence here, can we get out? Just barely blinks under the tower. Now the vessel's gone, and man, almost disaster. Meanwhile, Omni Slash on the backside takes a Batyak down. Is Snowy just has to run away. It will be MRLS. He is the one that's going to go and kick the bucket at the end of the day, but they are able to go and kill off Batyak once again. Is this Juggernaut taking advantage of the times that he has, but now you gotta be careful. Asdecor, Crystallize would really like to find him, and he's gonna be able to go. Hits the Dispose, maybe. There we go, and Crystallize is dominated. That is one of the problems with this draft on the side of eSpoiled, Rojo. Mid to late game, lots of damage. Very difficult to deal with this Jug Quap combo, but early on, I don't know that there's a faster carry than a Marcy.
Certainly not. And Crystallize is having the game that I think he needed to come away with this game. He's 4-0-1, has not been punished, has not died yet. Just playing very, very reserved on Crystallize, but at the same time, you know, being able to make the moves when he does. Just kind of mirroring what eSpoiled did in the previous game, but just a little bit more with that Passion UA kind of flair. If they do bring heroes, they bring every single hero. Crystallize, he should very comfortably finish up his BKB before he can get punished in Difference. Oof, as the Illusion Rune, so he'll be okay, but not finding any space.
This Wheel of Wonder is just doing so much in these fights. Asdecor is going to get found out once again. MRLS just has to TP on out of here. He will be successful, but even when they keep their Queen of Pain alive, now there's going to be a roar onto this Pudge, but he pops the me shield in time, so he takes just about 0 damage. And now, you know, this is you got to get out of here as the Beastmaster. Everyone's showing back up, gets a hook on the Helm Dama Creep, so that's a nice tasty 100 gold on the side of this Pudge. But yeah, this Beastmaster has yet to really enter the game right. Jug's having a decent time. Queen of Pain falling off a little bit, but still doing reasonable. But this Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord, still not done. Really not finding their the avenue into the game just yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just spoiled. I want to see them just kind of play around their vision, try to get these D wards. Play just a little bit more reserved. This is sometimes what I do see with difference is that when he doesn't have necessarily the game that he perfectly wants is, I think he's a player that can certainly want to kind of force the issue, and sometimes that's not always the correct thing. Even MRLS, I think, on this Tusk has maybe been a bit overzealous a few too many times. It has ended up punishing them greatly, and again, just pretty reserved by Passion UA. Now they have that BKB for Crystallize. It's a very, very good BKB game. You know, later in the game, maybe not as much with the Roar, with the Omni Slash, but in this early portion of the game, that is not enough damage to actually punish Crystallize, especially with all the stats he has built up for himself. He's looking incredibly good on Crystallize, and that means that they might even be able to start pushing into some kind of objectives here. Tier 2's Tormentor, Roshan, all potentially on the board as Passion UA, despite only being kind of this 1k difference up. The XP is really favoring them, and especially their item timings as well. Ags finished for Botyek, BKB for Crystallize, Moonlight did end up finishing his Kaya as well. Just everything lining up very nicely for them.
Yeah, so for now, difference cutting waves a little bit, making sure they can't push into the mid all that much. Jug in his triangle. Beastmaster now with the Helm of the Overlord is able to go shove the wave and clear the jungles at the same time. Although, unfortunately, you can't shove everything, and it will be a dead Jakiro on the top side of the map as he does reasonable damage, but it's an Ember Spirit. You're not going to really be able to do all that much. So with Jakiro dead for 18 and Macropyre on cooldown, it's 19 minutes in. They're going to go to Roche, and you know, Rojo, we like to talk about this a little bit. When you get this pre-20 Roche, not only is it fantastic because you go, it's a Roshan, it means you're kind of free on the map. It also pretty much guarantees you the Tormentor.
Yeah, which they were already pretty much gonna get regardless. But it does give some time for a kind of classic trade here as the bottom tier 2 will end up dying. This position for eSpoiled has gotten almost slightly better just because Snowy has been able to really sufficiently vacuum the map. Finished up his Manta as well. He's the happy camper on the side of eSpoiled. Everyone else pretty much having a mediocre game. And again, very much favoring Passion UA's position here, but maybe, you know, getting this Tormentor, maybe having this, you know, Aegis timing, eSpoiled might not care as much as you'd think in the sense of they're probably planning to farm anyway. We'll see how much Snowy is able to create that gap. Last game on the Anti-Mage, it was more significant than this, but on Juggernaut is certainly a hero that ramps up as well.
So,
go ahead.
I was just talking about this Juggernaut ramping up a little bit. Is actually decent substantive pressure on the tier 3 because they're playing topside for the Tormentor. So you love to see that from Waste 21. But talking about the Juggernaut, he's got a Scotty queued up next, which is generally what we're seeing is looks like the Sanctuary Reap's going to go and dismembered and get taken down. Generally, we see Jugs just kind of go in this butterfly next, right? This nice ability to go and just do a ton of damage in the Omni Slash. You just need too much HP to be able to withstand things. Is that the thought here?
Yeah, I don't hate the Scotty. I maybe don't think it's better than the butterfly straight away, but he has gone for a build that is interestingly enough no points in the stats on the Jug, which is quite rare nowadays.
That more and more actually as we
yeah, it's I mean, it doesn't feel bad, but certainly I think having the extra stats is just a really nice barrier to living. But when you go this build, maybe making up for that in terms of the Scotty makes overall your tankiness feel really nice. Once he gets to that level 20, I do actually think he will pose a pretty significant threat with that extra healing ward to kill.
Oh, on top of Botyek, Sonic Wave ready to go. Dismember is buying some space here. The bonus strength is very nice, but even with the global, they will be able to go take him down. Now mid lane, Moonlight is unstoppable. They're able to go and kill off this Jakiro once again and get a Helm of the Overlord creep. So 250 gold there. But what I do want to point out here is that because of the pressure on the Beastmaster, bottom side of the map, on the tier 3, getting like half damage done, a third damage done on the tower, it did delay the Tormentor. So now they're going to try to push the tier 2 with the remains of this Aegis. Absolutely. But the Tormentor still on the table. That's something that Jug +1 could probably go sneak if they wanted to. And for now, even as this tier 2 is going to go down, it's just so much space being made for this jug that you'd argue that
backdoor.
These deaths are absolutely worth it.
Yeah, I mean, eSpoiled are doing an incredible job of splitting the map. MRLS on the bot side, he's finished his blink. Difference has been cutting pretty much every mid wave without contest, and this is a little bit of the difficulty, especially too considering that Cracker used that kind of silencer ulti early.
Oh, Aztecor, not again. Not again.
Oh,
Moonlight
no.
is just Aztecor is just Moonlight's favorite victim. But realistically, I'm not. Oh, never mind. There's gonna be the Yules trying to find a little bit more. But
Lips?
yeah, okay. Moonlight gets out of there. But importantly, Aztecor is not the favorite victim this time. He will. It takes his entire team rotating back, but he's not gonna die this time. Oh, actually, wait a minute here. Crystallize would like to go and put the lie to that truth, and he's going to run forward, but seems like, yeah, we're going to be fine. Jakiro is going to be able to go play behind the tower.
Yeah, I really wonder what they're supposed to do as Passion UA, as this is a really frustrating game state to play into. I think prioritizing objectives is certainly one way to do it, but I'm a little bit concerned at how fast this net worth lead is starting to go back into the favor of eSpoiled, and this is what I like to see. Pressure onto difference. As the
Yules buying sometimes. Global Silence, though, gets popped in the snowball, but no, with the Arcade Curse, the last word. Cracker gets a double kill. So he's got 9 intelligence stolen right now. He's a very smart man, Rojo. Send this man off to a PhD program. He's got 9 intelligence.
Yeah, it's he's a little big-brained fellow on Cracker here, doing very nicely on the silencer, but this is definitely, I think, one of the key markers of how to actually deal with this game plan is that bot exploit. That is really what's making, I think, a huge difference here, and it is nice as well that the only thing for difference, yeah, of course, the shard for Cracker,
well,
and a Midas as well.
Wow. Is this, I was playing a pub the other day, and we had the enemy silencer bought his shard at 15 minutes because, memes. And we got the Midas here as well. Like, this is proper pub Dota happening right now. Like, Midas silencer, I get him the shard. He's gonna get really smart by the end of the game, or just find 0 value from it. But it's you play it for yourself, right? It's pub Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Midas. I mean, obviously, a lot of times you just prefer getting a support item for Cracker, but I like the Midas in the sense of it just gives you that reliable scaling. It gets you very comfortably into the refresher. And then from that point, you don't really need to go outside the base. You don't need to be a useful hero. Having that refresher is plenty enough, as it is a really good draft to have that double silence. Snowy's only going to have ways to deal with one for a very long time on this Juggernaut, and should go likewise for every other hero on the side of eSpoiled. And for now, that double kill onto them did kind of set the lead back to even, and it's gotten them, more importantly, out of a position that they were of pressuring this entire map. Now most of their wards on the side of the Radiant are gone, so they're going to smoke up and probably look to kind of replace some of those. But now with the lead being relatively even, no Aegis, they feel like they might even be able to fight, and I kind of agree. It's a Scotty for Snowy. It's an Ags for difference. Pipe on Waste 21. A lot of item times coming out directly for eSpoiled, and they walk straight past QBFY, scan onto Crystallize. It's a tough kill.
Can they find him here? Smoke's gonna break. Snowy on the charge.
Going.
Moves in. There's the blink. Walrus punch as well, and now Crystallize.
Omni,
Eats the Omni Slash, but it jumps onto the creep wave. That is not what you're looking for. So Ice Path, Macropire just trying to get the hell out of Dodge. This is not a fight they won anymore. Nice reactions, by the way, by the Ember Spirit. He just gets out, TP's backs in, wants to make sure that nothing much happens. And hey, this is the interaction we've been seeing all game, Rojo. As well, actually this time the Pudge is gonna get the kill, but Ember Spirit finds the Jakiro, and realistically, I'm not quite sure what the Jakiro is ever supposed to do when the Ember gets on top of you.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot. I almost wonder if Aztecor should have, just forsaken the Solar Crest entirely and aimed towards getting just a full Lotus this game. It's a really great Lotus game for eSpoiled, but unfortunately they don't really have any heroes that can build into it outside of maybe Waste 21 later in the game, but he's opted for Pipe now into BKB. I don't know if... I feel okay about the Pipe because there is so much magic damage coming out, but I don't know if it feels right with the timing that they have on eSpoiled. I almost wonder if it would have felt nicer to have this be the BKB or maybe straight away into something like the Lotus. So more or less, he will get caught in the bot side. A little bit greedy trying to get QBFY.
I think it was more of a, I'm blinking out of here. I'm harassing the way of getting out of here. And oh, why is QBFY behind my tier 2? Not somewhere that I don't think he expected the Ringmaster to be there. So they get the kill. Tier 2 now under threat. And, you know, it's this awkward thing. But, like, the net worth lead is non-existent. We're at 18 for 8, but it's less than 1,000 net worth lead. The levels are still a bit of a problem, but not by that much. It's aggregate 2 levels for eSpoiled, so not even really all that in the lead of Passion UA. But every single fight, just it feels the momentum is just so strongly in the side of Passion UA.
Yeah, I mean, because the net worth is even outside of, or I mean, with the Juggernaut. When the Juggernaut is not a part of a fight, if the Juggernaut uses the Omni Slash in a way that is unfavorable, then the lead is very significantly in the favor of Passion UA. It's really only Snowy who is had a wonderful game here, as he is getting close towards that butterfly. He is in a very scary position. This is a great hero to kind of solo carry the game, but and it just hasn't really been the way that these are playing out. It's Ember Spirit getting on top of these heroes every single fight, not able to actually punish anyone. And on 2 sides of the river.
Yep, scan goes down. Passion UA is aware where the enemy team is as the smoke breaks on Botyuk. But eSpoiled, they own the high ground. And what are they going to be able to find here? Crystallizes creep is what's going to run forward. And they see just Jug in the mid lane. So it seems like everyone's backing out for now. Roshan not up for another 45 seconds. And now they're going to show up on the river a little bit. Difference moves forward, pops the smoke, and blinks back out for the time being. MLS barely almost gets on top of this Ember Spirit, but now Botyuk's in. There's going to be the spin. Wheel of Wonder trying to buy a little bit more space. Snowy kites back for the time being. It really is about this Omni Slash. It's very good on top of Crystallize. Doesn't jump until the very last second when it does. He is so low, though, but amp damage on Moonlight. Difference, though, backside takes down Crystallize. And now the roar on this Ember Spirit Ice Path as well. He's trying to get out of here with the BKB, but Difference already blinking forward, looking for a little bit more damage. And with the Walrus Punch, they should be able to go and eventually take him down. They get the punch, or they get the tusk at the very end. Moonlight does. But that is the fight you were looking for. That is finally this Jug unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, Snowy, he is going to carry this game if you give him the space to do so. Incredible Omni Slash. Wasn't able to go anywhere else except for the 2 tanky cores. And I'm partially to think that I mean, that fight just went, I think, wrong in a couple of ways. Or Botyuk, I think he was a little bit overzealous with that jump straight away. But the timing on Cracker's global as well, it has to be very, very specific. And unfortunately, he missed the timing right before Snowy getting that Omni Slash off. Difference even knows where Cracker is, but does get the Yules off. Wow. So on the top side will be a freebie for Difference. Feels quite nice as Cracker, he does have pretty good net worth. That's a 3 killing spree as well for Difference. That is a really, really nice pickup, actually, in terms of a solo kill and a support. It gave Difference a hell of a lot in terms of resources. You have to be really careful on these, especially these farm supports for Cracker, and it's becoming a difficult game for him to play. That Lotus Orb as well that we were talking about didn't seem like they were going to be able to finish on a spoiled, but after a really good fight, after a kill onto Difference for Waste 21, he gets a huge net worth injection, and he doesn't really feel like it's necessary to finish up the BKB, and I definitely agree. Get this Lotus Orb, make sure that Snowy will always have the potential to Omni Slash, make sure it's difficult to keep those debuffs on him, make sure it's difficult to dismember him. This game is looking, I mean, it just kind of flipped on a dime after that mid-fight, after getting that Roshan out on the Snowy. No easy way to kill this healing ward.
Well,
this seems like it's just going to be a Rax.
Yeah, it was something pretty cool to point out as well. Difference takes a little bit of damage there from Crystallize, but also worth pointing out here, there's a GD Pollen Bag on this Beastmaster, which is not something you would generally point out here. Is the good Walrus Punch in the Ice Path. Moonlight gets saved, but still dies in the Macropyre, so QBFY, nothing he can do. Now there's going to be a hook onto the Juggernaut, into the Dismember, looking for the kill, tame the Beast into this Wheel of Wonder. And that is going to be Aegis. First life down on the side of this Juggernaut, but there is no Ember Spirit. And Snowy, oh, there's gonna be a hook. Actually, never mind. Pops the spin, though. Dismember not off cooldown. So despite the hook landing, no secondary lockdown, and he's gonna be able to get on out of here. But, you know, we were talking about this. I mean, generally, I wouldn't talk about a GD Pollen bag all that much, but a Pudge that has 3,000 HP that relies quite a bit on his ability to tank through, you know, blinking in there, removing 12% of the max HP, just like that, is it's significant for this Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup for sure. As I mean, the damage is overall just becoming really overwhelming for the side of eSpoiled. Now it's a 10k lead. Now, I don't think that they wanted to lose the Aegis like that. I don't think it was maybe necessary for them to, but really nicely done by QBFY and Botyuk to salvage that in some form. But yeah, this Waste 21, I mean, this Lotus Orb is certainly a huge deal as MRLS. He's also working towards his own. This game is, really quickly falling out of their hands. And something else to note is that Snowy's courier died with that Claymore for the butterfly. So he doesn't have the butterfly yet, and he has a full basher at base waiting for him. Not opting to go for the Ags, which I don't know if I necessarily agree, but I think regardless of what he buys, he's going to be incredibly strong. And, maybe not having the Ags can feel a little bit difficult at times, but this basher means that this matchup for Crystallize is impossible. He's itemizing into a Daedalus, maybe potentially just kind of understanding that he will not beat Snowy in a 1v1, but the question is then then what do you do about Snowy? You have to kill every other member of the team around him, but they have Lotuses, they have Pipes, they have Solar Crest. They will even have that healing ward, or as long as Snowy is alive. Certainly he will be with that 3,000 HP and the full butterfly now finished. No, Aegis does feel a little bit unfortunate, as we saw it, if a really, really well-placed a Wheel of Wonder catches Snowy, that's probably about the best chance you'll get of killing him. But now with the butterfly, he's just full on anti-carry to Crystallize on this Marcy. I mean, he's level 18 with the Daedalus, by all means incredibly strong for the Marcy, but not into Snowy. With this butterfly, with this Skull Basher and the Scotty, there's nothing for Crystallize to do in a carry matchup.
And we should point out as well, Difference had a pretty rough early game. The lane didn't go quite as well as he would like, but in these mid to late games, he's hitting like 4 or 5 man Sonic waves. He's using them to save his carry. He's using them to push heroes into the fight. He is very, and obviously doing a lot of damage. He has done quite a bit in this game, but they're going to try to see if they can find Snowy wrapping around. Difference, they see the blink. And there's going to be the hook, not going to land on top of Asdegorz. He's now trapped away a little bit, but you want to dive on top of him. Well, no, you don't, because Crystallize now on the high ground ice path as well. Here comes Difference looking for a little bit more damage. Okay. Hook to save, though, trying to buy some space, but now here comes Snowy running in. There's the Omni Slap. He's dead. And now Botyuk blinks out for now. It seems like he's going to be okay, but Difference, he's got more blinks where that came from. And unfortunately, did not pop the BKB. So the heals is going to keep him safe. He's got the Ghost Scepter. He's got to try to dismember, but still holding that BKB charge. So he's dead as well. And yeah, that is just not. I didn't know Arteezy played for Patch Niue.
I mean, for right now, he is. That was just a horrible sequence of events, as they had kind of a good position, and he thought that kill into Astakor was a free one. But sometimes that Marcy rebound, it can be a little bit finicky. It lands perfectly smack dab in the middle of that high ground. Horrible, horrible position to be in, and that was already playing pretty disadvantaged, but getting into that position just hurts so bad. Snowy, he even has a full Abyssal Blade, I believe, coming out for him, and Difference, he's just getting solo kills. Not even punished.
He's just doing so, and there's the Lotus with the Beastmaster playing behind him, so they can't go and take him down. Sorry, with the Tusk playing behind him at this point, so multiple Lotuses on the field, and now with 2 heroes dead, without this control, this Wheel of Wonder that we were talking about, that might be the ability to go in and take this Jug down. It just feels, 2 sets of racks are down. You can't get the 3rd just yet because there is a tier 2, but that seems ripe for the taking. It really is on this Dismember Wheel of Wonder combo. Only way you're killing the Jug at this point.
Yeah, and with the Lotuses, that's such an incredibly difficult task, and plus 50% Blade Dance lifesteal for Snowy. I mean, he is just the end-all, be-all. I don't think they're going to kill him by any means. This is a good way to annoy him, but not much than that for Botyuk. And he does force the spin, so he doesn't actually die here. So now he's playing a little bit more reserved, but it does force the BKB usage out of Botyuk.
Doesn't quite
Be
land the hook
careful.
on top of Snow. Wheel of Wonder fears him back for a little bit more time. They're just trying to poke him down, but this healing
It's so
word,
hard.
the poke doesn't matter. He just goes straight back up to full. He's got an Abyssal now, too. He's looking at the blink afterwards. Doesn't really feel like he needs the axe. Realistically, he's just like, I'm going to kill someone. I'm going to kill multiple heroes in my Omni. And now there's the spin. 1 set of racks remaining. Bondyak does not land the hook once again. He's going to try to move in one last time here. Oh, no, the Ice Path. But Crystallize is going to be able to go. Gets the Dispose on top of this Juggernaut. Omni Slash is going to go off now, and it's on everyone. Triple kill onto Snowy here. The buybacks are not going to be enough. Game is called. The Juggernaut, you said he could carry the game, just give him enough time. And Rojo, he absolutely did.
Yeah, I mean, eSpoiled looked really good. Obviously, the early game was quite nice from Passion UA, but you give Snowy the game that he wants, you give him the hero that he wants, and he'll just win. That's what the message he's sending to everyone else in DreamLeague Division 2 and in the upper bracket. He's just saying, you know, I'd win. Give me whatever I want to draft for myself. This is part of the reason that they chose the second pick there, as I get that last pick for Snowy 2 times in a row. Incredibly happy for it. And it's just incredible performance from him. Of course, the supporting cast did a really great job, and overall, this kind of style of Passion UA just wasn't able to withstand that late game hyper carry from eSpoiled. They created some chaos in the early game, but once there was a few slip-ups, once there was a couple of response items, especially these Lotuses coming out, it just felt like they didn't have enough gas left to actually take that one across the finish line. And it is unfortunate for them, but at least, you know, they have that kind of buffer, Bayo.
Yep, you do have a lower bracket that you can try to go and come back into, and they're going to go at this point. Who are they going to play? Do we know who they're going to play just yet? It's either Zero Tenacity or 4 Pirates. I believe they're going to go run into Z10. So that's a matchup that they've played quite a bit. Of course, eSpoiled, they're going to move on to the upper bracket semis, where they're going to run into what is potentially a pretty scary matchup, because tomorrow, first series of the day, is going to be the final series in this upper bracket round 1. It's going to be Yandex versus Peru Rejects. Notably, Parker I don't know what happened, but Parker is not playing with them anymore. Doesn't seem to be. Pike has moved to the 1. Illich seems to be their more kind of permanent position 3. No statement's been made, but this seems to be what's been happening in the second half of the group stage. But regardless, whoever wins that one, that is a scary matchup for eSpoiled to try to deal with.
Yeah, I don't think that they will maybe match up as nicely into those teams, but as far as I went today, MRLS, maybe some awkward moments in that, you know, kind of early game as Tusk, but he's looked really good as an addition to the squad. And overall, just if they play like they did today, I think they are going to give whatever team shows up a pretty good run for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially you make space for Snowy. He has shown us 2 games in a row. You give him the hyper carry, and he will hyper carry. For now, though, that is the end of our coverage of DreamLeague Division 2 today. First day of the playoffs are done. 1 win, Kamichada and eSpoiled. They're on into round number 2 of the upper bracket. Final series of round 1 upper bracket tomorrow, and then we start to look at the lower bracket, start to eliminate some teams. So that's always fun. But for now, it's been a great time. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you all next time. Have a great rest of your day.
You crack the ceiling. This love is an open sky. Can't shake this feeling. I want you know I can't lie. These doors are open. Welcome, darling, won't you stay? And you got me hoping. Forever's here, today's the first day. I wanna be closer to you. Closer to you, yeah. You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind, yeah. There's nobody better, gotta be you. 1,000 voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive, yeah. There's nobody better, so it's gotta be you. These myths are busted, the grass is greener on my side. It's done and dusted,
what she sees in me. Ooh, I've been drinking too much, staying out all night. I can't remember my left from my right. I'm kinda blurry from my head to my toes. It might seem like nothing, but there's one thing I know. I got the prettiest little girl. She's as pretty as can be. But what I don't understand is what she sees in me. Oh yeah, yeah. I've been in and out of trouble for much too long. I can't remember the words to this song. I thank the Lord as I'm crawling out of bed. It's another day that I'm not dead. I got the prettiest little girl. You know she looks so fine. I don't know what she sees in me, but I sure am glad she's mine. Whoa, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I got the prettiest little girl. Sure I'm glad she's mine. Hey.
I've had days of struggle.